All right, folks. Dr. Anthony Criniti IV here, also known as Dr. Finance, folks. We'll be getting started in just a moment, getting everything setting up. If you guys can just hang out and get ready, get yourself some coffee, some popcorn, whatever it takes. We're going to be starting the show in just a moment. We got a fantastic guest coming up in about half hour or so. His name is Stephen Covey. We'll tell you all about him if you don't already know. So, folks, if you can just hang on just a few moments as we build the stage, I want to get everyone set up here. Thank you so much. Stephen Covey's team is here, getting them all set up, and we'll have everything ready for them in about a half hour. In the meantime, folks, let's build up the stage, give it a share out. I want to just welcome our co-hosts. We got Diamond Diva in the house. She's our permanent co-host on this room, always helping out with amazing stuff. So I want to pass the floor to Diamond as I build the room up in the background. We also have a special co-host group today. We got Ken and Judy Foster. So, folks, we'll be getting started in just a moment. Save your seat. You got a great night ahead of you. So, welcome, Diamond Diva. How are you, Diamond?
This is Diamond, and I'm doing amazing, Dr. Finance. I apologize for the background noise. I'm at Fall Festival with my lovely family, about to go down this ginormous, filled up air slide thing. I'm not even sure what the title is, but happy to be here. For anyone who doesn't know me yet, I'm Diamond Diva, founder and CEO of Diamond Diva Entertainment and Abundance Mastermind. Mindset is my jam. I'm a mindset coach with background in expert coach, NLP, and timeline therapy. And it's my goal to empower entrepreneurs and individuals to develop a success mindset in order to achieve their goals without the stress, anxiety, and overwhelm. And just really excited to be in this room today. Make sure you're following the greenhouse at the top, taking the time to ping in your friends into the room, and take some time to connect with Dr. Finance, Stephen Covey, and all of our wonderful guests today. Thank you so much, Dr. Finance. Over to you.
All right. Thank you, Diamond. Appreciate your help. Appreciate your support. All right. I want to introduce our co-host as we build the stage up, folks. So, we just opened up just a moment ago, and we've got our main guest speaker. We're going to do a very sharp on the point today from 7 to 9 p.m. Eastern time. That is the time I allotted for Stephen. A very busy guy, so we got him here. Very, very difficult to get Stephen. He's actually new to the app, so I'm bringing folks from off Clubhouse to Clubhouse. His father is a legend. He's continuing the legend. 7 Habits of Highly Effective People was one of the top business books ever made. And his book, Stephen Covey, the fourth, M.R. Covey, he is doing incredible things. His book right now is called Trust and Inspire. We're going to talk all about that today. In the meantime, let's build this room up, folks. I want to welcome our co-hosts. We got Ken and Judy here, so I want to welcome. Let's start with Judy. Well, I'm sorry, go ahead, Ken Flash. Welcome, Ken. If you want to tell us a little about yourself, and then I'll be building up the room in the background. Thank you, Ken.
Oh, hey, thank you so much for inviting me to co-host today. For those of you that don't know me, I'm a best-selling author. I'm a keynote speaker. I host a show called Voices of Courage, and we're syndicated in about 185 countries. Just completed the Global Oneness Summit. We just got the numbers in. We had 600,000 people view Global Oneness Summit this last week. It's still available for replay this weekend. So anybody that wants to Google Global Oneness Summit, we have over 100 speakers. It was amazing. But I'm here today. Stephen Covey is my friend, and Stephen Covey also wrote the foreword to my latest book called The Courage to Change Everything, Daily Strategies and Essential Wisdom to Awaken Your Inner Genius. Dr. Finance, it's great to be here. Any way I can support you today, you let me know. I'm here for you.
All right, thank you so much, Ken. Appreciate it. Ken, what do you think of the title, and maybe your thoughts on the topic as well? How do you inspire the world? So, Ken, you've got a lot of amazing credibility on the subject of mindset. So, love to hear your thoughts as well on that. Thank you, Ken.
Yeah, sure. Well, we inspire the world by being inspired ourselves, right? So, if you want to change the world, change yourself. If you want to, you want to really make a difference, like Gandhi said, be the change that you want to see in the world. And that's really how we do it. So, easier said than done, though. I've been coaching individuals for the last 26 years, and everybody has great ideas and visions and, purpose, they're on purpose. But the challenge is that what happens when the going gets tough? Well, the tough do get going, but the inspired get increase their courage, right? The ones that are inspired, they increase their courage. And as you increase your courage, then what happens is the challenges, the obstacles, the stuff that's in your way, it doesn't necessarily get easier, but you become unstoppable and move through it. So I love the title of this today, how to inspire the world. My take, like I said, is we inspire ourselves. And then the next step is we are in service. We find others to inspire, whether it's walking into the grocery store and putting a smile on your face and connecting to that cashier that's been on their toes for 8 hours, or whether it's finding a child that looks like they could use a little information or wisdom and inspiring them, or just being that inspiration in your own family. When people, it's so easy to be inspiring when everybody else is in a good mood. But what happens when people are in a down mood in your family or in your business? How do you inspire greatness in individuals? The way I do it is I ask questions. And the questions I ask are, for I ask myself, what are the most important ways that I can step into courage right now? Or what is it that I know for truth about myself that I can step into that? Because, for me, I believe the essence of all of us, I don't think it's a belief, it's a knowing. The essence of all of us is courage and truth and power and wisdom and kindness and joy and happiness. It's the essence of us. So if we're stepping into that place where we want to inspire the world, we start to get inspired every day. And for me, I start when I wake up in the morning. I stay in bed and I feel a sense of peace. And if I'm not feeling that sense of peace, I go to gratitude and I just think about what I'm grateful for in the moment before I get out of bed. And that's how I start my day. So I believe that how we start our day, by the way, is a lot of how our day goes, right? And of course, the good news is that I've learned over the years, and you probably have too, if you start your day and then things start going wrong, you can always restart your day and re inspire yourself. Lastly, I am inspired by reading amazing books. One of the latest books that I've been reading is a book called Trust and Inspire, and the author is our guest today, Stephen M.R. Covey. So I've got some amazing stories to share with you and Stephen when Stephen comes on stage about how I got him to write the forward to that book, and some of the platforms Steve and I have been on as of late, and how we started out in a mastermind group years ago. So lots of stories, but hopefully those stories will inspire you into greatness and making a quantum leap in your business. I'll say one last thing: quantum leaps is such an important piece in our lives, isn't it? Isn't it good to get out of the step by step by step by step process? Sometimes we're in that step by step and we build, we build, we build. But at one point, we get to take a quantum leap. I was blessed to be able to take that quantum leap this year. Up until this year, I put on large summits, and the largest summit I've put on was 6,000 people. Now that's a large summit. That's a lot of people strive to have 6,000 people in their summit, right? Register for that summit. But this year, I stepped up in service. I was asked to be a co-producer of the Global Oneness Summit, and talk about a quantum leap. It went from 6,000 people to 600,000 people, right? 6,000 to 600,000. Now that's a quantum leap. And there are principles involved in that. And for those of you that want to connect with me a little more, you can go to my site, Ken D.
Ken, your signal's getting weak. Ken, you there? All right, Ken, we're going to move on. Ken, we can't hear you. So thank you, Ken. Appreciate the intro. Welcome, Ken Foster. Appreciate you for helping and supporting tonight, Ken. All right. So let's, I'm sorry, go ahead,
No,
Ken.
no, I was complete. Thank you so much. I'm here to serve you in any way I can.
Okay, thank you, Ken. Appreciate that. All right, folks. So I just want to let you know what's going on. We got about 20 minutes to showtime. We got a hard start today. We have an amazing guest today, and very difficult to get this kind of caliber onto Clubhouse, let alone any stage. And so I want to respect his time. So you're in the Finance Club. Hit that greenhouse at the top. If you haven't already, give the club a follow. Leadership 101. That's really what today's subject is. Whether it's business or it's a family or it's an international organization of any sort. How to Inspire the World with Stephen Covey. So Stephen Covey's dad wrote the book 7 Habits to Highly Effective People. He's famous. I mean, legendary. Tony Robbins interviewed him many, many years ago. But this is Stephen Covey, M.R. Covey. Stephen M.R. Covey's also a 2-time New York Times best-selling author, and he's got his book translated into 22 languages. So many other things. He's continuing the legend of his dad. He's just a great guy. I've interviewed him. Here's the interview at the top if you want to check it out. Over 2-hour interview. Not right now, please, because we got a great stage. I want to introduce all our Gold Badge Mod Squads to the stage, and then if you guys can help me to share the room out, I want to get a nice stage for him tonight. We're going to have most likely some big popping guests as well that I've invited. I've invited almost everybody on my phone today, so there will be some serious players probably popping up at some point in time, maybe a whole bunch of them. But really, our main focus today is Stephen Covey, focusing on leadership and its inspiration, trust, the whole concepts. I want to thank the action takers who have shared the room so far. I want to thank Terry Holly for sharing. Thank you, Doha, for sharing. Thank you, Andy Meltzer, for sharing. Mike Alden, thank you. So let's go. Clubhouse to Grow. Thank you. Thank you, Deborah Malot. Thank you, Savannah, for sharing, and Valerie for sharing. We got 15 shares, folks. Can we get 25 shares before we get started? I next want to introduce, we have Judy here. So welcome, Judy. How are you? All right, Judy Foster. Welcome, Judy. Flash your mic if you're available. All right, so Judy might have stepped out. Maybe she's driving. Judy, whenever you're back, just flash your mic, and we'll definitely introduce you. We got Deborah up next. Welcome, Deborah. Flash your mic if you're here. Welcome, Deborah. All right, Deborah. We have our one of our top leaders in our club named Deborah Malot. How are you, Deborah?
Hello, Dr. Finance. Hello, everyone. I am doing incredible, and I cannot wait for this interview tonight. This is going to be so exciting. Leadership and influencing the world, inspiring the world. Oh, thank you, Dr. Finance.
All right, thank you, Deborah. Appreciate you being here, and welcome to the room tonight. We got Savannah up next. So, folks, we're just introducing all our major, all our Gold Badge Mod Squad here on stage. Everyone on stage has been hand selected to be here, and I want to do a quick mic check too. Can everyone hear me? Because I'm getting a red bar. I want to make sure that I'm loud and clear. Because if I'm not loud and clear,
We
I'm
can
useless
hear
here.
ya.
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Can you guys hear me loud and clear? Let's hear a few others. Just want to get a consensus.
Yeah, we can hear you,
You're,
Dr.
you're
Finance.
good. We hear you.
You good?
All right. Thank you. Are you guys ready? You guys excited? This is going to be an incredible night.
We're ready.
All right. Here. All right. Thank you, Nita. Okay. So we got Savannah up next. Welcome, Savannah.
This is Ivana speaking, and thank you so much, Dr. Finance. I'm super, super excited to be here with you and with everybody. I'm excited for this interview. I know you always have such powerhouses, a part of your rooms and a part of the podcast. So I just cannot wait to hear everything that Stephen has to say here today. And I really love this topic. Okay, so my name is Ivana, you guys. For those that want to connect, definitely check me out. Check out my bio. I'm a TEDx speaker. I absolutely love what I do. And you could find out more about me in my profile. Most importantly, you guys, I see we have 19 shares in this room. I know that we could get that to at least 30 right now. So let's definitely make sure that we do that by clicking that little square with the arrow pointing up at the bottom of your screen. Let's share it to our hallways and let's get everyone into this room because it is going to be a powerful discussion. And I want to just add something quickly to how to inspire the world, Dr. Finance. You know, I think the way that you inspire the world, you guys, and I know this is going to sound cliche and this is going to be like, yeah, okay, I'm sure. Yeah. But this is the God's honest truth. You inspire the world by being yourself. When you're yourself, you pave the way for other people to be them, their true selves. You pave the way for them to be themselves, you guys. And that's the most important thing you could do in this world. So that's what I want to add to that as well. So thank you so much, Dr. Finance. I'm excited to be here with each and every single one of you. This is Ivana, and back over to you.
All right. Thank you so much, Savannah. Appreciate you. Appreciate you helping out and supporting the community as always. And we got Fred up next. Fred, how are you, Fred? My Philadelphian friend. How are you, sir?
Hello, Dr. Finance. Hello, everyone. My name is Fred Moskowitz, and I'm known as the alternative investment expert. Yes, out of Philadelphia. It's an exciting time here, especially if you're a baseball fan, for sure. And I love the topic for tonight. Um, my main focus as a investment fund manager is connecting with people, building relationships, and the topic for tonight of how to inspire the world, that really resonates. I feel that the way to inspire the world is first for you to show up in an inspired way, to be inspired. And then when you do that, it starts to influence everyone else around you. And always start out by showing up in a beautiful way, in an inspired way. Really looking forward to the room tonight, Dr. Finance. I've listened to the podcast interview, and that was fantastic. And really excited for the conversation, the discussion, and the sharing of ideas tonight. Back to you, Dr. Finance.
All right. Thank you so much, Fred. Appreciate you, man. And yeah, looking forward to connecting one of these days in Philly. So thank you, Fred. And by the way, folks, that reminded me. So definitely give a subscribe to the Dr. Finance YouTube channel. I have or the podcast anywhere really. I just released some really serious major interviews, and I think you guys would enjoy them. That's why I do this. It's an educational thing as well. I pick on different topics and focus on them in relationship to business and whatnot. So all the top superstars. I've had about 8 or 9 people from The Secret. Today I interviewed another Hall of Fame speaker who will be coming here, folks. His name is Steve Rizzo. That'll be, I think, the 9th Hall of Fame speaker that I've interviewed. So save your dates, folks. A little house cleaning real quick. The next few weeks, we got superstar after superstar. So check out the club, go to the club, and go down to the scheduler. I only put the next month up, but I have a whole bunch lined up. So Tim Story next week. This is like Oprah's best friend. He's coming. It's going to be an incredible stage. The next week after that, Hall of Fame Steve Rizzo, and we'll probably have Jeffrey Gitomer back, another Hall of Famer. So that's 2 Hall of Famers. I'll invite a few other friends. We're going to have Hall of Fame speakers all over the place. I mean, there's only 300 of them, less than 300 that ever existed, and about 170 or so that are alive. And the ones that were on there include Ronald Reagan, a president, former president, Colonel Powell, Jim Rohn, you name it. They were all there. And so we got 2 coming in 2 weeks from now at minimum. David Meltzer after that. Then we got Shafat Hashmi. He was from Clubhouse original. He's a serious entrepreneur that's doing amazing things. So we're bringing him in November 25th. And then Mitzi Perdue, a billionaire. Her father was the founder of the Sheraton Hotel. Her late husband was Frank Perdue, the famous Perdue chicken. So that's December 2nd, and that's good enough for now. But definitely check it out and let us, hit that bell so you can make sure that you are notified when it starts. With that said, I want to introduce the rest of our panel here. We got Renee up next. If you guys can just come off maybe 10 or 20 seconds, we're going to have a hard start in about 10 minutes for Stephen Covey. So welcome, Renee.
Hello, Dr. Fine. It's always an honor and a privilege and a pleasure to be on your stage. My name is Renee Reich. I am a transformational and mindset coach, providing courage, confidence, and clarity for entrepreneurs so they can go from surviving to thriving and use their voice. So what a gift to be here, and to have Stephen Covey as your guest today is just amazing. So thank you for having me.
Thank you, Renee. Appreciate that, and welcome to the stage. And that reminds me, folks, if any of you know Stephen Covey or have heard of him or his dad and read any of his books, I'm sure there are some of you out there. Just you briefly mention that if you want to, because his book is really has impacted so many people. Imagine Tony Robbins when he was doing what I'm doing now. He was interviewing people like Stephen Covey. That was one of his mentors. Mentor to so many people. Like it's incredible. He mentored. I interviewed a famous writer from Multiple Streams of Income 2 weeks ago. His name is Robert G. Allen. Robert G. Allen's mentor was Stephen Covey, and guess who wrote? Guess who was Robert Allen was the mentor to? Next week, Tim Story. He looked up that book, Multiple Streams of Income, changed his life. So Stephen Covey had talk about inspiring the world. Look at all these leaders that Stephen's dad had an impact on, and now his son's continuing the tradition. So thank you, appreciate you, Renee. And we got Dr. Roshan up next. Welcome, Dr. Roshan. How are you?
Hello, Dr. Finance. I'm happy to be here. Hello, everybody. I'm Dr. Roshan Hashmi. I'm a computational, clinical, and behavioral neuroscientist and founder of Access to the Path, where I help individuals and businesses become more purposeful, resourceful, and prosperous. And when it comes to inspiring the world, I think you inspire the world by living your best life. That means living in truth, bringing forth your gifts and blessings. If we all brought forth our gifts and blessings, we would be the greatest inspiration to others, and we also wouldn't be so judgmental or blame or shame them, which would cause them to close down, contract, and not bring forth the best of themselves. So we inspire by being in joy, in love, living our purpose, and living on purpose. I really love this room. I'm super excited. And I know that Ken and Stephen Covey and myself and Jacqueline Way, whom you know, Dr. Finance, we were all in the Global Oneness Day Summit together. So I'm very excited to hear more.
That's incredible. Thank you so much, Dr. Roshanik. And yeah, absolutely. Congrats on all the stuff, your success you're doing with Neil Donald Walsh. So thank you, Dr. Roshanik, for all your support. Welcome to the stage. All right, we got Terry up next. So welcome, folks. Welcome, Terry. We got about 7 minutes till our main guest speaker comes. In the meantime, don't forget to follow anyone that you resonate with on stage. Also to share out the room. We got 29 shares. Okay, so we did hit that goal, folks. We hit our first goal of 25. Thank you, Eamon, for sharing the room. Thank you, Ken Foster, for sharing the room. Thank you, Dr. Tomey, for sharing room, Marisha for sharing room, Anita for sharing room, Kelly and Renee and Terry Holly and Doa and Andy Meltzer for sharing room. Folks, can we get, let's say 50 shares? Can we get 50 shares to kick it off? Folks, we got 30 shares. Who's the new sharers? Jenny Sundar is shared. Thank you, Jenny. All right, we're working our way closer to 50. In the meantime, I want to introduce our next person, Terry. Welcome, Terry.
Hello, Dr. Finance. I'm going to keep this short. Thank you so much for this room. I saw the title and I was like, who doesn't want to inspire the world? Who doesn't, right? So had to jump in. Really excited about this room. Always so grateful for all of the work that you put in to run these wonderful rooms where we can grow and share and learn. And so I am going to shut my mic off because I know we don't have a whole lot of time and give it to the next person. This is Terry and I'm done.
Thank you, Terry. Appreciate your support here and welcome to the stage. And ironically, Terry, I would think the same thing. We got plenty of time to deep dive in this later on. After Stephen's only here for 2 hours, after that we'll have the stage open for another 3 hours or so. But yeah, you would think that everyone would want to inspire the world, but ironically, this clan right here, this crew, we're a rarity. There's not too many people that are even like look at the stage. Let's say we have a few hundred people here tonight, or 1,000 total, 2,000, 3,000. Like it's still percentage wise, we need a lot more. Let's put it like that. So thank you, Terry. Appreciate you being here. And we got Mars up next. Mars the connector. Welcome, Mars. How are you? Mars, flash your mic if you're here. And by the way, if you're near steps or if you're driving, health is always first, folks. I know when I'm in other rooms, sometimes I might be on the other side of the room or walking on the steps. Whenever you're ready, Mars, just flash your mic and we'll introduce you. Anyway, Mars the connector, and we got Anita up next. Welcome, Anita.
Dr. Finance, the man of Clubhouse, how are you? I'm just so thankful and I'm blessed to be up in this room. I'm just so excited, inspiring the world. How to inspire the world. Man, I'm just excited and so happy to be here. I am Anita. I'm the official Clubhouse auntie. I have a lot of things. I wear a lot of hats, and you can check out my bio. But one thing I want you to remember the most about me is that I'm a servant of the Lord. And it brings me great pleasure to push you past your pain into your purpose. And I know it don't look good, it don't feel good, but trust and believe that it's not happening to you. It is happening for you. Again, I'm excited to be here to share the stage with such beautiful people. God bless you, and I look forward to the information that we'll get tonight. I yield the mic.
All right. Thank you so much, Anita. Appreciate you, and definitely appreciate all the folks out there in Clubhouse doing wonderful things. We really it's great to have a collaboration of everyone, because that's what Clubhouse really should be about, in my opinion. I try to be an example of the way I want the world to be. Just like this stage, you see people from all over the world. I've been running this stage for a year and a half now. The biggest names here. what you see here is my projection of how I want the world to be. Just a great room, positive, and just everyone helping out and making the world a better place. So thank you, Need. Appreciate you. Kelly's up next. Kelly, if you want to introduce yourself. Now, folks, I'm going to step it down to maybe 10 seconds because we have about 3.5 minutes before a guest speaker starts. I want to get an intro from as many people as possible. Welcome. We got Kelly. Kelly Russell.
Hey, thank you for having me, Dr. Finance. Hello, everyone. Peace to the room. I'm Kelly Russell. I'm the owner of a holistic business that I've manifested for many years now, and I also help other people do the same. When it doesn't look popular, as long as you stick to your guns, I inspire people by living my truth, and I'm able to scale my business that way. And I look forward to connecting with you all. Thank you for having me.
Okay, thank you, Kelly. Appreciate you and welcome to the stage. All right, we got Andy Meltzer up next. Andy Meltzer, I don't know any relationship to David. David was actually on my podcast a few weeks ago. He's coming to Clubhouse here on Friday night, November 18th. So welcome, Andy.
Thank you. Thank you. Glad to be here. Yeah, my name is Andy Meltzer, and I work with people who are grieving. And one thing I think about with inspiring others is about making true heart to heart connections, seeing people's heart through what they're saying, giving them the experience of being truly heard. Like Theodore Roosevelt said, no one cares how much you know until they know how much you care. And I'll pass the mic.
Well, thank you, Andy. Appreciate you. Welcome to the stage, and I gave you a follow, Andy. This is the first time I saw you on the stage, but you're in a great place. This community has been going on for about a year and a half. It started with the longest running room on Clubhouse that impacted my new estimates is over 2 million. Originally it was 1 million, but that went for 84 days straight, and we ended it. And Friday Masterclass, we just made it a regular thing ever since then. So welcome, Andy. Appreciate you, and welcome Marisha up next. Welcome, Marisha.
Hey, Dr. Finance!
Hey, Marisha, how are you? I love the energy. How are you?
How are you? I am not going to even go into anything about
It
me.
sounds a little muffled, Marisha.
Oh, I'm not going to go
There
into
you go.
anything about me. Please read my bio. I'm just excited to be in here as always. We always have a good time. You are in the right place on this Friday. I'm so excited to hear from Stephen Covey. I have one of his books, The 7 Habits of Effective People, and it's a great book. So, yes, ready to get it pumped up in here.
All right. Thank you, Marisha. Appreciate you. Welcome to the community. Welcome to the stage. All right. So, folks, we're getting started in just a minute. We got a hard start today because of Stephen's time. So, I just want to introduce a few more folks, maybe 5 seconds each. If you can come up and just say hi. We got Sandra up next. Welcome, Sandra. You want to come up and just say hi? Welcome, Sandra.
Yes, hi. Thank you so much, Dr. Finance. Excited to be here, excited to listen to Stephen and just get all the amazing, positive, beautiful inspiration that's going to come out of this room. So I'm excited to connect with everybody and be here and listen in. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Sandra. Appreciate you. Welcome to the stage. And Tina Laurie's up next. Welcome, Tina Laurie. How are you? By the way, Tina, I just want to say, I've been, guys, if you haven't already, definitely follow people off of Clubhouse too. If you resonate with, come check me out on Instagram and Facebook and you LinkedIn, you Twitter, all you name it. Elon Musk just bought Twitter today, so check us out on Twitter over there. But Tina, she really, you were telling the truth that time, Tina. I checked you out on Instagram. I think it was Instagram. Oprah was one of Oprah's companies was following you. I think it was Weight Watchers. So, and there was like millions and millions of followers and people that were following that company, and they only followed a few, and you were on that list. So, Tina, congratulations to you. You must be doing a lot of amazing stuff in the background. Welcome, Tina Lurie.
Thank you. I'm surprised you're here. Go Phillies. Yeah, it's yeah. I was like, let's see what happens on Friday night. Gonna have one ear on this game and one ear here. But no, I'm excited to be here. I love Stephen Covey. I love all these books. These books really, are kind of like the indoctrination of being a positive, living human being and having humanity and doing the stuff. And fun fact, yeah, I am an ambassador, Weight Watchers, and Oprah owns it. And Oprah follows me quietly, and we're friends quietly because I'm the girl that kept all this weight off. And we all know Oprah. Oprah's doing good now. She's hiking. If you've ever seen any pictures recently, I've been in a couple of Zooms with her, and she is fit. She is fit, and I can't believe she's 68 years young. She's fantastic. So, of course, I love her so much. And then I love being into wellness. I'm all of that. You want to learn more about me? Check out my bio. Come over to Instagram. Come over to Twitter. Come say hi. And if you want to talk about business, reach out on my website. My phone number's there. My email's there. Would love to talk with you. But more importantly, be of good courage and grace. This is Tina Lori, the Joy Collector.
All right. Thank you, Tina Lori. Appreciate you. All right, folks. So we're doing a super intro at this point. We have Stephen Covey. He is actually about to get started 2 minutes ago. So while Ken, flash your mic if you're here, or Diamond. One of you guys can help to introduce the remainder of the folks. I'm going to actually
Yeah.
step off for just a moment. Help Stephen. Remember, Stephen is not from Clubhouse. I helped him get on here, so I'm bringing people that are not on Clubhouse. So if you guys can just give me just a moment, I'm going to get him back on stage. He was here earlier. I just want to get him
He's
on
here.
stage, and then
He's
I'll be right
here.
back.
He's
All right. So
here.
Ken, we
Dr.
left off
Finance.
on.
Yeah, I think
He's
he's here.
here. Stephen.
Oh, he's here. Okay, thank you.
He's
Sorry.
here. Yep, he's
Okay,
right up under
Stephen is
your
here. So,
profile, Doctor.
all right, folks. So
And I
let me
just
just.
wanted to say hello.
Oh, hi, Dory. Appreciate that. Welcome to the stage. All right.
I'm just on a flight. Just wanted to give you a big hug.
Okay, thank you. So, folks, I just want to introduce the rest of the folks here, and then we're going to get started in just a moment. Okay, so real briefly, just flash your mic and just flash your mic if I call your name. I want to say hello. I want to thank Denise for being here. Thank you, Denise. Thank you, Jenny. Thank you, Eamon. Thank you, Ella, for being here. Thank you, Christopher. Flash your mic, say hi, or you can send one of those hi GIF things, right? Jenny said, all right, thank you, Desiree. Thank you, Allison. We got Adrian. We got Tom Chenault, son here. Adrian, appreciate you being here, man. How are you, sir?
I am great. One of Stephen's books literally changed my career. I'd love to tell the story later. Excited to hear this.
Absolutely, Adrian. I will certainly put you in the queue and appreciate. Tell your dad I said hi. I talked to him earlier. He might be popping in too. So, and then we got Rick Sedler, who I'll actually be interviewing this week. Rick is doing amazing stuff in the background. So, Rick, appreciate you coming here and support. And then we got Lady Jules up next. And we got Consuelo, and then Dory Cordova here for Money and You. Appreciate you, Doria. And then we got Jude here. Thank you, Jude, for being here. One of the expert interviewers. Does a lot of stuff in Breakfast with Champions as well. Thank you, Jude. Thank you, Nisa. Thank you, Irene. Now, folks, stay tuned. We're going to get a lot of questions going on later on. So if I start sooner, we'll have a lot more questions to get asked from our incredible panel. So with that said, let's build this room up. All right. I want to thank everyone for being here. You're in the Finance Club. Hit that greenhouse at the top. I hope you don't mind this little masterclass today. We're doing leadership. We haven't done this in a while. We haven't done this at all, I don't think. Anything on leadership. Leadership 101. How to Inspire the World with Stephen Covey. So if you can, definitely give everyone on stage a follow, especially myself and Diamond. I co-host a room with Diamond Diva. She runs a Wednesday room from 4 p.m. Eastern time to about 6 hours later every Wednesday. And then you have this Friday masterclass, been going on for about a year and a half. Starts around 6:30, 6 p.m. Eastern, goes for about 6 hours. And also, don't forget to share the room out. We got 47 shares, folks. Can we get 50 shares? Got Nikki shared. Thank you, Nikki. Thank you, Sandra, Eamon, Nisa, Desiree, Consuelo, Lady Jules. Thank you, folks. Can we get 50 shares? We got four. Here we go. We hit it. All right. Ken Foster shared, Denise shared, and Eamon shared. Denise Jackson, congrats. You're the 50th share. All right, folks, we're going for 100 shares. But in the meantime, follow everyone on stage that you resonate with. I'm going to need a couple co-hosts tonight. I don't want to put too many co-hosts tonight because I'm reserving some room. We may have a few big, giant names. I'm not going to mention them. Stop in and say hi to Stephen today. So if you guys know my style, I have a few co-hosts, maybe 5 or 6 co-hosts, and everyone else on stage is also already part of the Gold Badge Mod Squad. So everyone here is special. Everyone in the room is special. Also, folks, I want to thank everyone for being here. Let me introduce Stephen Covey real quick. So Stephen actually wrote this new book. He's a New York Times best-selling author twice. Okay, so he is Stephen M.R. Covey. He's the son of Stephen R. Covey, one of the top leaders in the leadership, the business space, the self-help space, you name it. Tony Robbins interviewed him many years ago. He's been the mentor to so many major influencers. But Stephen M.R. Covey is doing great things. He's extending all the conclusions of his father with this new book called Trust and Inspire, which if you take a walk to Barnes and Nobles, and I did this, I went and bought his book over there. It's got incredible section just dedicated to him. So, folks, Thank you, folks, for being here. All right, folks, can everyone come off your mic and give a round of applause to our main guest speaker today, Stephen
Go,
M.R. Covey.
Stephen.
Thank you,
Go,
folks.
Stephen.
Woohoo!
Yes.
Welcome, Stephen.
Yeah.
Welcome, welcome.
Thank you for coming, Stephen.
Thank you.
Everyone's
Hey, Stephen,
following
how are you,
him.
sir?
Hi, Tony. I'm doing fantastic. And thank you, everyone, for that enthusiastic response. It makes me feel great. I'm delighted to be with you all.
Thank you, Stephen. And let's get a quick microphone check, folks. Can everyone hear Stephen loud and clear? Because he's new to Clubhouse. I want to make sure that
Yeah.
everyone gets the best
Yeah.
Loud
experience. So
and
come off your mic and
clear.
say yes.
Loud
Loud
and
and
clear.
Loud and clear.
perfect.
Loud and clear.
Sound great.
Fa-
You hear him.
Fabulous. And
All
I
right,
heard
great.
you, Ken, in there. I appreciate you. You introduced me to Tony, and I know several that are on this in this room with us tonight, including DC, Doria, so and others. So delighted to be with everyone.
Great to be with you too, Stephen. And Judy's here too, and Doria, a whole bunch of people you know.
Judy, fabulous, great to hear you, Ken.
Thank you, Steve. So Stephen, I like to start out. Just let the audience know a little bit about yourself, maybe in 1 to 2 minutes, and then the format here. And I know you're new to this, and if you need any help with anything, just let us know. You have a party hat, which means that you're new to Clubhouse. So anyone who's got a party hat, folks, that means you've been on Clubhouse for about a week, and basically that's letting everyone know where you are. So Stephen is doing incredible things. I'm honored to have a person like this come on the Clubhouse. This is what could bring Clubhouse back, folks. You get people like Stephen to come here and we could all grow together. So, Stephen, if you could tell everybody about yourself, maybe 1 to 2 minutes, I appreciate it. Thank you, Stephen.
Yes, absolutely. So Stephen M.R. Covey, and the M.R. is a distinction from my father, who is Stephen R. Covey. I'm actually the fourth generation Stephen Covey. We all just have different middle names. And Tony, I think you're in the same boat, right? That you're the fourth generation, but we have different middle names, so I don't carry the moniker, first, second, third, fourth. The middle names distinguish us, but delighted to be the son of Dr. Stephen R. Covey, who wrote The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. I helped build the business built around my father and his work, around 7 habits and principles under leadership, and I ran the business for many years, and was kind of part of growing this and establishing an international presence. And I always thought I would just kind of do that, focus on the business side. But then after a while, when we did a merger of our company, Covey Leadership Center, to merge with Franklin Quest, we formed Franklin Covey. And it was from the experience of that merger, coming out of it, that I found my voice about what I wanted to talk about. And that was about trust. And so then I kind of shifted my career from being the business person, building the business, to now focusing on being a thought leader, writing, speaking, advising, coaching on trust. And my first book was The Speed of Trust, the one thing that changes everything. And then I followed on with a niche book called Smart Trust. And now I have this brand new book, as Tony said, that is Trust and Inspire. And it's really a leadership book. It's on how the world has changed, but our style of leadership has not kept pace with this changing world. It's not changed with it. And we need to lead in a new way in a new world. We'll spend more time on this later, but that's the new work that I have out. And I spend my time writing and speaking. I presented on leadership and trust in some 56 countries, in person, on site, around the world. And really love doing this. I feel passionate about it. I feel like this is my calling, and I feel a sense of contribution I'm trying to make to people everywhere to increase trust in our world and inspiration, because we're in a world that's desperately low in both trust and inspiration. And so I see myself, along with many others, trying to be a catalyst to bring about a renaissance of trust. So delighted to be here with you tonight and to have this chance to interface with all of you and with Dr. Finance, Tony, and Ken, everyone that's here, and looking forward to this.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you, Stephen. Stephen, just to start out, so I'm only going to ask you a few questions. I want to warm up, let everyone know about yourself. If you want to get the full interview, folks, definitely check out the link at the top. I posted it. Of course, not now. just subscribe, and then later on you can bookmark it. It's an incredible interview. Right? We can't do both at the same time. But if for this, just to warm up with some small questions, if you can tell us about your book. I know you're doing amazing stuff with it. I mean, I think you sold over 2 million. I'm sorry, over 2 million copies worldwide of this book, or is it Speed of Trust? But
Yeah.
you have a new book called Trust and Inspire. Stephen?
Yes. Okay. I just lost you for a second there, but I'm still here. Yes.
Yeah,
So
you
let me
want
tell you
to
about
can you
trust and
tell us about your book?
absolutely. The premise, well, listen to the subtitle of the book because it's really speaking to what it's about. It's how truly great leaders unleash greatness in others. So this is a book about leadership and about how real leadership, great leadership, is seeing the potential, the greatness in other people, communicating that to them such that they come to see it in themselves, developing it, and then unleashing it to see, communicate, develop, and unleash the greatness, the potential that's in others. I like the expression by Eleanor Roosevelt, where she said that a good leader inspires people to have confidence in the leader. A great leader inspires people to have confidence in themselves. And this is a book about helping people develop and have that confidence in themselves. And it starts by being able to see the potential. And I like how Henry David Thoreau put it. He said, it's not what we look at that matters, it's what we see. And do you see the potential? Do you see the greatness? And so, and my basic premise of the book is this, that the world has changed all around us, right in front of our eyes, and yet our style of leadership has not, or at least it's not kept pace with this changed world. Too many of us are still operating with the old traditional style as our core base, what I call command and control, kind of more the traditional hierarchical, top down, um, very directive, hands on, and nothing wrong with elements of that, but the basic premise is what I call this command and control. Now, what's happened is we've become better at it, more advanced, more sophisticated. We've added things like emotional intelligence and strengths and mission and trustworthiness, good things, needed things, but our paradigm hasn't shifted. So it's just become an enlightened command and control. And that's not going to work in this new world of work where we have as many as 5 generations of people with completely different expectations of how they want to be engaged and led, especially the younger generations, Gen Z and millennials. And we have this new workplace where people could work from home, work from anywhere, remote work, hybrid work, intentionally flexible work. And that's shifted. The nature of work itself has changed. It's far more collaborative, far more interdependent, more team-based than before. It's service-oriented. We're in the digital age or the age of collaboration, not the old industrial age. And the nature of the world itself has changed through technology. The pace of change, the amount of change, disruption everywhere. And finally, there's the nature of choice has changed. We've gone from multiple choice to infinite choice. All these forces of change have really impacted our world, and they've kind of put a premium on 2 key things for any organization, any team. And the first is the need to build a high trust culture that inspires. Why? So that we can attract, retain, engage, and inspire the best people and bring out the best in people. We got to win that war for talent. And nothing will do that like a high trust culture that inspires. Today, people don't want to be managed. People want to be led. They want to be trusted. They want to be inspired. And so we need to build this kind of culture. Command and control won't get you there. But this new way to lead, I'm calling it trust and inspire, can and will. And the second key imperative is the need to collaborate and innovate so that we stay relevant in this changing world. And again, the old model of leadership, command and control, won't get you there. You can't command and control your way to collaboration or to innovation. We need a new way to lead in a new world. And I'm calling it trust and inspire in juxtaposition to command and control. And the premise is that you start by seeing the potential, the greatness is inside of everyone, not just the so-called, quote, high potentials, but in everyone. And that's a paradigm. You have a growth mindset for all. So, I start with the belief that people have greatness inside of them. So my job as a leader is to unleash their potential, not to try to contain or control them. Another fundamental belief I start with is that people are whole people, meaning body, heart, mind, spirit. They're a whole person. They bring their whole selves to work. So my job as a leader is to inspire, not merely motivate. If people were just economic beings, then motivation would be sufficient. But they're whole people. So they want to be inspired. They have not only a body, they have a heart. They want to connect and to love and to care. They have a mind. They want to develop and to contribute. And they have a spirit. They want to matter and make a difference and leave a legacy. So inspiring is better than just motivating. Another belief is that there is enough for everyone. That's an abundance mentality as opposed to a scarcity mindset. So my job as a leader is to elevate caring above competing. Another fundamental belief is that I believe that leadership is stewardship. It is about responsibility, not rights, influence, not position. So my job as a leader is to put service above self-interest. Self-interest will take care of itself if I seek this to serve, seek to bless, not to impress. And then finally, enduring influence is created from the inside out as opposed to outside in. So my job as a leader is to go first. Someone needs to go first. Leaders go first. These are the fundamental beliefs of a trust and inspire leader. They cumulatively represent a more accurate paradigm or mental map of people and of leadership. And if we start with those fundamental beliefs, then we can then move to the responsibilities that we have as a leader to model, to trust, and to inspire. And this kind of leadership is going to work far better today in this new world where people have choices and options. And if they don't feel trusted and inspired, they're going to go to another place where they do. And they have those options today that they, in a way that they didn't have before. So a new world of work requires a new way to lead. Command and control doesn't work anymore, as if it ever really fully did. But trust and inspire does. And it will bring out the best in people, and they'll perform better and get better results, better productivity, but they'll also, equally important, they'll be happier. They'll have greater energy, greater joy, greater well-being, and will increase our competitiveness and will increase our well-being and our culture. And winning on both those fronts is vital. So that's the idea behind this book, is that in a new world of work, we need a new way to lead, and command and control won't do it anymore. To paraphrase Marshall Goldsmith, what got us here won't get us there. And the kind of leadership that maybe took us to where we are today will not be where we need to go tomorrow. So we need a new way to lead. And I'm just calling it trust and inspire, in contrast to command and control. So that's the basic premise of the book, Tony and everyone, is that this is describing the kind of leadership that we need in our world today to bring out the best in other people. I'll give you one last thought. It comes from Mahatma Gandhi, who said this. He said, the difference between what we are doing and what we are capable of doing would solve most of the world's problems. So the way we're operating today, the way we're leading today, is not tapping into near enough of the creativity, of the ingenuity, of the talent, of the capabilities of people. And most people are not even allowed to contribute in their jobs, let alone required, all that they have inside of them. And so we're not tapping into what's there. We've got to lead in a new way. And I'm trying to name it, trying to describe it, because most people are clear of what we need to move away from, command and control. They know what we need to not do. They're less clear of what it is that we need to do. So in the words of Aristotle, the beginning of wisdom is the definition of terms. I'm trying to say the term for the kind of leadership that's needed today is trust and inspire, as opposed to command and control. That's an overview of this book, and I'm really excited about it.
Thank you, Stephen. Appreciate that. It was a brilliant, brilliant response. Stephen, I just want to thank you for being here, folks. We got Stephen Covey here, Stephen Covey, the fourth, M.R. Covey. And Stephen, I just want to ask you two questions before we turn it over. We've got an amazing stage that has tons of questions for you. As a fact, you got a lot of fans here. I went crazy on my phone today and just text superstars like Ivan Meisner, who's right next to you. I want to
I love
welcome
Ivan.
Ivan Meisner, who's here to support us. Welcome, Ivan. How are you, sir?
I am doing great. Stephen, it's great to hear your voice. It's been a while since we've seen each other at TLC.
Hi, Ivan. It's wonderful to hear you as well. Sure admire you and the great work that you've done, and enjoyed being with you the last time I presented at your conference. So
Yep,
it's
and
great to hear you.
you did a fantastic job, as everyone would expect. And listen, I agree completely with what you're saying. I like to say that leadership is not about managing and complying, it's about mobilizing and inspiring. And,
Beautiful.
that's, I think that's really what today's leader is all about. There's a book that I'm going to have out next year that you might find interesting because you're talking about collaboration. And
Hmm.
I've got a book called The Third Paradigm, which will be out next year, which is like one step above collaboration, co-creation, and how people can co-create their future. Um, Sort of like crowdsourcing, but in terms of management. And we surveyed 4,000 people around the world, and I thought you might like to hear the top 7 characteristics of people, or benefits, I should say, of people in collaborating or co-creating something together. Um,
Uh, Ivan,
Yes.
before you do that,
yeah,
Ivan, I just want to pause for a second because the way Clubhouse works is a little bit different than a physical stage. We got people coming in and out. I want to let them know who's speaking. So, folks, we got Ivan Meisner here. He's the leader of BNI, the founder of BNI. It's the business networking organization, one of the largest, or if not the largest organization in the world for that. So he's here. To build a stage like this with incredible influencers, it's almost impossible to do other than in this platform here in Clubhouse and in the Finance Club every Friday for the past year and a half. So we got Ivan Meisner here with Stephen Covey. Incredible. Welcome, Ivan.
thank you. Thank you so much. So the top 7 benefits of co-creation that we found, this has not been published yet, it'll be out next year. Diversity of ideas, the fact
Hmm.
that people from different perspectives are bringing their ideas to the table. Learning from each other was number 2. Stronger relationships with people in an organization. Seeing areas of the business that you wouldn't normally see by working together. Having a more empowered team, increased quality of input, and shared resources. These were the top 7 benefits of a co-creative environment. And I think co-creation requires a completely different kind of leadership, one that is about inspiring, like you said, not one that's about command and control.
Ivan, that's beautiful. I love it, and I love the idea of co-creation as even a step beyond collaboration, or at least another way you say it, it would be the most robust and and creative and innovative form of collaboration. But even the idea of co-creation, that it's a with paradigm, that we're doing this with each other collectively, as opposed to a to paradigm where it's more transactional. This is more transformational. So I love the basic idea. I love the benefits that you described. I agree completely. And the point is, you won't command and control your way to collaboration or to co-creation. It won't work.
Not at
That's
all.
that's one-sided.
Yeah.
But trust and inspire, that's how we'll do it. It's what we can do with each other, and together as partners, as real collaborators, as co-creators. And I talk about in Trust and Inspire the importance of co-purposing as well, where we truly overlap um, organizational purpose and individual purpose, so that there's a creation process of co-purposing to tap into that inspiration. And so I'll be excited to read The Third Paradigm, and it makes a lot of sense to me. And I do make discussion around moving from coordination to cooperation to collaboration, and now this idea of co-creation is beautiful. So love the concept, the idea, but it's obvious that the old way of leading won't get us there. It
No,
won't produce it,
no,
and so we've got to become better at this new way to lead, and it can't just be mechanical where it's a technique. It needs to flow out of who we are and how we view people, how we view leadership. That's why the paradigm shift comes first. Style flows from paradigm. And until the paradigm shifts, the style won't truly follow. You might do something for a while, but it's not deep in you.
right.
And so that's why in this book I really spend time up front on on those fundamental beliefs of how I view people, how I view leadership. Because a paradigm is a mental map,
Yeah.
And a map is supposed to describe the territory, but you could have an inaccurate map of a territory where the map is in its attempts to be descriptive of the territory is inaccurate or wrong. And I think that most the mental maps we have about people are too limited,
Hmm.
and they're only partly right. They're inaccurate. They're limited. And the same thing about leadership. Most of the mental maps we have in leadership is also limited and constrained and not expansive. And so this is trying to give a more expansive, complete, whole, relevant, and accurate map of people and of leadership as a starting point so that we can produce the outcomes that you're talking about: collaboration, innovation, co-creation, and these kind of outcomes. And inspiration is where we're going to go. In fact, um, we've been focused on engagement, employee engagement as a good thing, and it remains a good thing for 20 years. But inspiration is the next level of engagement. It's the next frontier of engagement. It's the new engagement, if you will. Now, you'll go through engagement to get the inspiration, but uh, there's research from Bain and Company that shows that inspired employees are 125% more productive than merely satisfied employees. Now, we might expect that because satisfaction is not a very high bar, but they're even 56% more productive than fully engaged employees. So there's another level beyond engagement, just like you're suggesting there's another level beyond collaboration called co-creation. And the level beyond engagement is inspiration, to be inspired. And it's what people want from their leaders. They want to be inspired, and yet they're not getting it. So this needs to be part of the kind of leadership that's provided. And in Trust and Inspire, it's one of the three stewardships. The three stewardships or responsibilities that we have to our people are: first, to model, modeling; second, to trust them, trusting; and third, to inspire them, inspiring. Modeling, trusting, inspiring. And inspiring others, in fact, is a learnable skill. Everyone can inspire. It's not just for the charismatic. Too often we've conflated charisma and inspiration as if they're the same. But I know a lot of people who are charismatic, but who are not inspiring. And I know other people who no one would describe as charismatic, but who are extraordinarily
Hmm.
inspiring because of who they are, how they lead. And so inspiring others is not just for charismatic, dynamic people. It is a learnable skill. Everyone can inspire. And it is a stewardship, a responsibility. I call a stewardship a job with a trust. It is a job with a trust that we have as leaders to inspire those that we lead. And when we do, we can move into co-creation, as you're suggesting, Ivan. So I love it, and I'll be
Well, my
excited
friend,
to read your
I
book.
loved your book, Speed of Trust. I look forward to picking up this book, and I highly recommend Speed of Trust to everyone listening, as well as obviously your new book. It sounds like you've got some great content there,
Yeah,
Stephen, and I
thanks, Ivan.
really enjoyed talking to you. I will reach out to you when the third paradigm's out.
I'm excited about it, and I'll be a big champion behind you.
Excellent. Thanks. Good,
It's
good
great
talking
to
to
hear
you.
from you, Ivan.
Be
Thank
well.
you.
Thank you, Ivan. Appreciate you, man. I hope all is well. And yeah, folks, got Ivan Meisner here, incredible superstar. Appreciate you stopping by. We had a big room on Ivan last year. So, Ivan, anytime you want to come back, and we got a lot of new folks in here. We got about 125 people just came in here. We host this room every single Friday for about a year. Actually, today is close to the year and a half mark. It was April 30th when Clubhouse started. So, folks, check this room out every Friday. Mark it in your calendar. And Diamond Diva's room on Wednesday from 4 p.m. Eastern time to midnight. With that said, I want to thank all the new folks that just came in here. We have the Stephen Covey here, Stephen M.R. Covey the fourth. And I'm just going to ask you one or two questions, Stephen. Then I want to pass it on to our incredible panel because we have a huge stage full of amazing influencers. I know your time is short here. So with that said, folks, definitely give the room a share. We got 90 shares so far. Can we get 100 shares? I want to thank Eamon for sharing, Mike Alden for sharing, Sandra for sharing, Dr. Claudine for sharing, Dorez for sharing. Thank you, Trey and Lewis and JC Marie. Appreciate everybody for sharing. Let's see what 100 share is. Now, with that said, folks, just let's do some house cleaning things real quick. I have several co-hosts tonight, the ones with the green little star next to their name. Just want to let you know, folks, I want to need your help because the room might be getting sizable. We have a lot of other influencers that'll probably pop it in as well, major superstars. So what I need you guys to do is just check hot mics, check the chats for me, and things like that, trolls. But mostly that. If there's anyone that you want to invite to the stage, let me know because me or Diamond, we're the only ones that do that on the stage. That's why we keep a nice, clean, professional room for everybody. So with that said, I want to appreciate everyone in this room who's here right now. So my next question for you, Stephen, and Stephen M.R. Covey, and it's the fourth. And we talked about this earlier. But Stephen, why is it important? Now I'm the fourth. I'm Anthony. You guys always hear me say Dr. Anthony Criniti IV, right? Why is it important? This might sound like a silly question. Wait till you hear this answer, folks. Why is it important to tell everyone that you're also the fourth? Why is that so important?
Well, it's a sense of legacy and of stewardship, and I'm very proud of my father and the work that he does, and my grandfather and my great grandfather, and so to carry the name Stephen Covey has a sense of stewardship and responsibility that I feel. I want to be true to the legacy of my father and his parent, his dad and his grandfather, but also I want to extend it and continue it and pass it on to my children and to have this kind of sense of stewardship and legacy. I see it as a great both opportunity to try to continue to build upon what he's done. I see it that I'm standing on the shoulders of a giant, as Isaac Newton said, and that I'm trying to then add some distinctiveness to it. But I'm building. I know what I'm building on, and I'm proud of it. And so I have a great sense of legacy and stewardship. And also, I will say that this idea of trust and inspire, I really learned. I experienced it firsthand from my father. My father was a trust and inspire parent to me and to my siblings, even before he was a great thought leader and business leader, and having the influence that he had with so many. Is I'll say this about my father: as good as he was in public as an author and a speaker, and he was very good, he was even better in private. As a husband to my mother, as a father to us kids, he was the real deal. He was who he thought he was, and so I feel that sense of legacy and of stewardship to that, and I'm proud to carry his name. And we had the different middle initials that um, so that there's some distinctive identity as well. But I'm proud to be Stephen Covey's son.
Thank you so much, Stephen. Appreciate you humoring me with that question. But it's important because it ties back to everything we do. It's part of our story. So I appreciate that. I want
Absolutely.
to thank you, Steve. I want to appreciate everyone who's here right now, folks. If you could help us to build the room out, we got 100 shares. Thank you. Let's see, Patricia Fung has shared. Thank you. Deborah shared. Lisa shared. Dr. JK shared. Eamon Sergio shared. Appreciate everyone. Can we get 150 shares, folks? Thank you, Ken, for being in the room and helping out today. Thank you, Judy Foster, his wife, Diamond Diva, Mike Alden. Stephen, I'm going to introduce you to Mike in a little bit. He's got a great podcast. I'd love for you to be on as well. We got Ivan Meisner in the house, folks, head of the largest business networking organization in the world. Became a great friend of mine. I really appreciate Ivan. If you guys can give him a follow. Also, don't forget to follow Steven. He's new to the app. He actually had one follower today. It was me. He's got 42 now, but don't forget to follow him. We want him to come back later on and enjoy this app. Thank you, Deborah, for being here. Thank you, Savannah, Fred, and Renee. We got Dr. Roshanek here. We got Terry here. Thank you, Terry. And Morris, the connector. Andy, Sandra's in the house. Tina Laurie's in the house. Thank you so much, Tina. Denise and Jenny, Eamon. We got Ella. We got Christopher. Thank you guys so much. Thank you, Desiree, Allison, Adrian. We got Rick Sedler, folks. I'm going to be interviewing him next week. Rick is he's an owner of one of the top luxury magazines out there. Thank you, Rick, for spending a lot of your Fridays here with us. Appreciate you. Thank you, Lady Jules, for being here and always supporting. Thank you, Consuelo and Jude. Jude, one of the top interviewers out there. Thank you, Jude. Thank you, Nisa. Thank you, Irene. Thank you, Anne. Dr. Claudine. Thank you so much, Ayana. Steve, we got America's Supermom. Thank you so much, America's Supermom. I love that book. Oh, what's that book you're holding up? The Speed of Trust. Look at that. You already sold the book, Stephen. America's Supermom. Look at her profile picture. All right, thank you, America's Supermom. Thank you, Lewis. Thank you, Beverly. We got Sergio, my buddy Sergio from Toronto, one of the top directors in Canada. Thank you, Sergio, for showing up today. I wasn't lying. I was calling all my folks in my phone book today, letting them come here. Doris, thank
I
you, Doris, for
appreciate
being
it.
here. You're welcome. Thank you, Katsuhiro, Dr. Jackie. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Trey. Thank you. Oh, David. David, I didn't recognize you. Oh, there he goes. I got to do a pull to refresh. He had some kind of graph up there. David Hill, folks, he's going to be helping me co-host next week with Tim Story, folks, one of Oprah's great friends. He'll be here next Friday, so stay tuned. It's going to be an incredible room. Thank you, Dave, for showing up. Thank you, Lisa and Rabia, Aurea. Thank you. And thank you, Ali. And then we got David Morrell here. David, I was looking you up, man. You're doing some incredible stuff with your podcast. Incredible. So, yeah, thank you, Dave, for being here. Thank you, Pamela, and all the folks out there. And I'm going to be bringing some more folks up to the stage as well. I see it's getting bigger, busier. So, in the meantime, my last question for you, Steve, and then we'll turn it over to the other folks.
Yeah,
Is here's a different question than the question I asked you on the podcast, which is above, folks. Check out the link. All right, so the world, it's been crazy since COVID. A lot of things have happened. People
yeah,
have done a lot of crazy stuff happening. You just happen to be talking about such an important topic. And I was convinced after the interview of you that I knew trust was important, but to the level that you have went at it like a scientist, the level of the concept of trust, how important it is, right? So with all our leaders, there seems like they're not getting along. Now I know that what you say applies to businesses and it makes so much sense, but here's the big trick, and here's the question: how do we inspire our leaders to do the right thing? How do we get the message to the people who's controlling this planet? How do we get them to work together, to trust each other? Big question. Maybe 2 minutes.
it,
Thank you, Steve.
yeah. It is a big question, and uh, there's no easy answer to it. But here is my conviction that we need to model from the inside out. And yes, we need to have leaders learn how to be both trustworthy and trusting, because the only way we're going to have trust is by being trustworthy, but also trusting. And as I work with organizations around the world, I find the bigger gap in the creation of trust is not that we're not trustworthy enough. Sometimes there's a gap there, but more often it's that we're not trusting enough. We don't give it, we don't extend it. And certainly, as you look at politics and everything else today in society, people have different viewpoints. We're not listening to each other, and we're not assuming positive intent of each other, and we're not extending trust to each other. And you will never have trust unless you're willing to extend trust. You got to give it to get it. And so we want to see that, and people need to lead in these ways, and we need to influence others. So we need to expect it of them. But I think one way we can expect it of them and have more credibility is that we expect it of us. We start with ourselves. We look in the mirror and we become that kind of person, that kind of leader, and we build those kind of relationships, and we build that kind of team and that kind of network and that kind of connection, and we ripple out. It's a ripple effect metaphor. And if we get enough of us, a critical mass of saying, look, there's a better way to lead, and it's not this polarized gridlock of no listening, no empathy, no understanding, no extension of trust, no assuming positive intent. That's not acceptable. And here's a better way, and we're modeling it. A model can then become a mentor, and you can even model and mentor up to those that lead. And even if we're not in that role, when you see a model that this can be done, it gives people hope that there's another way to do it. There's a better way. And and you know, Dr. Finance is doing it and leading it, or Ivan is doing this, or Doria, or anyone. They're leading out. They're a model, and a model can become a mentor. And we need to go first, be the model, go first, and then to become a mentor, but then also finally to expect this of people and of our leaders, and to say, no, we expect more. People tend to rise to the expectations given or live down to the lack of expectations. And I think right now we've kind of given up. So we're living down to it. We need to keep our expectations strong and high and model by going first and becoming a model and then a mentor, ripple out. and then expect more. And our position of credibility to ask for more of people will go up when we are a model of it. So that's not a easy answer. It's a simple answer, but it's not easy. But ultimately, it's got to happen from the inside out. And if we get a critical mass of us, enough of us, we'll make some progress. And this is really the best way that change is brought about.
Stephen, that I couldn't ask for a better answer. I mean, I know I hit you with the hardest question of the
Yeah.
day, and I gave you 2 minutes, and you. But that was a brilliant response. So appreciate you, Stephen. That was incredible, folks. We got Stephen M.R. Covey here. Trust and Inspire sold over 2 million copies. The son of the one of the biggest thought leaders in the business self-help space, Stephen Covey. I can tell you, as a university professor for 10 years at 6 universities, I couldn't help hearing enough of my mentor's book, Rich Dad Poor Dad, and then Stephen Covey's dad's book, 7 Habits to Highly Effective People. It literally was on the curriculum of every course I taught from undergrad to doctorate level, any kind of finance. Stephen Covey's 7 Habits book was there. And Stephen, who's here today, his son, is actually continuing after if you listen to the interview, you follow the logic and the line of thought. His argument for why we need a case for trust and inspire for leadership is actually an extension of the 7 habits of highly effective people. So he's continuing not only a legacy for his father, but also continuing the line of thought. And I also want to give a shout out to Stephen's son, by the way. Stephen's son is Britt Covey, and Britt Covey is new to the Philadelphia Eagles. You know, I'm from Philadelphia, so I want to shout out to your son, Stephen. That's incredible.
Yeah, thanks. He's a rookie, and but right now he's the starting punt returner and kickoff returner for the Philadelphia Eagles, who are 6-0 right now. And you know, you never know what happens. And he was an undrafted free agent, and it's a tough road to make a team, and it's always a little bit precarious, but it's exciting, and he's just enjoying the ride and doing the best that he can. And it's been fun as a parent to watch this happen as well. So you know, he's a great college player. He was a college All-American as a punt returner and kickoff returner, but now he's given it a shot in the pros, and it's a different game. Just the speed is just unbelievable, but he's having fun, and it's been fun to support him and to encourage him along the way. And he's had, by the way, some trust and inspire leaders and coaches that saw potential in him, because he's kind of small. He's only 5'8". There's not a lot of 5'8" professional football players, but he's had leaders and coaches that believed in him, saw his potential, and helped him come to believe in himself. So he's a product of trust and inspire from other coaches, and I think most of us could probably trace back things in our lives to where maybe we had someone who believed in us, someone who took a chance on us, someone who gave us an opportunity, someone who maybe believed in us more than we believed in ourselves at the time. Maybe a leader or a mentor or a coach or a friend or a family member. And you look back at a person like that believed in us and what that did to us, and how we responded to that. That's the kind of leadership that really makes an impactful difference, that you remember, that you feel, and that you see yourself differently because of that. And this book is about becoming that kind of leader for others, a trust and inspire leader. It could be a trust and inspire family member or friend or mentor or coach or parent or neighbor, and really try to impact the world. And so it's taking all the work that I've done on trust over the last really 15 plus years, and then adding to it this idea of inspiration, and that inspiring others is a learnable skill, and it's what people want, to be inspired. It's where leadership is going, towards inspiration. I love the Wayne Gretzky metaphor, the great hockey player, the great one. And he was asked, what makes you so good at hockey? And he says, I skate to where the puck is going to be, not to where it's been. And I think in leadership, the puck is moving towards inspiration. And so it's what people want, to be inspired from their leaders. And so the whole idea that everyone can inspire, it's a learnable skill, because you inspire when you model, you inspire when you trust others, and you inspire when you connect with people through caring and belonging, and then connect people to purpose and to meaning and to contribution. Those are learnable skills. so we can all inspire. And it is a stewardship that we have as a leader, a responsibility. That's the idea. And it is exciting. So I use Britton as an example, my son, because he's had trust and inspire leaders in his life that helped him come to see and have confidence in himself because of how they had such confidence in him. And here he is right now in the big league, and he's having a great time.
Thank you so much, Stephen. Appreciate that. All right, so we're going to move into our next round, folks. We're going to get some questions asked for Stephen. We still got Stephen for about another hour, 15 minutes. And then we're going to have, of course, remember, folks, every Friday we have the stage for about 5 to 6 hours. So even after Stephen leaves today, we're going to have probably another 3 hours of greatness, analyzing everything we learned, just talking about the topic. And we'll have a lot of other influencers still in the house to share their thoughts as well. So stay tuned for that. In the meantime, I also want to welcome, we got Tom Chenault here. Tom Chenault's doing some amazing things. He's a ex radio guy, but he's got a great podcast, high connector. He really has done a lot of amazing things in the world of connecting and business, and just made a very big name for himself. So with that said, we're going to get to say hello to Tom in just a little bit. First, folks, Diamond, flash your mic if you're here. We're going to do a quick reset, and then we'll move into our questions. We get one question per person. And Stephen, because we got a lot of people who want to ask you questions, and I
Yeah,
hate to put the pressure on you, maybe about a minute each question, so we can get everyone to get their questions answered as well. So, with that said,
absolutely, Tony.
thanks,
Tony,
Stephen.
I appreciate your telling me that, because Tony, we did a long podcast and I gave long answers, and so Tony knows my inclination, and so I will be disciplined and try to answer shorter so we can have more dialogue.
You're doing great, Steve. I appreciate you, man. All right, so Diamond, flash your mic. We do a quick reset. And remember, folks, check for hot mics if you're a mod. That's very important. If you're coming on stage, definitely make sure you don't have a hot mic so we can hear from the speaker. Thank you so much. Diamond Diva, one of the top hosts on Clubhouse. So, Stephen, just to let you know about Diamond, we've been co-hosting rooms together for probably about a year and a half or so now, and she's my partner in no crime. And basically, she runs a room on Wednesday on mindset, and then we got this room on Friday, and this is how we keep the community tight. We got two options for everyone a week. So, Diamond Diva, off to you.
This is Diamond, and thank you so much, Dr. Finance. It truly is an honor to share the stage with you and our guest of honor, Stephen M.R. Covey, today. And I am a super fan of your work as well as your father's, and you absolutely are carrying on his legacy. I just want to share that. And welcome
Thank you.
everyone who's joined us. Absolutely. Welcome everyone who's joined us in the Finance Club. Take a moment to click on that green house and become a member of the club today. With over 15,900 plus members in the club, click on the greenhouse. We meet every single Friday, and Dr. Finance, the founder of the club, the curator of the space, always over delivers. Also, I just want to highlight today our conversations on leadership 101, how to inspire the world, with Stephen M.R. Covey in the building. I'd also like to take a moment to click on that link at the top and subscribe to the Dr. Finance Live podcast, where you can save the episode 80 with Stephen M.R. Covey, the full length interview, to learn more about how to trust and inspire. We'd also like you to take the time to connect with Dr. Finance and Dr. Finance team. Make sure you find both profiles with the bell set to always, so you always get the notifications when Dr. Finance hosts these incredible rooms. But don't stop there. Make sure you're connecting with Dr. Finance on his Instagram and his Twitter, his Facebook community, and his YouTube channel, where you can stream the Dr. Finance Live podcast with millions of followers across platforms. When you follow Dr. Finance today, you will see why. We also encourage you to tap in with our guest of honor, Mr. Stephen M.R. Covey. He's new to Clubhouse, so make sure you give him a warm welcome here today and connecting with him on all platforms as well. I also like to acknowledge our Green Badge Mod Squad who are helping out the room today. We got Ken and Judy Foster in the building. I see you, Judy. Thank you so much. I also like to welcome Ivan Meisner in the building, as well as Tom Chenault. Thank you both for being here with us today. Our wonderful superstar guests in the building to to support. We always appreciate you, as well as every single gold badge mod squad on the stage as well. Each of these rock stars have been hand selected by Dr. Finance to participate in this wonderful event here today. And I got one last request before we complete this reset. At the bottom of your screen, you're going to see a square with an arrow pointing up with the number 120. That's right, 120. Take a moment right now and share this room on Clubhouse and leave a nice note about all the value, the gems that you've been receiving so far in this room here today. And after you've taken the time to share the room, I want you to go back in and invite some people into the room. Be strategic, inviting those friends that you believe will come into this room and add value to the conversation. Tweet out the room, share the links everywhere links are accepted. And again, we thank you and welcome you in the Finance Club. This is Diamond, and I am complete. Back to you, Dr. Finance.
Wow, thank you so much, Diamond. Appreciate you guys. Are you ready to rock, folks? Come off your microphone if you're energized and ready to have experience this incredible night. Come off your
Woohoo!
mics, folks. Let's rock.
Yes,
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 this
let's
is
go.
woo!
Let's do it.
amazing.
Yeah.
Absolutely. We're
Is
ready.
this room alive? Let me know if this room's alive. I want to know so I'm
Yes, it
spending my
is.
time proper. Are you guys
Very
alive? Come on, come up
alive.
and
Very
say yes.
Oh,
alive.
it's alive.
Heck
It's
Yes,
yeah.
alive.
it's
Woo!
Absolutely, Dr.
alive.
Finance.
All right, all
Yeah.
right, all right. Friday nights, folks. Friday night. Let's
Yeah.
energize it. All right. With that said, I want to welcome. We got Scott Flansburgh in the audience here. Scott is a human calculator on Oprah. Scott, I know you come and check me out every Friday night. We want to get you up here, Scott. Whenever you're ready, let me know, folks. Anyone want to see the fastest person to calculate numbers? I mean, I'm talking about 2-3 digit numbers, adding them on together. Anybody want to see the human calculator? Scott Flansburgh come here as a guest speaker one day. Come off your mic and let me know. Say yes if you do.
Yes.
Yep.
All right.
Yes.
Yeah, that wasn't too many yeses. Check him out there, folks, in the audience. Scott Flansburgh. Scott, appreciate you, man, coming and joining us anytime you're ready. With that said, I want to thank everyone for being here. So we're here with Stephen Covey, folks. He's Stephen M.R. Covey, Trust and Inspire, 2 million plus copies sold of his books. If you go and check him out, go to Barnes and Nobles this weekend or something, have some coffee, and browse the business section. You'll see he's dominating at least one shelf in the 2 or 3 shelves that they've limited over there. So he's doing incredible things, and he's got an incredible topic. So with that said, Ken Foster, appreciate you, Ken, for all you do, and always trying to help support the community. That's what it's about, folks. If you have a great guest, if you know Oprah, or if you know Tony Robbins, or you know one of these big guest speakers, Brian Tracy, we haven't had on yet, let us know. If you know Jack Canfield, I know Jack Canfield, but if you can get him to come on the Clubhouse, bring them over here, folks. Let us know. Support this community. We've had millions of people we've inspired in this room. We've made millionaires in this stage. We've changed lives. We had Dr. Bernie Siegel come here. How many times? To do this is for free, folks. So all we ask for you guys to support us in any way possible. And Ken has done that. So Ken Foster, a major influencer in his space. Ken, appreciate you being here. If you have a question for the way we're going to do this, one question per person for Stephen Covey. Welcome, Ken Foster.
Thank you, Dr. Finance. And Stephen, thank you so much for joining us today. This just amazing that you take the time out to do this. I really appreciate it. You know, when you wrote the foreword to my book, you said that your dad told you courage is the quality of every quality at its highest testing point. How do we tie in courage to trust and inspire?
Yeah. Thank you, Ken. First of all, let me say this. Ken is amazing. He's a good friend, and I was honored to write the foreword for his book, and I'm grateful for our relationship. And so, my best to you, Ken, and Judy as well. Thank you. And I think courage is vital to being a trust inspire leader. In fact, I talk about 3 stewardships that we have, 3 responsibilities: to model, to trust, and to inspire. So when I take modeling on, what is it that a trust inspire leader models? Well, we want to model the values that we believe in. And if we have a firm, the values of the firm, we want to model the behaviors that we would like to see. But then I highlight some behavioral virtue pairings of 2 virtues that I put together as pairs that are really vital to model together. Independently, they're valuable, but as pairs, they're even stronger. And the 2 I put together, so here's what they are: humility and courage. I'll come back to this one because it's your question. Authenticity and vulnerability, and empathy and performance. Now, each of those virtues is important by themselves, but they're even more powerful in combination. So, coming back to humility and courage, we need both. Our leaders need to have both. And the courage is that, the quality of every quality at its highest testing point, the ability to have the will to do the right thing, to have the strength to do the right thing. But the courage is even better and stronger when it's also preceded and balanced by a humility, that there are principles out there that govern. And when a leader has both humility and courage, that is a powerful combination. It takes courage to be humble. And I know some leaders that could be strong in courage but low in humility. And sometimes that courage could even be manifest potentially in hubris or ego. I know other leaders that might be strong in humility, but really lack the courage to do the right thing, or to stand up for what is right, or to stand up for service or contribution. And so the combination of both humility and courage is an extraordinary, powerful modeling of the kind of leadership that is needed today. It's what people will respond to. But courage is right there with it. And it's independently valuable, and it's even more valuable in combination. And so that's what I think. I think this courage is vital. We need leaders with courage today, including the courage to be humble. So that the courage remains still about serving and not about ego or hubris. And that, courage run amok could turn into hubris and ego. But courage balanced by humility will remain in the realm of serving and service, and putting service above self-interest, which is vital. So that's my view of that, Ken. I think it's a vital topic, and I think we need both in greater amounts. And I still buy that premise that courage is the quality of every quality at its highest testing point.
Thank you, Stephen. That was brilliant. I really appreciate that. I took some notes while you were saying that, and look forward to connecting with you soon. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Ken. I sure had fun doing that session with you too, with Sharon and others that we did the other day. Thank
Yeah,
you.
the Global Oneness Summit. We just completed it. By the way,
Global.
Stephen, just FYI, we had 600,000 people view that summit. So you
Wow.
were a big reason for that. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I wondered because I suddenly got this big spike in the sales of Trust and Inspire, because we were talking about the new book, Trust and Inspire, among other things, and I was wondering, just looking on the Amazon sales numbers, suddenly when this thing hit, there was our sales numbers went up, and it took me a while to figure it out that this thing launched, and
Yeah,
if it had 600,000 views, that explains it.
that
So
that explains it. It was kick butt, and you were a big part of that, Stephen. So
thanks, Ken.
thank you so much for being there. It was amazing. We're going to be doing a couple more next year, so we'll talk about that.
Wonderful. Thank you, my friend.
Thank you, Ken. Thank you, Stephen. Brilliant response. And Ken, absolutely, man, you're doing some incredible things with that summit. So maybe we can do a joint venture, have a clubhouse room for that one of these days. That would be really really cool. How, folks, if you would like to have a clubhouse summit in this room one of these days, let us know in the chats down here. I'm actually coordinating with a few others who are major summit people as well. So maybe that's something we can do. We could bring a lot of different guests and kind of like an assembly of a few hours. I think that would be pretty cool. Let us know in the chats. Also, let us know in the chats where you're from. We have people from all over the world here, folks, except Antarctica. We have never had someone from Antarctica here. So if you go to Antarctica, you know who went to Antarctica? Where'd he go? He just left. Oh man, Ivan Meisner was the only guy I know that he went to Antarctica, and he was on a cruise. We could have had a clubhouse event then. It would have been great. Then we could have said we spoke virtually on 7 continents. So with that said, thank you so much, Ken. And then we got Diamond Diva up next. So before we do that, folks, I just want to let you know, definitely give the room a share if you can. We got 125 shares. I want to thank the action takers. Tim Shea's in the house. Thank you, Tim, for sharing. Thank you, Terry Lynn, for sharing. Eamon for sharing. Kat Moulton for sharing. Diamond Diva shared. Thank you, Lady Jules, and thank you, Michael Robinson. Sherry Matthews in the house. Thank you, Sherry. And Tom Chanel shared, thank you so much. Can we get 150 shares? And let's see, Diamond shared again. Thank you, Diamond. All right, almost get 150 shares. With that said, Diamond's up next. Oh, I'm sorry. Tina Laurie shared and Trey shared. I gotta give you guys some credit. With that said, folks, thank you all for being here and supporting our amazing guests. And just some house cleaning things real quick. Just reminders, folks, we got Tim Story coming next week, and just some amazing guest speakers lined up after that, including Mitzi Perdue. You know, she runs an incredible. Her husband was Frank Perdue. Her father was the chicken guy. Her father was the inventor or founder of Sheraton Hotels. We got so many crazy. Just if you want to just look at the Clubhouse, look at the Finance Club and look at the schedule, you'll see some of the amazing rooms we got coming up. So Diamond Diva on the top post on Clubhouse. The floor is yours. Thank you, Diamond.
This is Diamond, and thank you again, Dr. Finance, for the opportunity to support the room and ask this question here today. And thank you, Stephen, for all that you do. I'm super excited. My Trust and Inspire coffee is on its way from Amazon, and I can't wait to read all the great things that you're sharing. You really have dropped some incredible jewels here today. I love your model trust inspire framework. And my question is surrounding the trust factor. And as a mindset coach, I encounter lots of clients who are lacking in trust, just like you stated first, within themselves, which makes it a challenge for them to trust others or extend that trust. And so, my question for you is, what is the mindset shift that's required for them to begin to really foster that trust within themselves in order for them to then extend that trust into others and be that great leader? Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thank you, Diamond. And by the way, thank you so much for co-hosting this with Dr. Finance and really bringing this room alive and all that you do uh, to make this so tremendous. You're terrific, and I'm grateful to be here with you tonight, and especially your role as the co-host of this. So thank you, my friend. And you have analyzed it beautifully. That when you don't trust yourself, you have a hard time trusting others. So if any person is struggling with that self-trust or trusting themselves, they're going to have a hard time building trust in relationships or on teams because we tend to project out that distrust we might feel for ourselves onto other people. And so it's got to be inside out. And so we've got to look in the mirror and say, do I trust myself? Do I give to my team a leader that they can trust? So is it smart to trust me? And you work on that self-trust first. It comes first. And here's my experience of maybe a great way of thinking about it is, you're going to focus on both your character and on your competence. And none of us are perfect, but we're trying to get better in both domains in improving our character, and that's our integrity and our intent, our intent for others and for people, and then our competence. We're going to focus on our capabilities, always learning, growing, staying relevant, and our results, our performance, our track record, because that gives us confidence. And so that combination of character and competence is the area in which we want to focus. But here's what I've learned in a real practical way of how to kind of increase this self-trust. And it comes from the idea that the fastest way to build trust with other people is to make another person a commitment and then to keep it. Make another commitment and keep it. Repeat that process. Make, keep, repeat. Make, keep, repeat. You can build trust with people very fast this way. It's an accelerator to make and keep commitments, especially when there's value-added commitments that you're making. Guess what? That's also the fastest way to build trust with yourself, is to learn to make and keep commitments to yourself. And the whole idea is that too often people don't treat a commitment to themselves with the same respect that they might treat a commitment to another person. So they kind of just say, yeah, I'll do this, I'll do that. And it could be as simple as setting the alarm clock to get up the next morning at a certain time, and then the alarm goes off and you turn it off and go back to sleep. And, that's, in a sense, that's a commitment. But if you can learn to make and keep commitments to yourself and treat that with the same respect you do to another, that gives you a sense of clarity, a sense of integrity, a sense of power that will emerge from that, starting in the very little things. So I'm reminded of my my friend, Admiral William McRaven, who was the former commander of special operations for the United States. You know, all the elite fighting forces, Army Rangers, Navy SEALs, Green Berets, all reported under him. It was under him that they got Osama bin Laden. And when he retired, he became the chancellor of the University of Texas system. And he gave a commencement speech that went viral. And he said this, he said, if you want to change the world, make your bed. Make your bed. In other words, start with a small commitment that you can make and keep, and then make and keep it. And then go from that commitment to the next commitment, to the next commitment, to the next. And your sense of integrity, of clarity, of power grows. And that's what I'm saying with this idea of learn to make and keep commitments to yourself, starting with the small things. And as you do that, as you make your bed, so to speak, your clarity will grow, your integrity will grow, your power will grow. And that's a great starting place for all of us. And it makes it practical that gosh, let's just look right in the mirror and say, I'm going to get up tomorrow at 5 a.m. to go exercise. And I'm going to do that. And I'm going to do it the next day. And then I'm going to do this and then this. But don't make a commitment to yourself you're not going to keep. But keep them almost at all costs, or at least have a rationale if there's a reason why you can't that's very strong. But really focus on making and keeping commitments to yourself as a way of building that sense of self-trust. And you know what? This does not have to take years. It can happen fast. I find that even in a few days, you can begin to gain a sense of clarity and integrity and power. Here's a long, I know I'm violating the very thing that Dr. Finance asked me not to do. I'm giving long answers, but I figure with Diamond, she's the co-host, so I have a right to with her. So one last little anecdote to this. I had my own experience with this when we did the merger of the Covey Leadership Center with Franklin Quest. And we'd been going round the clock. You know, these mergers are exhausting. I was working 20 hours a day and had been for months, and I was exhausted. And I remember that in the deal, there were so many deal points, 1,000 deal points that continue on even after you sign the letter of intent. And I started finding myself turning a little bit scarcity minded, not as abundance minded as I wanted to be, and a little bit petty on some of these things. But I found myself also exhausted and maybe not keeping commitments to myself. And I'd go to bed at night and I'd set my alarm. You know, I'm going to bed at 1 in the morning, setting my alarm at 4 or 5 to go exercise before I start my next 20-hour day. And then the alarm would go off in the morning. And then I would, in the moment, make the decision of saying, well, you know what? I need this. I need the sleep more than I need the exercise. And I'd turn the alarm off and get another hour of sleep instead of exercise. And I did that several days in a row. And I remember one night going to bed, again, 1 or 2 in the morning, setting the alarm really early, and then saying to myself, wait a minute, why am I doing this? Why am I setting this alarm at 5 as if I'm going to get up? I've not done it several nights in a row. I've just slept in saying I need to sleep more than exercise. And I've begun to not have that self-confidence in myself that I would just keep that little commitment. And I said, look, I'm going to set the alarm at the time that I'm going to truly get up. And if I'll decide the night before, do I need the sleep more or the exercise more? And if I decide I need the exercise and I set the alarm, I'm going to get up, or else I'll set it later if I'm not going to. But I began just in the little things of a small commitment of setting that alarm and saying I'm going to get up the time it says and not justify that I need sleep more, and I'll make that decision the night before. I began to do that in a matter of 3 or 4 days of just doing that, getting up when I said I was going to. I began to become more clear, had more power, more integrity, and I began to focus on the deal with more generosity, more abundance. That little act of making keeping commitments to myself gave me a sense of clarity, of integrity, of power that manifests in every aspect of my life. So I believe we can get good at this and come to ourselves if we kind of fall off track a little bit, just by focusing on making and keeping commitments to ourselves. In other words, make our bed.
This is Diamond. And wow, 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 Stephen, what an absolutely beautiful share. And, I can really relate to your anecdote about the alarm clock. And it's those little mindset shifts surrounding what makes sense and honoring those commitments to yourself. It's absolutely brilliant. And so it's absolutely a pleasure to meet you. I cannot wait to read this wonderful work you created for all of us. And you're just doing an absolutely phenomenal job of carrying on the family legacy of the Coveys. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Diamond. I so appreciate that very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Diamond. Appreciate that. Great question and great response, Stephen. And very, very quickly, I just want to point out Diamond is a huge fan of Tony Robbins. So she studies intensely under Tony. So Stephen, I think Diamond and the rest of the room would appreciate this, folks. By the way, I know we got a lot of new folks come in here. This is Stephen Covey, folks. Stephen M.R. Covey, son of Stephen Covey, the famous Seven Habits of Highly Effective People. But Stephen is a leader in his own right. He's got an incredible lineup of books on trust and inspiration. One in particular is Trust and Inspire. That's who's here right now. 2 times New York Times bestselling author. Somebody asked me earlier today, is he a New York Times bestselling? No, he's 2 times New York Times bestselling author. So real quick though, on his book, Trust and Inspire, Diamond, and folks who are big Tony Robbins fan, I just want to read you the back cover. It says, quote, trust inspires the future of leadership. This is Stephen's best work yet ever. I'm sorry. Dot, period, and that's a quotation mark, and name Tony Robbins. So what did I just quote, folks? Tony Robbins endorsed Stephen's last book. So Stephen, real quick, if you just want to speak on that, and also Stephen, I also want to let you know, if you ever brought Tony Robbins to Clubhouse, you would make literally thousands of people inspired instantly. I can promise you that. Diamond, would you agree with that, Diamond? If you brought
Absolutely.
Tony
It'd be a
Robbins to
dream
Clubhouse.
come true.
Yeah, it would break the internet, as they say, right? Yeah, no, Tony was so kind and gracious. He was a good friend of my father, and I've got a good relationship with Tony as well. And so when I was finishing this book, I reached out to him and wanted him to look at it. And I loved his endorsement because that first line says it all. Trust and inspire is the future of leadership. And that's what I was trying to write about, is where leadership needs to go. It needs to clearly move away from command and control. We're clear on that. Everyone kind of agrees with that. They're less clear on what it needs to move toward. They're clear directionally by and large, but not clear more practically, tangibly. And trust and inspire is a tangible way of describing the kind of leadership that is needed, in contrast to the command and control. And so the fact that Tony would say trust and inspire is the future of leadership. This is Stephen's best work yet. And because I'm very proud of my prior works, including The Speed of Trust. That's the one that sold over 2 million copies and been translated into 22 plus languages. I'm very proud of that. And for Tony to say, and Tony endorsed that as well. But for Tony to say this is my best work yet, it makes me feel like I'm living life in crescendo, which is my dad's idea of that your most important work, your most important contribution is always in front of you and not in the past. And I feel really inspired about this book that's out, Trust and Inspire, because it's relevant to our time, to our day, and to people everywhere. People don't want to be managed. People want to be led. They want to be trusted and inspired. We all do, and we do our best work when we are trusted and inspired. And what if, just like others have been that kind of leader for us, what if we could become that kind of leader for them? That's the idea. So, and I was grateful for Tony for his kindness and generosity.
Thank you, Steve. Appreciate this response. Brilliant response. Thank you, Diamond. Great question. All right, folks. A lot of folks are walking into the stage, and you might be new like Steven here. Steven's got a party at. If you're new like Steven, let me just show you real quickly. We'll walk you through the format of what you're staring at. You could be looking on your phone or an iPad. So at the top is the Finance Club, right? That's the club title. You hit the greenhouse, and you'll come to a page. It'll say the club. It'll say 15.9 thousand members. We almost got 16,000. And just a little bit of history of this club. I helped build the former club that I didn't own, but I was the leader in that, to 40 to 100,000 members, and then we switched over last November. So since that point, we got almost 16,000 members just in this club alone. Got 8 other clubs, but this is the main one we use. Okay, so going back to the screen, you'll see at the top a link to the actual interview on YouTube. All right, of Stephen Covey. If you save that for later, and then you have all the people down here. And when they talk, they hit the microphone to open it and close it to mute. So that's how the stage works. If you want to share the room, there's a little a little square at the bottom with an arrow pointing up. It says 137 right now. You hit that, and then you hit share on Clubhouse. So let's see how many folks can do it right now. So hit share on Clubhouse or invite people. And let's see, if I hit the insights button, I can see that Eamon shared the room. We got 137 shares, right? Working our way up to 150. Tom Chenault shared the room. He said, "You are missing it." He's trying to tell everyone else, right? Dimple Dang has shared the room. She said, "Come join." Dr. Collardine shared, and so many others, including Pamela the boy and Aurea and Dr. Claudine, Tina Laurie, Trey Urban. All right, so that's how it works, folks. And basically, we got one of the legends here on the stage today. So with that said, appreciate you, Stephen. We got Judy Foster, Ken Foster's wife, up next. So Judy, if you want to, if you're here, flash your mic. If you want to ask Stephen a question, and then we're gonna get to Tom and Adrian Chenault, father and son, right, on stage. And I don't know if you've met them, Stephen, but I'm going to introduce you because you got a super fan here. According to Tom, his son, by the way, Tom's a legend in his own right. His son Adrian's life was changed by your book or your dad's book, and/or I think a combination. So we're gonna hear from him in just a second. Judy, flash your mic if you're here. If you got a question or you want to ask Stephen a question. So Judy's helping out in the background. Whenever you're ready, Judy. We got Tom. Oh, there she goes. Go ahead, Judy. Welcome.
Okay, thank you. Hi, Stephen. What a
Hi, Judy.
blessing to have you in this room, especially with so many amazing entrepreneurs and influencers and people that are making a difference in the world. And to hear you share such inspiration for us to step it up and, grow more to be leaders of authenticity and trust and all the amazing words that you shared with us. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. And as a owner of a large organization for female entrepreneurs, I just wanted to ask what wisdom or inspiration would you have to share with us in growing our businesses through networking?
Well, first of all, thank you, Judy, for those kind words, and delighted, honored, grateful to be with you and Ken and with all of you here at Clubhouse tonight. So thank you so much. I would say this, uh, Judy, that um, if you think about it, if we're always trying to do two things as leaders, I think, at the same time, and they're interrelated. We're trying to deliver results, get the outcomes, and do it in a way that grows people. And so, the command and control model kind of uses people to get the results and the outcomes, and not necessarily bad uses people. You could say they get results through people. That doesn't sound bad. That's okay, but people are just a means to an end, and the end is the results. And the results remains an end with trust and inspire, but so does the growth of the people. That's also an end in and of itself, and at the same level. And so we're trying to get results in a way that grows people. So we're trying to grow the business in a way that grows people. Then our ability to grow the business more has just gone up. And because now there's more capability, there's more capacity, there's more talent that's manifest in the business, people are at a different level. When they've grown, they can grow it further. And so we're trying to unleash the greatness of our business by first unleashing the greatness of our people. It truly is inside out. And I'll give you one example.
Stephen, hey Stephen, I think you're on mute. Yeah, there you
Am
go.
I on my, okay.
Yes, you were
Oh, I'm
you
sorry.
were on mute for about 20
Oh,
seconds.
okay. So I'll just do a quick resummary. I was talking about Satya Nadella. When he became the CEO of Microsoft, he inherited a situation where it was kind of seen that they'd had their best days in the past. They were no longer the cool place to work. They were losing talent. They were not innovating anymore. Now, they still were big and they still had a lot of wonderful qualities, but they just were not, they were kind of fading a little bit, resting upon their laurels of the past. But in comes Satya Nadella, a completely different kind of leader. And he did exactly the trust inspire approach. He modeled, he trusted, and he inspired. He modeled the behavior. He went first with humility and courage. He modeled authenticity and vulnerability. He was a completely different kind of leader that was authentic and vulnerable. He modeled empathy, and that inspired people. He trusted. He operated with a growth mindset for everyone. And he would ask his leaders, not only have it for yourself, but have it for all your people. And when some leaders say, well, I've got some people on my team that don't have a growth mindset, he'd put it on those leaders saying, that's up to you to help them catch the vision of having a growth mindset. And with that growth mindset, he extended trust dramatically and abundantly. And they moved from a managing model to a coaching model based upon trust. And then finally, he inspired in two ways. He inspired by focusing on caring and caring for people and belonging. And also, he inspired by connecting to purpose and the meaning and the contribution. So he modeled, he trusted, he inspired. Bottom line is this: they began to win in the workplace again. They build a high trust culture that inspires. They're a cool place to work again. Now, they're not perfect. They still got challenges like all of us, but it's a complete revitalization of their organization. Their culture is vibrant, it's dynamic, it's high trust, it's inspiring, and they're a magnet for talent again in a tough industry. And then, secondly, they began to win in the marketplace again with heavy collaboration and innovation. And before he took over, rather than collaborating, they were cutthroat competitive with each other inside the organization. But now they're collaborating and innovating. They've reinvented themselves. They're a cloud powerhouse. And here's the thing: they have completely transformed and revitalized the organization. And their stock price under his leadership went from, I think it was 36 to $250. They're now one of only two companies in the world valued at over $2 trillion. But here's my premise: the way he grew the business and unleashed the talent and unleashed the greatness of the organization was because he first unleashed the greatness of his people, of the talent, that growth mindset for his organization, and unleashing the capabilities, the talent, the greatness of his people enabled them to succeed in the marketplace like they have and to be valued like they are. The sequence matters. It's inside out. It's very hard to sustain winning in the marketplace if we're not first winning in the workplace with our own people, with our own team. And so I think the opportunity for growth is to say, let's grow. We want to grow, but to grow, we've got to build trust. We've got to build a high trust culture that inspires. And we've got to grow and develop our people. And as we unleash the capabilities and the talents and the greatness of our people, we'll be in a better position to do precisely that same thing of our organization. So it's inside out. The sequence matters. And it's really kind of a simultaneous process, but it's a mindset of always focusing on, yes, getting results and doing it in a way that grows people, doing it in a way that builds a high trust culture, doing it in a way that inspires. And when you do that, then your ability to do more growth, get more results in the future has just gone up. And that's what we're looking for.
Wow, you got a brilliant
Woohoo!
response there,
Thank you.
Judy. Bonus question. How are you, Judy?
Thank you. Thank you. That was wonderful. What an inspiration you are. And I'm sure it made a difference for so many people in this room. And Ken just
Thank you.
told me he has your new book, and I'm so excited, looking forward to reading it. Thank you so much. Lots of love.
Thank you so much, Judy.
All
So
right.
appreciate it.
Thank you, Steve. Appreciate brilliant, brilliant response, Judy. Great question. We got a lot of new folks walking in. I want to thank everyone for being here, folks. Stephen, just to let you know, Stephen Covey, folks, one of the top leaders in business. He's just dominating the business aisle at Barnes and Nobles and all bookstores near you with his new book, Trust and Inspire. He's here. His father is a legend in the field of business inspiration, leadership, and he's continuing that legacy. So with that said, folks, Leadership 101, How to Inspire the World with Stephen Covey. We also got a stage full of other leaders and thought leaders, influencers of all sorts. I want to welcome everyone who is here. I want to thank. So just to let you know, Stephen, we have a ticker, a time thing at the top. We didn't have this when we first grew up on Clubhouse, but now we do. We can count how many people are in the room. So we got 150 people approximately here right now, and there's a number to the left. I don't know if you can see that at the top left corner. Says 636. That means the number of people that's been in this room since we opened it about an hour and a half ago. So that's how we just the quantitative stuff to operating this, but it doesn't matter the numbers. It's who's here. So for example, we've got serious serial entrepreneurs here of all sorts. I got a lot of people I want to introduce you in just a bit. David Hill just popped in. We've got Sherry Matthews, a highly successful serial entrepreneur here, and so many others on the stage. We're going to introduce in just a moment. I want to introduce you to Tom and Adrian Chenault if you're not already. That's why I brought them up already. Tom he's a legacy and legend in the radio world, the interviewing world. He's interviewed pretty much anyone you name it in the self-help space, and so much more. So Tom and his son Adrian, your book and your dad's book has changed his life. But I'll let him tell the story. So Tom and Adrian Chenault, you guys want to come off your mic and I'll introduce you to Stephen Covey. Welcome, Tom and Adrian Chenault.
Hello, how you doing, Mr. Covey? I'm the father, and I am in awe of your book, The Speed of Trust. I cannot wait to read and buy a lot of your new book. My son
Thank you.
he was the international CFO over at Rackspace, 32 years old, just had a job so much bigger than him. And he said, "What am I going to do?" And I said, "Read this book." And he read that book, and you changed his life. Then he stepped out of that space and went and built a company around your principles, sir. And I am
Wow.
going to tell you, you are all of it in a bag of chips. And I am in awe of Dr. Finance. I cannot believe he got you on this show before I got you on mine. I mean, I am like, I'm flabbergasted. I saw you were coming today. I couldn't believe my eyes. And we put out the word everywhere because you need to be a household name just like your dad was. So thank you, thank you, thank you. And Adrian, tell this man what you think of him.
I am so honored to be here. Thank you so much for inviting me up on stage, Tony. And as my dad said, a quick little story. I was getting ready to move to London, England, on my first international tour in a publicly traded company that I was working for. And we had already sent all the boxes, everything had already gone across the pond. It was just at Christmas time. And my dad decided, in his infinite wisdom, that he needed to give me a stack of 13 business books that I was supposed to somehow take onto the airplane, which obviously was not going to happen. And I have to say, I somewhat arbitrarily chose the two that sounded most interesting to me, and the Speed of Trust was one of them. And so I get on the plane, I go over to England to start a new job, and what I didn't realize at the time is that my getting promoted into this job was extremely controversial, and I was walking into an environment where there was zero trust and total hostility toward me. And I didn't even remember that I had chosen your book out of that stack. And after about 2 weeks in this job, I was having a heck of a time. I had no idea what to do. And out of my bag fell a book called The Speed of Trust. And I thought, well, that sounds pretty good right now. These guys don't seem to trust me at all. And your book is one of the few books I can say with certainty changed the trajectory of my career in life. It's that important of a book, and I am so looking forward to reading your new one, sir. So thank you so much for having me.
Wow. Well, thank you, Adrian, and also thank you, Tom. I'm really humbled by your sharing this, and Adrian, that to have your specific situation in this new environment, this new job in England, in a low trust situation, and to have the Speed of Trust be something that you found was really practical and valuable to you in helping to navigate that situation. And my guess is that, without knowing the full story, is that you maybe found value in there of how in a low trust environment you could still build high trust, even in a low trust world, and begin to change the dynamic. Because while it takes two to have trust, it only takes one to start. And each of us can be that one. And it sounds like you were that one, led out with this, modeled the behavior, focus on your credibility, your behavior, and was able to then impact others and change the dynamic in that situation. And that's a tribute to you and your leadership. And I'm thrilled that you found the book helpful, because that's why I wrote it, is to say, look, trust is learnable. Trust is a learnable skill. It's not something that you either have or you don't. That might be your starting point. But in the same way that you can diminish and lose trust through your behavior, you can also consciously, deliberately create it, grow it, expand it through your behavior. And in fact, you can get exceptionally good at building trust on purpose. And you can turn this into a strength, a chosen conscious competence, the ability to create trust as a leader in relationships on a team. And it sounds like that you found the book helpful for you to do that. So thank you, Adrian. I'm humbled and honored that you'd share that. And also, Tom, I appreciate your recommending the book and putting that in the bag and as something that they got to read, and your advocacy for the speed of trust, which is really my initial work, and it remains, and it's more relevant today than it was even when I wrote it. In fact, I did a revised edition of the Speed of Trust a couple of years ago, an updated edition, and I added a new afterword. And in the afterword, here's the title of the afterword: 10 reasons why this book is more relevant today than the day I wrote it. and I went through and talked about how in our world, in all that's going on, more than ever before, we need more trust, not less. And we're still operating in a world of declining trust. And the danger of a low trust world is that it tends to perpetuate itself. Distrust is contagious, and it spreads. And we got to counteract it intentionally, consciously, and say, no, there's a better way to lead, a better way to operate. And it starts from the inside out with each of us. And we build that self-trust. And from the self-trust, it ripples out to a relationship trust. And from there to a team trust. And from there between teams. And from there into the organization. And from there out into the marketplace with stakeholders and customers and partners. And from there, it ripples out into all society. So it's inside out, starting with each of us looking in the mirror. And that's what you did, Adrian. And so grateful to hear your story, humbled by it, and grateful also to you, Tom, for recommending this. This is where it started. And speed of trust. Nothing. I like to say nothing is as fast as the speed of trust, and it changes everything. And that's the subtitle of that book, the one thing that changes everything. Because if we get good at trust, we can do everything else that we're trying to do better. It's a performance multiplier. It's an accelerator, and it's an energizer of relationships and teams and cultures. And so I think it's foundational. And then with this new work I have out, Trust and Inspire, it's really now elevating it to to leadership, to saying that this is a style of leadership that is needed today. It includes what's in Speed of Trust. So we got to build trust, but it's really focusing on what these stewardships, these responsibilities are that we have as leaders to lead in a new world, to model, to trust, and to inspire. And the modeling, in a sense, is the trustworthiness, the credibility. The trusting is that need, that 13th behavior in the Speed of Trust, the 13 behaviors. The 13th behavior is as important as the other 12 combined, because that's the behavior of extend trust. And the idea that you got to give trust to get trust. You got to extend it to receive it. And when we trust people, they tend to trust us back. When we don't trust others, they also tend to not trust us. And we need to extend that trust to people in a smart way. I'm not asking you to blindly trust people, but when you do it, people receive it and they return it. They also rise to the occasion, they perform better, and they get inspired by it. And then we add to it, then inspiring others, being a learnable skill, a learnable competency, and that everyone can inspire. So really grateful for your comments, both of you, Tom and Adrian, and for your experience, Adrian, in applying a Speed of Trust in your situation, having it be valuable to you, and Tom, for your recommendation. As you know, this is how these books get legs, because word of mouth and people talk about it, and it's practical, it's tangible. And I really believe you will like Trust and Inspire as much as Speed of Trust. I'm equally proud of both works, but I am very proud of this new work because I think it's so timely for our world that's not only low in trust but also low in inspiration. And we need a new way to lead, and just an improved version of the limited, flawed paradigm model of a trust and inspire of a command and control model. Even an enlightened command and control is not relevant for this world that we're operating in. We need a new way to lead in a new world, and trust and inspire is it. So thank you, my friends. I appreciate it.
Wow. Thank you so much, Tom and Adrian. Brilliant questions. Adrian, thank you for the awesome share. Tom, pleasure seeing you, man. We got to chat offline. I haven't spoken to you in a while. I hope all is well where you're at. And Tom, I see you on flash your mic. Okay, went to the other line. All right, so thank you, Tom and Adrian. Appreciate you guys. Stephen, great response. All right,
And
folks, we got a lot of new folks coming. Guys,
yeah,
Stephen.
hold on one
Yeah, Tom,
second,
go ahead.
Tony. Everybody, I know a lot of you on here, and I'm just going to tell you one thing right now. You want to be his book. Don't just read his book, his new one and his old one. You want to be that book, because it will be the foundation of your integrity in your business forever. So, sir, thanks a million for letting us come on for a couple minutes. And Tony, I love you. I will call you tomorrow.
Thank you, Tom. I appreciate your kindness and generosity. It means a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom and Adrian, Stephen. And Stephen, by the way, I put the copy of your book, folks. Definitely check it out. The Speed of Trust. I put it on Amazon. This link at the top. Um, it's incredible, Stephen. You actually have almost 3,500 reviews just on that one book. So, I mean, I guess that's what do I expect of a two-time New York Times #1 New York Times best-selling author? But that's that's incredible.
Well, yeah, wonderful. And make sure you also put the link to the new book, Trust and Inspire. That's just barely out, so we haven't sold 2 million copies yet. But our goal will be to do just that, and because this is so needed in a world. And the great thing about this new book, Trust and Inspire, is that it's not just for traditional leadership. It's for the idea that leadership is a choice, not a position. Everyone is a leader. We lead in our homes. We lead in our neighborhoods, in our communities. We lead in relationships. And so the key to becoming a trust and inspire leader is to first become a trust and inspire person. And again, I go back to asking our listeners to identify a trust and inspire figure in your life, a family member, a friend, a parent, a grandparent, aunt, uncle, um, a coach, a mentor, a leader, someone who believed in you, someone who had confidence in you, someone who maybe believed in you more than you believed in yourself and helped you come to believe in yourself, helped you see yourself differently because of their confidence, their belief in you, how they communicated that, what that did to you, how you responded to it, how you rose to the occasion. We've all had someone like that. Some of us more than one person. And if you think about that kind of leadership, how you felt and how you saw yourself differently, maybe even to this day because of that kind of leader. For me, this was my father, of how he treated me as a child and helped me see my potential, my greatness. It was inside of me that I didn't see, but he helped me see it. And what that does to you, you don't need to be managed with such a person. You're being led, you're being trusted, you're being inspired, and we all respond to that. And we rise to the occasion, we perform better. I love this idea that don't treat people according to their behavior, treat them according to their potential. And they'll tend to rise up to that potential and become that kind of person. Now, look, you're mindful of their behavior, you're aware of it, you're not naive, but treat people according to their potential, not their behavior. And they tend to live up to it. And you're seeing the greatness in others and you're communicating it so they come to see it in themselves. And then you develop it, then you unleash it and tap into that. And so we need this at every level. We need it in our schools, trust and inspire. It's a very command and control world still. But we need to unleash the greatness, the potential in our students, in our kids, in our teachers, in our people everywhere, at every level. And this book can do that. I'll mention this, that one of the endorsers of the book is Beth Ford. She's the CEO of Land O'Lakes, the dairy producing company that makes cheese and butter and other things, and a great organization. And she's a wonderful CEO. She wrote a kind endorsement for the book. But here was the best thing about it is when she sent the endorsement back, She, talked about how this was a really valuable approach to leadership and a style that really was relevant in our world today. But then she told me personally, she said, and I'm going to apply this in my leadership at Land O'Lakes. And as much as I love this for Land O'Lakes, and it will be invaluable to me, the greatest value of this is going to be for me as a parent with my children. And she just described, I think it was 3 children, and how this was so relevant for her. And that was her first takeaway. And I hope that every one of you will find the same thing, that this will help you as a leader, but it will help you as a person. To become a trust and inspired person is the foundation for how we'll do it in every walk of life. And that's what I hope you'll find in the book.
Thank you, Stephen. Appreciate that. Great share. All right, folks, we got Stephen Covey in the house. I want to thank those who've been sharing so far. We got Deborah Merlot shared, one of the ambassadors of the club. 166 shares, folks. Can we get 175? Thank you, Eamon, for sharing. Thank you, Margie, for sharing. Kyle Sells Business shared. Thank you, Kyle. Thank you, Ursula. Thank you, Ken Foster. Thank you, Judy Foster. Tom Chanel. Fashion Vegas shared the room. Thank you. Savannah, Heidi. Heidi Wild is in the house. Wow, she's actually documenting Clubhouse. Thank you, Heidi. Karen King for sharing the room. Thank you so much. Thank you, Eamon and Alexis. We got 168 shares, folks. Can we get 175? Diamond Diva shared the room. My buddy Preston Weeks has shared the room. Thank you, Preston. Shantae shared the room. Patricia Fung shared the room. By the way, Preston Weeks, folks, we're doing a mastermind with 2 legends in March. If you guys want to be a part of this, let us know. It's in Arizona. It's a physical retreat. We got the legend, talking about New York Times bestseller, the one who broke the record, Mark Victor Hansen, 59 New York Times bestsellers, Chicken Soup for the Soul, and my mentor, Sharon Lechter, co-author Rich Dad Poor Dad, together in the same event, folks. It's going to be an experience you're never going to forget about. So definitely let us know by sending us your info in the background, and we'll get you more info within the next couple of weeks. Preston and I have been working around the clock trying to put this thing together the past couple of weeks. So we'll have more info for you very shortly. With that said, thank you, Stephen. Thank you, everyone, for being here. David Hill is flashing mic if you're here, David. David will be co-hosting a room with me next week. We're going to have Tim Story, one of Oprah's great friends, coming here. That's our main guest speaker. So we got David Hill. He's an incredible influencer on and off Clubhouse. He's doing amazing things, especially in real estate with EXP Realty. But David, welcome, David. You want to say hi to Stephen? So, folks, Stephen's only going to be around for about another 20 minutes or so. So we're going to get just a few more questions in, and we're going to keep it going. We got an incredible room lined up all night with amazing influencers. Welcome, David Hill.
Hey, thanks, Dr. Finance. I appreciate you, sir. And Stephen, awesome to meet you, man.
Thank you.
I'm not saying it. I'm not just saying this. My mother gave me that book, The Speed of Trust. I think maybe about 15 years ago, and it was probably one of the books that had the most impact on my life. So, I just want to say thank you for that.
Thank you.
Now, was that your book or is that your dad's book?
The Speed of Trust is my book. Yes.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry I didn't know the difference back then.
Yeah.
And by the way, sorry about your dad. I know he had
Thank you.
passed because I was definitely a fan of his books as well. I would say, I guess the question I would have for you is, with the regards to the book. I'm usually not ever at a loss for questions either. But I guess I'm actually looking at the book right now. I have it in my hand because you just reminded me to pull it out, and I'm trying to think. It's funny. I'll read this. It says, "Dear David," this is actually here's when my mother. I thought it was longer than that, but it looks like it was in 2017. "Dear David, I stumbled upon this book and found so much good in it. I just had to get you a copy. I hope this is in line with your best ever birthday. I am so proud of you. Love, Mom." And like I said, this book was just amazing. I would say just for you, what would you say is the one, like, if you would summarize to, like, if somebody hadn't even read the book, Stephen, and you said, here's the one thing I want you to take away from this book or get from it, what would you say to them?
'Yes, and this is for Speed of Trust, right? Yes. So for speed of trust, I would say this. I'm gonna, David. I'll take the one thing and make it two. I would say this: the two things. First is that trust is the one thing that changes everything. So if we can get good at trust, we can do everything else better that we're wanting and trying to do. It changes everything, literally. That's not just a nice superlative or nice, phrase. It's a reality. Anything we're trying to do, we do better when we start with trust. And when there's trust, and the greater the trust on a team, in a relationship, in an organization, in a culture, it is like a performance multiplier for everything else that we're doing. Whereas the lack of trust, distrust, is a diminisher. It dilutes, it taxes everything we're trying to do. So trust is truly the one thing that changes everything. That'd be the first thing. This is kind of the why this matters. And then the second thing would be the idea that trust is a learnable skill, that trust is a competency. It is something we can learn and do and create and grow and expand and build intentionally on purpose. And for some, that's a paradigm shift, because some people kind of operate from the premise of you either have trust or you don't. It's either there or it's not. And I'll acknowledge that that's your starting place, but you can build trust intentionally. You can build it on purpose when you understand the components of it, how trust comes out of your credibility and your behavior, and how it's built from the inside out. You can get good at building trust on purpose. And so that's a paradigm shift for most people, that trust is a learnable skill. And so those two things of trust changes everything, trust is learnable. This can become our greatest strength, and we need this in a low trust world. So that would be my two takeaways for that. Then we do a similar thing for the new book, Trust and Inspire, and that would simply be this: the world has changed and our style of leadership is not, so we need a new way to lead in a new world. Command and control won't work anymore in this new world of work, with these younger generations, Gen Zs, millennials, with work from home, work from anywhere, remote, hybrid, intentionally flexible work, with people having choices and options. The only way we're going to attract, retain, engage, and inspire the best people is with a different kind of leadership. Command and control won't get us there. Trust and inspire will. And then the idea that trust and inspire is the new way to lead. It's where leadership is going. We model, we trust, we inspire. These are our stewardships we have. A job with a trust for all of the people that we lead, to model, to trust them, to inspire them. And when we do that, people become their best selves and they perform better. We get better results, better outcomes, but also we increase the well-being of the people, of the culture, greater energy, greater joy, greater happiness. And so every arrow goes up the right way that we want to have happen. And we bring out the greatness in people. And as we do that, we bring out the greatness in our organization. And it truly is inside out. So, and this is the new way to lead in a new world. That would be the idea for the Trust and Inspire book. So appreciate your
Can I
kind comments, David.
one more quick thing? As I'm listening to you and you say trust is learnable, I'm personally, I want to know more about that.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing that's coming to my mind, though, is like there are people that just are not trusting, right? Like, you know that old saying, if somebody's not trustworthy, then they don't trust. I don't know if that's true or
Mm-hmm.
not, but let's say there is somebody that just one of those people that just doesn't trust anybody. How do you get somebody? Are you able to get somebody like that to trust you?
Yeah, it's a good question. And you're right that people that tend to not trust themselves have a very hard time trusting others. We had a little bit of a dialogue earlier about that, and that absolutely can be the case. And some people also, maybe they've been burned before, maybe they've tried trusting and it didn't work, and they might have their reasons, and some just might be that they lead with suspicion, and maybe they're good at that in other aspects of their life. There might be a whole variety of reasons why it may be difficult for some to trust. Here's what I've learned, that I think it's still possible in many situations, maybe not in every situation, but in many, to help someone that doesn't trust others to learn that they might be able to trust you. So here's a way of thinking about it. if you always start with yourself. And rather than saying, hey, what's wrong with you? You don't trust anyone. You got a problem. That's not going to be very effective, probably. But maybe do it this way. Hey, I'd like to really work well together. And I've learned if we can trust each other, it works better. So what can I do to increase your confidence in me? I've also learned to use the word confidence sometimes in place of trust, because it just feels a little bit less emotional, and the trust sometimes can be a little bit loaded for someone that you don't trust me. And so what can I do to increase your confidence in me, because I want to be that kind of person for you that you can count on and rely upon? So rather than making it about what's wrong with you, you don't trust anyone, it's what can I do to increase the confidence that you have in me so that you can count on me, rely upon me as a go-to person. I want to be that kind of person for you and with you. And then I listen to what they might say. And at first someone might resist and, wonder what you're doing, but I stay at it. I want to be this kind of person for you. What do I need to do to become that person? They might say, well, look, my problem is I want to make sure I want to make sure something gets done, and I want to make sure they do it right. And so that's why I have a hard time letting go, because I got to make sure it's done. And so, okay, great. So you want to make sure that when I'm given an assignment that I do it and I report back on it, and they're like, yeah. And they might start to say, oh, give you some ideas of what they're looking for. Then you can say, great, I'm hearing you. Let me clarify expectations. I'll try to do this. Then do it. Then keep those commitments. Deliver results on this. Get back to them and say, hey, you asked me to do this. I wanted to report back. Here's what we've done. Here's what we've learned. And, it might feel initially like I have a short leash because they don't trust people, but I'm trying to earn the right for them to extend more trust. And then I continue, and I'm accountable to this, and I repeat this. And over time, what happens in some situations, the people starts to learn that, hey, maybe I can't trust everyone, but I've learned I can trust David because he knows what I'm looking for. He delivers, he reports back on me, and so I don't need to hover over and micromanage him, because he's getting it done and he's reporting back, and I get the information I need and I know what's happening. And the whole point is that you can help someone that doesn't trust people to learn that they could trust you because of how you always deliver and perform. And if they can learn to trust one, maybe they can learn to trust another, and maybe another and another, and so forth. So that's the idea. Now, obviously, it does start, if the person is fundamentally untrustworthy themselves and they don't care and they're not working on that, they're going to always have a hard time trusting others. But if they do, there's some trustworthy people that still have a hard time trusting. So if they're trustworthy but have a hard time trusting for whatever reason, maybe just letting go is hard, this is a great way of doing it. You ask them, what can I do to increase your trust and confidence in me? Because I want to become that kind of person for you. And if you can model them learning how to trust one, and then by extension, maybe they can learn to trust another, and then another. And then if you could also be a model of trusting others, where you do it in a smart way, where you build the agreement with expectations and accountability around the trust being given, as well as growing the person, then they can look at you and say, oh, there's a model of how to do it, of how to extend trust to people, be trusting of people. I'm seeing what David's doing. That's impressive. Maybe I could do that too. So again, you become a model who could become a mentor, even to your boss.
Wow, what a
Wow.
brilliant, brilliant response. Thank you, David. Appreciate that. Stephen, what a
Thank you.
great
Wow.
response.
Thank
David,
you.
Wow.
great question. And I just want to, a lot of the stage has been changing, Stephen. I just want to keep you posted. We got a lot of people just walked into the room. The stage moves fast in Clubhouse. So I just want to let you know
Yeah.
we got a special guest for you. Okay. I told you I was going to turn up the knob a little bit today. We got Ivan Meisner stopped in earlier and all these other incredible folks. You saw DC Cordova. We got, first of all, Preston Weeks is Mark Victor Hansen's right hand man. He's actually we're gonna be doing a venture mastermind with two legends, and he's on stage with us. But more focused right now on somebody very special. I think that you would appreciate. Her name is Sharon Lechter. She's my mentor, co-author of Rich Dad Poor Dad, author of Think and Grow Rich for Woman, financial advisor to two U.S. presidents. I mean, you name it. 5 times New York Times bestselling author. Just an incredible woman with an incredible heart. And I want to introduce. Well, you already know her. I want to introduce to the crowd, if you haven't already met her, Sharon Lechter. Sharon, Stephen Covey. Wow, this is incredible stage.
Thank you so much, Dr. Finance. What a great opportunity. Hello, Stephen. And we had the pleasure of sharing a panel, the invitation of the one and only Ken Foster. So I see Ken is in the room as well. So it was wonderful. And I really want to highlight the message that you're providing, Stephen, is so, so important. And I think you, in your last phrase, you talked about creating the agreement and the structure for that accountability and for the communication within that circle of trust. And I think it's such communication is such a key. And, I talk about having your inner circle of trust, those people that truly are your bonded, but being able to live a life of trust. Um, you have to trust yourself, and everything that
Yep.
you're sharing is so important in what the world we have. And I just want to applaud you and thank you for your messaging, and know that we're singing very similar songs. So thank you.
You are, Sharon. It's wonderful to hear you and to be with you again. Loved doing that session with you with Ken, and you were magnificent as always, and you're so insightful, and we have a similar message. It is inside out. It always starts with ourselves, and it ripples out from there. It's hard to build trust with others if you don't trust yourself, and so you begin there, and then it naturally becomes more easy and abundant to build trust with others. That self-trust leads to the relationship trust, which leads to the team trust, which leads to the organizational trust, which leads to the market trust, which leads to societal trust. Inside out, it's the ripple effect, but it always starts with ourselves, and
And
that's
it's so
please.
much more important with all the anger in the world today, and all the the division. I think it's, you have to start with that trust with yourself and the people around you. So I really applaud your message, and will support it as much as I can.
Thank you, Sharon. Thank you. And in this new work, Trust and Inspire, I'm calling this modeling. We model. We go first. Someone needs to go first. Leaders go first. So if we want more respect on our team or in our culture, we're the ones that go first in showing and demonstrating respect. We want more understanding and empathy. We're the first to show empathy and to listen and to understand. If we want more trust, we're the first to extend the trust, to give it, as well as to model trustworthiness. So someone needs to go first. Leaders go first. That's modeling. And today we need more models and less critics. Be a model, not a critic. And that's the idea. And we go first. Someone goes first. Leaders go first. And you're a great example of that, Sharon. And appreciate this chance to be with you.
All right. Thank you, folks. Sharon Lechter, folks, definitely give her a follow if you haven't. Follow her on and off Clubhouse, folks. If it wasn't for Sharon, I wouldn't be here. Sharon nominated me to this app, and millions of people, literally, how to inspire the world. It's the name of this title of this room. Well, I don't know about the whole world, but we've inspired millions of people through this community. And if Sharon never nominated me here, that would have never happened. So just imagine the impact of one person doing one detail and the ripple effect, right? And then take that to do that to many thought leaders. If you can get to them and do the same thing, that's how you change the world. So Sharon, thanks again. I appreciate everything you've done, Sharon.
My pleasure,
And
Dr.
thank both
Finance.
of you for acknowledging being on that panel with me. That was an incredible experience, and I think we touched the lives of many people on the Global Business or Global Oneness Summit. So thank you both, Stephen and Sharon.
Thanks, Ken.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you so much, guys. Appreciate it. We got a full stage, but I want to, Stephen, I want to respect your time. I know you said you had a hard stop at 2 hours, but we do have a stage full of incredible people lining up to ask you questions. Do you want to take any more questions, or did you want to? Just let me know what your thoughts are,
Yeah,
Stephen, in terms of time.
yeah. Unfortunately, my hard stop is real. I have just a couple minutes of leeway, so let me take one more question, and then I've got a couple of thoughts that I want to make sure I am able to share with this room before I need to leave. And the reason I need to leave is I have a commitment with my granddaughter, and that I made a while ago, and that I need to keep. Making and keeping commitments is the fastest way to build the trust, and I want to keep it with her. And I made this commitment some time ago. I got just a teeny bit of flex, so let's use that little flex, and I'll take one more question, and then I would like just a couple of minutes to give some kind of summarizing thoughts that I think that our room will find of value
Absolutely, Stephen.
after the
That,
question.
that sounds like a great plan. And by the way, I've just put your new book up there, folks. Check out his new book. You saw the other one that was up there for about trust, but this one's Trust and Inspire. And this is the new one. And he's still got 350 reviews almost already. And it's brand new. So check that out at the top. I'll leave it up for another minute or two. And I want to introduce you to Preston Weeks. Preston Weeks is the right hand man of Mark Victor Hansen. He's also a highly successful serial entrepreneur, and we're building out a mastermind to come to Arizona. So to take everything we've done here, folks, we're going to pick 20 people, no more than 20. I mean, it's a true mastermind. We're going to have Sharon Lechter and Mark Victor Hansen, two leaders in nonfiction books, in the same event at the same time. So if you're interested, we're already putting everything together. Preston and I have been hammering this out pretty much every day on the phone, trying to figure things out. We've got a I'll let Preston talk about it. We got a mansion, all that stuff, but if you're interested, it's going to be an incredible value. I only deliver 5 to 10 times minimum more value than I have. So with that said, Preston Weeks, meet Stephen Covey if you haven't already.
Thank you, Dr. Finance. Stephen Covey, it's a pleasure to meet you on stage here, and I hope we get to meet in person. This is incredible. I'm surprised we haven't met yet, and we likely will in the future. But I was friends
Thank you.
with Hiram W. Smith, and I had the
Yes,
opportunity to go down to Eagle Mountain Ranch and spend time with him before he
fabulous.
passed away. And so I have so much respect and so much love for you. And I want to bring up the one thing I brought up this last time I was on stage with you, Dr. Finance, but the lineage of thought that you bring to the table, Dr. Finance, is like game changing. And to be able to be with people like Stephen Covey, Sharon Lechter, and all the incredible people that you bring to this community, we're literally changing the world. And so I appreciate you. I love you. I admire you. I respect you. And yeah, I'll let you take the rest of the time here. So thank you. But yeah, we are hosting an amazing retreat, and we're connecting amazing people together. And that's what changes the world. That's what we're doing here tonight. We do it in depth further, but thank you. I appreciate you all. Thank you, Dr. Finance.
Thank you, Preston and Stephen. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, that's great. Wonderful to meet you this way, Preston, and look forward to connecting in person. But this is a delight. I agree with this idea. This connection is so critical, and that's a big part of how we inspire. We connect with people. We connect to purpose and to meaning and to contribution, and so this connecting to why it matters, and the connection at every level is so important. Connect with people, connect to purpose, and so I appreciate that. Let me just share a couple of thoughts in conclusion from my end on what this trust and inspire is, and I'll do it by contrasting it to command and control. And even the more, when I say command and control, I'm not talking just the industrial age authoritarian command and control that was a relic of the late past, but even though that still continues today, but more the enlightened command and control that is a better version of it, a kinder, gentler command and control, a more sophisticated, more advanced command and control. But still, we haven't changed the paradigm of how we view people, how we view leadership. It's still a limited and not completely accurate paradigm of people and leadership. So, in contrast to command and control and trust and inspire. So, command and control, you manage people and things. Trust and inspire, you manage things, but you lead people. See, we need good management, even great management of things, of systems, of structures, of processes, of strategies, of tools, of finances, of inventories, of schedules, of the business, of the numbers. We manage things and we lead people. But sometimes we get so good at management of things that we start to treat people as if they were things. And the moment we begin to manage people as if they were things, we'll end up with no people and a lot of things because they'll go elsewhere. Manage things, lead people. The distinction is vital. Command and control, you'll get efficiency. That's a good thing, but it's transactional in nature. Trust and inspire, you can achieve real effectiveness, far greater, and it's transformational of what it does to relationships and teams and cultures. Efficiency is a good thing with things. Be efficient with things. Be effective with people. The moment we try to be efficient with people, we'll end up losing our effectiveness. It doesn't work. With people, fast is slow, and slow is fast. So, again, manage things, lead people, efficient with things, effective with people. Command and control is kind of a mechanistic mindset. So I'm a machinist in there tinkering and, I'm a mechanic. Trust and inspire is an organic mindset. I'm a gardener. I'm trying to create the conditions for the seeds to grow. But the power, the life is in the seed, not in the gardener. So when I'm a gardener, I'm looking for what are the conditions I can create for my people to grow, to develop, to flourish, to unleash their greatness. And again, the power, the life is in the people. And I'm just trying to create the conditions. So that mindset of being a gardener, not a mechanic, is a different kind of approach to leadership. Command and control operates in a fixed mindset. So I try to contain people, control people. Trust and inspire, by contrast, operates with a growth mindset for everyone. So I'm trying to release people and unleash their capabilities, their talent, their potential, because they have so much more to give than we're getting with our current way of leading. And finally, one last contrast. Command and control tends to be about motivation. It's external, it's extrinsic. So it's carrot and stick motivation. And it's rewards. Now, there's nothing inherently wrong with that. It's just limited. Do rewards work? Sure. They motivate people to want to get more rewards. But you got to constantly provide more external stimuli, more carrots, more sticks to get people to move people. You're trying to externally move people. I saw my friend Doug Gordon in the chat. He talked about how motivation is outside, is external. By contrast, trust and inspire is about inspiration. That's internal, it's intrinsic, it's inside of people. We're trying to light the fire that is within. And a fire lit within can burn on for months or even years without the need for constant new stimuli thrown at it, because it's internal, it's intrinsic, it's inside of people. And we light that fire within. And a lit fire can light other fires. A lit candle can light other candles. When you're inspired, you can inspire others. But if your candle's burned out and it extinguished, it's hard to light any other candle. And when you're not inspired, it's hard to inspire others. So you inspire. Inspire comes from the Latin term inspirare, which means to breathe life into. So I breathe life into relationships, into teams, into cultures. Whereas command and control often sucks the life out of. So this is a better way to lead, with trust, with inspiration. And I'm calling it trust and inspire. You model, you trust, you inspire. This is the kind of leadership needed today. It's the kind of leadership that each of us has responded better to than a command and control style. And when we've had a leader like this, it brings out the best in us. What if we could become this kind of leadership for another? So here's my invitation to all of us as we walk out of, as I have to leave now. Many of you will be here for the next few hours with Dr. Finance and the brilliant people here and all the things that you're going to do. But my invitation for you is this: is identify one relationship in your life, a personal relationship, a family relationship, or a professional relationship, whatever you decide, where you would like to transform that relationship by becoming a trust and inspire figure to that person, just like someone has been perhaps for you in your life. What if you can now pay it forward and become a trust and inspire leader in someone else's life? Maybe where you see them differently and help them come to see themselves the way you do. Maybe where you communicate that greatness to them in a way that maybe they hear and understand for the first time. Maybe it's with a child. or with a colleague or a friend or partner. You decide. But if you could do this with one, you could do it with another and then another. And so I invite you to pick a relationship you would like to transform and become a trust and inspire person to that individual. And we'd like to do it with everyone, but I've learned if you can do it with one, we can do it with another. So kind of a better way to start on this. Identify one such relationship. If that's all you take away from tonight, and you actually focus on transforming such a relationship and becoming a trust and inspire figure, person, leader in that individual's life, this will be well worth our time, because the value of each relationship and each person is indescribable. And I hope that you can take that away in becoming this kind of leader for another. And I think as you do that and you see the impact that it has on this person, you want to do it for everyone. This is a better way to lead. We need this in our world today. And I invite you to join me, to join Dr. Finance, to join Diamond, to join Ken, and all of you, all of us, to become this kind of leader and to be a catalyst for increasing trust and inspiration in our world. We need it. And I'm talking to them, and we can be the catalyst to help bring this about. So thank you so much, my friends. Thank you, Dr. Finance, for inviting me, hosting me. I'm honored to be with you all. And I really hope you'll love this book. I gave everything into it, put everything into it. It really was a 17-year process was when the idea came, and the last 6 years in earnest. And I'm really proud of this book, Trust and Inspire. And I think that I really believe that you'll love it, because I think it's aligned with what you're all about, which is really seeing and unleashing potential and greatness in people. That's leadership, isn't it? To see and communicate people's worth and potential so clearly that they come to see it in themselves. Thank you, my friends. It's an honor to be with you all. Thank you, Dr. Finance.
Stephen, thank you so much, Stephen. Before you go, Stephen, we got to give you the proper due diligence and give you a round of applause. Before we do that, Stephen, I just want to let you know, like, you're probably going to have tons of interview requests by tomorrow. So when you're ready tomorrow, I got a few people I want to introduce you that are on stage actually that have some great podcasts. David Hill being one, and we got Joe Ingram as well. Just stepped into the room, and then we had Mike Alden also, and just a few others. But I want to thank again Sharon for being here. And so, Stephen, again, appreciate you, man, being here. And definitely, folks, Trust and Inspire. Check out that book. I actually have the link up top to the interview as well. And I'll tell you all about the book if you want to check that out. But, folks, if you can come off your mic and give a round of applause to Stephen Covey, folks, only on Clubhouse.
Congratulations, Stephen.
Woo!
Thanks, Tim.
Absolutely
Way to
amazing.
go.
Thank you. God bless
Yes,
you.
Bravo,
great job.
bravo.
Bravo.
Thank you,
Outstanding.
Stephen.
For
Bravo.
pouring into
Awesome.
us. Thank
Thank
you.
you for your gems.
You're like a
Thank,
visit from an angel.
oh, thank you. Thank you all. I love and appreciate and honor you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Appreciate you. And you're more than welcome to hang
Okay.
out. Stephen, we got a few more hours left of this stage. And just, if you just want to listen, it's totally your call. But, folks, we're moving into our next segment, folks, with the incredible interview process. Now we've learned all this stuff. We're going to talk about it. We've got a stage full of leaders and thought leaders of all sorts. So stay tuned, folks. Let's do a quick reset. Diane, if you want to do a quick reset. And I want to introduce everyone. Well, just 1 second, folks. Diamond's going to do a reset, but before we do that, I want to thank everyone who's here. I want to thank Ken and Judy for being here and helping support and putting this thing together. I want to thank Adrian and Tom Chenault for also stepping in today. Adrian Chenault, as you heard, folks, a testimonial earlier. Stephen Covey's book actually changed Adrian's life. So incredible, and I can tell you, a lot of influencers have been changed from not just Stephen, but Stephen and his dad together. Their books. Tim Story next week. His book, the book Multiple Streams of Income by Robert G. Allen, changed Tim Story's life. Robert G. Allen's mentor was Stephen's dad. Tony Robbins, mentor, like just leader, thought leader that he looked up to. Stephen's dad, Stephen Covey, Stephen R. Covey. So this has just been the first time. It's incredible. It's the first time he was here on Clubhouse. I want to thank Judy and Ken again. Thank Adrian. Thank you, David Hill, for being here. David's going to help to bring the event full force next week with Tim Story, and Tim might be bringing someone off Clubhouse very special. I don't know who, but I have a feeling. So stay tuned for that. Preston Weeks, incredible. Thank you, Preston. Sharon's still here. Sharon, appreciate you, Sharon, being here. I look up to you so much, Sharon. I don't have enough words to thank you so much, but really do appreciate all you do, and you always show up and support too. So, um, Sharon, I see you flashing. Go
We
ahead,
love
Sharon.
Sharon.
Yeah, folks, can we give a round of applause for
Love
Sharon
you,
for being here today?
Sharon.
Thanking her.
Yes,
Being,
Sharon. Amazing.
Bravissimo.
Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You thank you, made my Sharon. night sitting here at my ranch and just loving it. Thank you so much. You made me feel terrific. Thank you, Sharon. Okay. Appreciate you, Sharon. Thank you, Deborah, for being here. Thank you, Savannah. Thank you, Renee. Dr. Roshnik hanging in there. Appreciate you, Dr. Roshnik. Thank you, Terry. And we got Kyle in the house and Andy Meltzer. I'm still trying to find out if you're related to David Meltzer. David's coming in November 18th. David Meltzer, folks, coming here to Clubhouse November 18th. Stay tuned. I interviewed a guy this week, Steve Rizzo, Hall of Fame speaker. He's coming November 11th for Veterans Day. So definitely check that out, folks. We got so many superstars lined up over the next month and a half, including Mitzi Perdue. Wait till you hear that stage. That's going to be incredible. Thank you, Sandra, for being here. Tina Laurie, Ella, Christopher, Allison, Lady Jules, Consuelo. We got Jude in the house. I want to hear from everybody too eventually. So we got a few hours to hear from all these amazing thought leaders. We got Heidi. So stay tuned, folks. Thank you, Heidi. Documenting Clubhouse, one the Finance Club stage at a time. Dr. Claudine, thank you for being here. Thank you, Stephen. Thank you, America's Supermom. Definitely look at that incredible picture. She's holding up the book Speed of Trust by Stephen Covey. Thank you, Luis. Thank you, Beverly. Thank you, Katsuhira. Trey for being here, and Oraya. We got Pamela in the house. Thank you so much. And thank you, Elizabeth. And Sherry. Sherry Matthews is here, folks. We got so many superstars. And folks, don't take any offense to the whole mod badge thing. Like that means it's just administrative for reasons for here for the stage. We don't do the green bean thing. We've got literally mega influencers sitting all over the stage on Clubhouse, like Sherry. Sherry's an incredible person doing amazing stuff. Check out what she's doing. She's a cancerpreneur trying to inspire the world with what she does. So check that out. And then we got Doug Gordon. Doug Gordon also, thank you, Doug, for being here. He's doing so many amazing things. Matter of fact, Doug actually I believe Doug received an award from IAOTP. Why do I know that? I actually received a financial guru award from there a few years back. That was Stephanie Cerami who runs that program. I think you're part of that too, Doug, right? Yeah. So thank you, Doug. Appreciate you. You're doing a lot of great stuff. Look at that TED Talk. He's doing an incredible TED Talk. We got Michael Yap in house. Thank you, Michael. Appreciate you, Michael, for being here. Dr. Margie, Karen King, Rita, Shantae. Did you guys ever wonder what my neighbors are probably thinking? I'm I'm pretty loud. Thank gosh my neighbor. I don't think I have neighbors. I don't know. Benita, thank you, Benita. Appreciate you being here. Thank you, Curtis, the fastest running man in the world, folks, is on stage here. Curtis Mitchell, check him out. And then also we got Dr. Sheila here. Thank you, Dr. Sheila. Michelle on the other line, but Michelle's doing great stuff. Thank you, Michelle. Noah's in the house. Noah Crane. Appreciate you, Noah. Noah's got a jewelry line of business. Check that out. And top mindset expert. And we got Luann here, and we also got Michelle Esther in the house. Thank you, Michelle. And Tyrone Poole. We got a two-time Super Bowl champion on this stage right now, folks. Is that incredible or what? I mean, just look at the stage full of champions. I'm getting more energy as I go down this list. Folks, are you getting energy? I mean, look at this. Two-time Super Bowl champion. You know how hard it is? Well, by the way, Eagles might win this year, so let's see what happens. Tyrone, you know I'm only joking. All right, so Tracy, we got Tracy
I hear
Morgomi here.
you.
Thank you, Tracy. My man. All right, so we got Arthur here, we got Claire, we got Ibrahim, and we got Joe Ingram in the house, folks. Joe was actually a main guest speaker a few months ago. Joe is one of the top salespeople in the world. He'll probably, I don't know, Joe, you're invited to come back November 11th. We're going to have two Hall of Fame speakers here. We're going to have Steve Rizzo, who's one of the funniest Hall of Fame speakers you ever met. One of the funniest speakers, okay? And then then we got Jeffrey Gitomer, who will also be co-hosting, and Joe Ingram, if he wants to. Joe, that would be an incredible stage, actually. So, Joe, you're invited to that.
I'd be honored. Thanks, Tony.
Oh, wow. Look at that. That's incredible. All right. All right. We got it. I'm putting it in the books. I'm adding you to the schedule, Joe. That's incredible. So thank you, Joe. We got Chris, and we're going to hear from all these folks in just a little bit. Chris Riller, thank you, Chris. Andrea for being in the house, and Olivia, and Marco's in the house, and Ellie, and Rabia. thank you guys, folks. There's a lot of different stages you could be supporting, but I appreciate you coming here. No one's holding anyone to here, but you're here, and this means a lot because by supporting this room, kind of like PBS, you allow us to be in existence. And as if we're in existence, I can keep bringing back people like Stephen Covey, right? So I know there's a lot of other rooms. Remember, this was the first Friday night room on Clubhouse. It started the longest running room on Clubhouse. So appreciate your support. You got tons of options, but you're picking the right place. Look at this community right here. So thank you, Robbie. Thank you, everyone out there. We even got someone in our audience. Scott, you're always welcome to come up. I want to make Scott a main guest speaker one of these days. I know I said this before, but Scott has the Guinness Book of World Record holder for the fastest human calculator. Scott Flansburgh in the audience, folks, listening. Look at that picture with Oprah. I've watched that whole interview. It's incredible. This guy is so smart. It'd be perfect for the finance club because we could focus on math. So if you know Scott, let him know that you want him to see him on the as a headliner here on this stage. Scott, you're welcome, man. Definitely love to have you. All right, so check out the great stage and share the room out, folks, if you can. We got 205 shares. I want to thank Anna for sharing. Thank you, Heidi, Tyrone Poole for sharing, Samantha, Chris Realtor for sharing, Eamon for sharing, Peace, Ibrahim, Trey for sharing, Arthur Rutledge for sharing, and so many others. Can we get 225 shares, folks? All right, so with that said, I'd love to just hear from maybe a few more folks, and then I'm going to do a quick share. We still got another 3-4 hours left with this stage, and we have so many people to hear from. So, Adrian, I see you flash your mic. Adrian, you want to come off the mic and say hi? Welcome, Adrian. Adrian Chenault. Okay, Adrian, I know maybe. All right, there you go. All right, so all right, go ahead, Adrian.
I'm so sorry. I'm putting kids down to bed, so I heard my name and I'm here, but I did not hear the question.
Oh, okay. I thought we were dancing here. Microphone. Okay.
Sorry, buddy.
No worries. Thank you, Adrian. Appreciate your support. All right, folks. So, with that said, I'd like to hear. I know that we have America's Supermom was in the queue. So, America's Supermom, flash your mic if you're here. And let's see, where's she at? This is a long stage here. America's Supermom, if you're
I'm
here,
here.
flash
I'm
your mic.
here.
Love to hear your. There you go. All right. Wow. Look at that. Look at that book. That's incredible. America's Supermom. That's a great picture too, by the way.
Thank
You're
you. I
welcome.
just snapped it right while we were in the
All right.
room. So, nothing fancy. But thank you so much for having me this evening. This was a wonderful, wonderful discussion. And he kind of addressed the question that I was curious about. And, as he was talking with Ivan and they were talking about the co collaboration or co creation, is the idea of doing something with someone. A lot of times, as we're thinking about trust, it's hard to model something for someone when they're not where you're at. So my question, really was, when you're thinking about abundance, which is what I think about when he talks about humility, courage, there's uh what you focus on grows. So if you're focusing on some of those core values, there's an abundance of places where you can find it, where you can draw from. So if you're coming from abundance and you're seeing someone that has a scarcity mindset, how do you model that in a way that helps them to kind of begin to trust what it is that you want to do? But I think he somewhat addressed it with the idea of giving people your word and then just keeping your word and then just doing that over and over again, rinse and repeat. So, but it was a great discussion. He also had an example somewhat about that story in his book about communicating results. So that was another thing I was going to ask him. But all in all, I thought it was great.
Thank you, American Super. I appreciate you, and sorry, I wanted to get him to answer as many questions as possible. It's just he's on a time constraint, but he was setting as an example. He's got a granddaughter that's waiting for him, and he has to show leadership skill set that to build trust with them. I mean, everything he said actually came full circle at the end. The reason he was leaving was to do something to set an example of what he's been talking about for 2 hours. So,
So true.
right?
And I love that because, that's one of the things that, we can get caught up in the size of the room, who's in the room, all these other things. And it's just back to the principles that he shared in the book. So to me, it was a great
great way to leave a lasting impression as he left the stage. So those are my thoughts.
Thank you, America Suma. I appreciate all your support. All right, so folks, stay tuned. We're gonna listen to a few more folks. We got a whole stage full of people that's just great leaders that we're gonna hear their thoughts on this topic, because it is really an important topic, right? Like a lot of thought leaders, a lot of people that are influencers just in their own space, all different industries, entrepreneurs, highly successful entrepreneurs, they're trying to inspire someone, right? At the biggest level, they're trying to inspire many. So, with that said, I'd like to hear from Jude. Jude, flash your mic if you're here. I know that you're also doing the date thing on Friday nights. So, Jude, I appreciate you being here. Flash your mic if you are available. I saw that you wanted to speak
Yeah.
earlier. So, welcome,
Oh, well,
Jude.
I was applauding you earlier, Dr. Finance, actually, and a couple of others. And it was great to be with you. And yes, it's Friday night date. So my husband's giving me that look that says the car is going to be here momentarily. So get moving. So I will. But maybe I missed this part because I was kind of in and out. I stayed on for a long time with you, Dr. Finance. But was intuition brought up?
Not exactly. Not
Yeah.
exactly, Jude.
I wanted to mention that, and I would have asked this of Stephen, that I really feel that, we do a lot of work with executives and entrepreneurs, as you know, and intuition has been, there's all different types of leadership, analytical, and you lead by committee, intuitive leadership, and I kind of fall into that intuitive leadership, and that's the Steve Jobs of the world and the Howard Schultzes of the world, and that's trusting your intuition. And so I wanted to ask him about that, because not always are you right. And I think every leader who leads by intuition doesn't mean you don't do due diligence, you don't have facts, you don't have, other measures, but that intuitive, it's almost every time that I trust my intuition, it's it served me my whole life. Going on television, I had no idea I even wanted to do it until Regis Philbin's producers pointed it out to me that I needed to be on television. But intuitively, I had no guide, but intuitively I knew I could do it. And so I just wanted to mention that to everyone. When you have that voice, whether you hear it yourself, I call it fire on fire with desire, or someone else sees it in you, or a great coach sees it in you, that intuitively, if it feels right to you, then intuitively trust it. You won't be right all the time, absolutely not, because nobody's right about everything all the time. But if it starts to really show itself to you and you say, this is working for me, I want to pay attention to that. And women have been historically written about more trusting their intuition. But look at the leaders I just mentioned, such as Howard Schultz and Steve Jobs. So I think if we all can just be in touch with those inner feelings, if you will, those thoughts, and if you're saying to yourself, I can do this, you probably can. That's it tonight for you. Have a great weekend, everybody. Great to be with you, Dr. Finance. Back to you from Jude.
Jude, that's incredible. Thank you so much, Jude. Appreciate your support, especially on Friday nights, folks. It's tough. People always ask me, they're like, why Fridays? Yeah, it's so funny. Many folks over the past year and a half. This is actually the anniversary, year and a half. Well, 2 days from now, we'll count it as today, though, of the longest running room on Clubhouse. And many people ask me, why do you want Fridays? I didn't want Fridays, right? Like I have to give up. I have to sacrifice the Friday, but it's all about committing, and that's what Jude does. She comes here, even though she's got a date with her husband every single Friday. She still stops in here for hours and hangs out. I appreciate you and applaud you,
He
Jude, because
laughs.
you don't
He
have to do
laughs.
that.
Dr. Nancy laughs. He goes, honey, it's time to get off Clubhouse. We have a date tonight. And I honor that. And by the way, everybody, everybody that's likes the Friday night ideal date, my husband chooses the restaurant. I have nothing to say about it. He just tells me what time, and then I'm dressed and ready to go. So that's it. So anyway, have a wonderful, thank you, Dr. Finance. It's always fun to share my Friday night date with you, Dr. Finance. Talk to you later.
Okay, thank you. It's a date with me and 143 other
Yeah,
folks.
right. Well, it's always fun. The more the merrier. Take care. Bye bye from Jude.
Yeah, right. Thank you, Jude. Appreciate you. And again, folks, we got a lot of superstars out there. I want to give a shout out to some of the new folks that walked in the room. We got Shayma and Nune and Pauline and Amy and Ellie, Marco and Olivia and Cindy Stumpo's here. Welcome, Cindy. How are you? Flash your mic if you're here, Cindy, if you want to say hi. There she goes. Welcome, Cindy. How are you?
Hey, buddy, I'm just catching up. Just checking out your room and catching up. I heard good things about it.
Oh, cool. Yeah, thank you, Cindy. Yeah, we had Stephen Covey in earlier and a whole smorgasbord of other, and we still got a whole bunch here as well. Sharon Lecter stopped by and Ivan Meisner, you name it. But yep, we're talking about how to inspire the world. That's the topic today.
Inspire the world. That's a
What's
good
your
one.
thoughts on that, Cindy? How do we do that? How do we inspire the world? How do we make leaders? How do we make other leaders that are fighting all over the world? How do we get them in a place where, and this is not a political room at all. We don't run politics here. We're just talking about leadership in general. How do we get other people to do that?
Well, I got to be honest. I like the word intuition that she was just talking about, but I love the word gut feeling. Go with your gut feeling. But how do you make leaders out of people, right? And that's the question.
No, how do you inspire? How do you inspire the world?
Inspire
Yeah,
leaders.
so like
Okay.
leadership 101.
God, that's a really good question. I'm trying to inspire 300 guys a day to keep going.
That's awesome.
Getting tough out here. I got to tell you, with the new generation coming up behind me. Oh God, that's a really tough one. That's why I wanted to sit back and listen and hear people's opinions.
I can
Oh,
ask, I can add on this, Cindy, because I was actually in her room. It's Olivia, by the way. I'm down there. Thank you for the space. I was in the room with Cindy earlier, and you inspired me. So I just want to say that, I mean, you're kind of the reflection of the question. So you know the answer, but I guess it's just off the hook, right? So I just wanted to add that.
Yeah, it is. It's definitely off the hook, and I really have to think about that. I know how to inspire people in my industry. The question is, how do I inspire other people to do other things outside of my industry?
this would be a great question for Grant Cardone. I know he's doing amazing stuff on the app. If we brought Grant in here, I'm sure he would have a great response to this. I don't know, Cindy. What do you think?
I think Rand always has the right answers, right?
Well, thank you, Cindy.
Listen,
Appreciate you.
I love to give more uh, educated answers, not so much off my hip answers. So it would be something I'd like to really absorb in the conversation before I just jump on off mic. And but that's a great topic, and it just gave me something to really think about.
Yeah,
It really
absolutely.
did.
Absolutely. Well, thank you, Cindy. Appreciate it. Yeah, we're here. We'll be running the stage for another 3-4 hours. So you're more than welcome to chime in at any point. So thank you, Cindy. Appreciate you being here. By the way, folks, I just want to give a shout out to, we got Shafat here. Shafat's actually going to be a main guest speaker in a few weeks. He's been on Clubhouse for about a year and a half. So many stages we shared together, but I'm bringing him back because a lot of folks left Clubhouse and trying to get them back in here. With that said, I also want to let everyone know we run this stage differently, folks. So if you're coming here from a different club, please do not have a club's name in your profile picture. It's disrespectful to this club. And I see a lot of folks doing that in Diamond's room. Diamond's room, right? We collaborate on Wednesday. She runs a giant room in there. Been doing it also for over a year and a half. Just keep that in mind, folks. There is clubhouse etiquette. We got an actual community here of people that are they're very friendly, very connected in the real world. So just keep that in mind, folks. Also read the rules section in the top. No profanity. We keep it very clean here, and that's why this room's been a success for a year and a half. Appreciate everyone for being here, and I want to welcome also. Let's see, we got Joe Ingram. Joe, I know you're on the other line. I know you wanted to speak earlier. Joe, flash your mic if you're here. There you go, Joe Ingram. Welcome, Joe. Maybe your thoughts on the topic as well.
Thanks, Dr. Finance. So, what I've done over the years when it came to how do we get leadership 101, how do you inspire somebody? It's a great topic. And how are you going to inspire the world? The first thing you've got to do is get larger than what you're thinking now. So, to me, the answer is how do I provide an impact on 1 billion people? And then I can duplicate that 7 times, right? 8 times to get it by the time we're there. But you've got to raise what you believe is possible first. By you raising what you believe is possible, it will inspire other people to raise their belief and not play small. And so those individuals will start and go, wow, if that's possible, then almost anything is. So you've got to be able to create a vision for people where their vision can reside inside of it. And that to me is what's going to make it so deliberate to be pulling people along with you, right? Because you're the one out there leading in front. So people are more inspired by what you do as opposed to what you're saying. And so that's where I look at it and say that's the first thing that has to be done that's there. So my 2 cents.
Joe, that's completely brilliant. I appreciate it. But by the way, folks, Joe Ingram is a master at sales. So to be a master at sales, what do you have to have? You have to have people's trust. I want everyone to look at Joe's bio. Sales genius, over 1.4 billion in sales, and I interviewed him on the podcast, Dr. Finance Live, about 2-3 hours. If you listen to his story, how many successful things he did in the auto industry, one of the toughest industries to sell anything. So trust and inspiration had to be a key to that all along. So he definitely knows what he's talking about. So thank you, Joe. And by the way, folks, not only share this room here, go out and go on Instagram or Facebook or Twitter and share it over there as well. And if you can, go to Joe Ingram's Joe Ingram's Instagram page and everyone on here that you resonate with, and just like and follow, follow, and share and comment, and let's try to build each other's communities outside of, keep the community together, build our presence up outside of just Clubhouse. Okay, so we make the community tighter. Thank you, Joe. Appreciate that. Great response. And Arthur's here. Arthur Rutledge. Arthur, I haven't seen you in a while, man. You're part of the longest running room in the Clubhouse. I hope all is well, Arthur. Welcome, man. I haven't heard from you in a while. You want to come off your mic and say hi?
It's a blessing to be here. I'm happy that everybody comes into your spaces because you always put so many of the right ethics and the right skill knowledge in place when people come in this space. So when you gave me the ping, I said, "Man, yeah, I haven't hung out with you for a minute. Been in a few rooms. We haven't been in a few rooms since before the summer, and coming in here and." I'm the leader's leader. I love listening to leaders as much as I like talking to leaders, and the growth that is put into this space. Stephen, the son of my mentor, and probably a lot of us that know what the seven effective habits of and talking to leaderships, and the valuable stuff in that is priceless. But I'll tap in just for a second if you allow me. When I think of inspiration, uh, I start with myself. Somebody said earlier, and it might have even been Stephen himself, who really talked into. I always say leadership is just a big word for me leading myself. When we get really good at coming back to ourselves and forgiving ourselves for the thing that we didn't know, that we were mistaken, but just ain't so, and all that type of stuff, that we clog up those creative geniuses that's inside of every one of us. We're able to get some clarity, but it has to be us being able to silence the noise around us. That the reticular activating system, our RAS, does a lot of that for us, but it also takes us being in control of ourselves. And so, leadership in the world, what does it take? Inspiration, definitely. Intuition, definitely. My mentor, John C. Maxwell, has loads and loads of books on what that looks like, from 21 Irrefutable Laws of Leadership to Leadership Go to 5 leadership levels of leaders. And what I've come up with is that if we are truly to believe in what we're doing, we have to make it a purpose and make it a priority to live in what that is. Meaning, if I'm going to be good leader, then I have to do all the things that leaders are doing. I have to follow example, but also knowing that every time that I talk to another leader, that I create something called empathy. We all know that word in my servanthood, meaning I'm giving, I'm and leadership is me being good for myself so I can be good to others, so I can pay that forward. And if I always remember that servant leadership, it gets more done. It's just historical. All the great leaders, Abraham Lincoln to Martin Luther King to Mahatma Gandhi, all these people had these similar things. So we could take the best from their traits. We don't have to rewrite the book. We have to recreate the wheel, right? We can just follow along with that. But then there's a point where we have to have the courage past what we don't know to believe in ourselves to move forward on our own. Most of the momentum that comes from us being principled, us saying what we're going to do and do it, staying in integrity as close as we can to that. And remember, it's not about perfection. It's about becoming proficient in being as a strong person that people can lend itself to. David Horsager has this great book, Eight Pillars of Leaders Trust. That's a great book for people. I like to give information where people can keep growing with new information. The old information is antiquated. We can't go back there and remake the wheel, but we can also learn that it's soon we won't need wheels. Soon we're going to be in aircraft. Soon we're going to be in cars that are floating and flying. And it takes that ingenuity, that creative juices to really step forward out of all this new information that we're taking. And I just feel blessed to be in this room. I'll land my plane there. Thank you for having me on.
Arthur, thank you so much, Arthur. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you being here. And just to keep you up to speed. So the longest running room on Clubhouse from last year. This is an extension of that community, and we're still running this room every Friday from about 6 p.m. Eastern time, maybe 6:30 to about midnight, give or take. And the main guest speaker comes on between 7 and 9. So if you ever want to jump in, you can come in. You got a place here. It's every Friday and Wednesday night in Diamond Diva's room. Diamond actually built her club up almost 50,000 members now, and that's every Wednesday from 4 p.m. to about 6 hours later. So we have two options for this community. I know a lot of people got lost after the longest running room on Clubhouse ended. They're like, "Oh, what do we do next?" But this is what we did next. So you have a place here, man. I just want to throw it out there, and for a lot of folks that are just joining us now, you have some great options for you. Thank you, Arthur.
May I add just one more tidbit? For the people that's in here that are really about leadership and what that is growing towards, you want to stay in Clubhouse. Is a lot of reasons. We have our own reasons that's connected to our why to be in leadership spaces. I've gone through a lot of the people in here. Some people have, like Dr. Finance. I mean, you definitely want to follow him. And then all these individuals that are up here talking into the space that's bravely stepping into leadership every day and putting not leaning on just one individual, but they're doing the thing in their purpose and finding multiple solutions and how that can be done. I go into, if I go into Rabia has one of the best heartfelt rooms ever that she puts together. So I'm always hanging out with my sister from Canada, from Toronto on that side. Beverly's always in rooms, and they do their own rooms. When I see a person that said they're a leader and they're doing their own rooms and they're mixing with other leaders and helping them support other leaders, that builds my trust right there. That just shows me all I need to see. So you definitely want to follow. If anybody's in here, if you're new, if you're old, if you think and it's about growth and what that is, eat that up. Follow all these people, and then follow the people next to you, because if these people next to you are associated, following, then they're on the right track too. Don't be stingy with the follows. Don't be stingy with the shares. I'm always about the smallest principle about leadership starts with the littlest thing. Step to step by step. How do you eat an elephant? As Desmond Tutu says, one bite at a time. You want to, you know, you want to tap into all these sources so you can have the law of environment. You can only truly grow in conducive environments, and that's what you give in this room. So I just want to give it back to you and everybody else that's a leader that I've had the pleasure of being in this room with There's so many beautiful souls in here that's always giving of yourselves. Elizabeth, I share her stuff on Twitter all the time because, she's like there every week. Heidi, a blessing, always was great working, being in her rooms, and American Mom, and Ella, my sister from in London. We got international acclaim right here. And when we leave out of here, we're going to bump back into each other because we know what we're up to. Let people know
Thank you,
what you're
Arthur.
up to. All right,
Thank you,
blessings.
Arthur.
I'll land right there.
All right, thank you. I appreciate it. By the way, I followed you on Instagram, and folks, definitely follow folks that you resonate with on other platforms. It's easy here to also follow them on Instagram or Twitter. I've been building up. Instagram's my weakest platform. I just been building up recently, so there's a lot of folks I haven't followed. I'm trying to catch up over the past year and a half because I was focusing on Facebook and all that other stuff. So definitely give folks a follow off this app onto other platforms as well. Keep the community tight. All right, thank you so much, Arthur. All right, I want to introduce real quick Shafat. Shafat's actually going to be our main guest speaker in about a month or so. So he's doing an incredible thing. Oh, actually, I'm sorry, November 25th. November 25th. I got him in the calendar already. Shafat's a serious serial entrepreneur. There's a lot of serial entrepreneurs on the stage now. Thinking about it. There's so many serious serial entrepreneurs, but Shafat's doing incredible stuff, and he approaches it from an international perspective, which is pretty cool. Shafat, I don't know if you realize this. I was a finance professor for 10 years before I started my journey, and I taught international finance a lot. So I really love that subject, and what you're doing is really taking all that knowledge and put it in practice. So welcome, Shafat. How are you, sir? If you want to introduce yourself, maybe a minute or two, and also talk about the topic, your thoughts, because I'm sure you have a lot to add to this topic as well. Welcome, Shafat.
Thank you so much, Dr. Anthony. And first of all, congratulations on having somebody as inspiring as Stephen Covey on your show tonight. I remember they have quite a lot of branches worldwide with Covey International, and they do consulting across so many countries. A very good business strategy when they were really at the top of their game. And one of the learnings that I took from them is that they came up as an authority on business management, leadership, organizational development, so many different subjects and disciplines they've touched, a lot of case studies that they acquired. And they didn't stop there after launching their book. They went on with the consulting business, and the book was more like a promotional tool to begin with as an author. And he built his personal brand long ago when a lot of people didn't know about personal branding. But the beauty of building a personal brand and knitting it and stitching it so beautifully with their business brand is just so phenomenal that is beyond impressive. And they went on with a franchise model, with a strategic partnerships model, and they scaled globally at so many places, which is just phenomenal. So they walked the talk. Whatever they wrote in their books, whatever they authored, was something which they executed for themselves before they started executing for other clients. So with that, my quick intro, ladies and gentlemen, is pretty much, I have three businesses. We have an investment firm in Abu Dhabi, UAE, obviously with an office in Zurich. We are essentially into private equity placements, venture capital, merger and acquisition, joint ventures, pre-IPO, consulting, and obviously asset management at a very high level. So that's one. It's about 10 years old. My other business is Brand Beat, which is a go-to-market advertising marketing agency. We have 14 global offices, all headquartered in Dubai, and branching out all the way from Australia to the United States, UK, and focused on the GCC region. My third business is a tech firm, which is based out of Silicon Valley, goes by the name TechRoss. I'm doing some kind of a stealth job over there, trying to figure out genetics correlation with consumer behavior and preferences to make people's lives easy, that instead of a lot of digital marketers working on hundreds and thousands of data points, all they need to get is one data point, which is genetics, and they can then work out on forecasting what might be their preferences, likes, dislikes, so on and so forth. Leadership. Dr. Anthony, what a beautiful topic. I think where leadership really starts, as in how to inspire the world, it's To me, it's not about your vision or my vision. Leadership literally starts from having a shared vision. A shared vision which is shared by billions of people, which has an impact on billions of people, which within the vision, it represents a strategy as well that will change lives. It has to be selfless, it is usually unconditional, and it has to come from a place of purity, true intent, and most importantly, from a position of giving. This is what makes somebody a great leader. So it's definitely not me centric, it is not you centric, it is always us centric. And that us factor is something which helps people relate with the leader. The second most important thing, that how to inspire the world. PR campaigns is a great strategy on a lighter note. But if you do not have real substance behind that PR campaign, you won't be able to inspire the world. You'll be just another Me Too startup founder, one of the top business leaders out of thousands of Forbes tops. But what really matters is, do you have stuff to back it up? So truth is something to begin with. Originality is something to begin with. And transparency is something to begin with. People who become great leaders, they have a story to tell. They have their own brand story, which they can relate with others. It has to be unique. And frankly speaking, we might speak from a business perspective, etc., but I would say your heart needs to be broken multiple times. You are usually ridiculed 1,000 times. Your ego has to be crushed to its bare minimum into pieces. And that is when the light will pass through you and you might emerge as a leader. But wisdom comes through experience, not through books as such. You can learn a little bit, but it's definitely more from experience. And leadership is all about wisdom. It's about making the right strategic moves, not looking at short-term gain, but looking at the long-term gain and game. So you take steps. You need to understand that, yes, I can lose numerous battles today to win the war at the end. It requires compromise, sacrifice. And one of the biggest sacrifices a lot of leaders do make is family life, family time, and personal preferences. So you really need to kill yourself, subdue yourself, humble yourself, bury yourself for the mission. And that is what makes you a true leader. And as far as people are concerned, everybody might have a different set of parameters to define what inspires them as a leader. Many of us these days are inspired by people's wealth, a nice sports car, a nice watch, nice lifestyle, an Instagrammable personality, and they think they're leaders. Some of us define leaders by holding a position or a title in politics, economics, business, whatever. So it really depends what kind of leaders you're looking at. But one thing which is common across all different leaders is, I think, persistence, consistency, and the power of privacy and secrecy. I think leaders share information on a need to know basis. They come from a place of empathy, and they're always willing and ready to do action, which is well taught, well sought, and are able to create a core team, which makes them a leader. So, as much as is the leadership qualities of a leader, one of the biggest qualities is to create a core winning team that will make you a leader. It's not about making an announcement that you're a leader. It's about others accepting you, acknowledging you, and appreciating you as a leader. And I think this is how you can actually inspire the world. If you're running after the title of leadership, yes, sometimes you might get it, but majority of the times you won't get it. You should be running after your mission, your vision, and impact, and you'll automatically become a leader. And that is how you can inspire people. That is how people will give you weight. And the last thing I want to say is, ladies and gentlemen, action speaks louder than words. So, impact is the most important thing that one needs to focus. And seamless and having excellence in execution is equally as important as having a winning strategy in place. That is what will make you a leader. So I'll just leave it to that. And Dr. Anthony, thank you for your patience.
Shafat, thank you so much, Shafat. I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you coming here tonight. I know we were hanging out for about an hour or so earlier this week on the phone, and I woke Shafat out of his. By the way, folks, Shafat is in Pakistan right now, so I'm in Philadelphia. It's the other side of the world. I woke him up. It was like 4 in the morning. I didn't even realize it. Shafat's doing amazing things, folks. He's got tons of portfolios of different investments. So he's not speaking from like lack of understanding. He's speaking from years and years of experience of international business, cross country, different countries, Dubai, Pakistan, United States, etc. I mean, these folks have the background to be able to address a question like this from experience. So Shafat, I appreciate your wisdom today. And I'm looking forward to interview you in actually a few weeks. You're going to be on the podcast, and then we're November 25th, folks. Mark your calendar. I believe it's November 25th. Check out in the Finance Club. You'll see the events section. Shafat, we're going to have a really, really good discussion, probably around the topic of international business, because he really excels in that area. But also, we could possibly be talking about branding because he's got a giant branding company as well. So thank you, Shafat. Appreciate you being here. And yeah, folks, we're going to do a quick reset and a quick share. I'm going to do a share while I still have stamina. It's hard to do share, to be a host and a thought leader at the same time. So I have a little bit to say on this, but I would love to hear from you guys. We got a stage packed full of amazing people. So folks, you're in the Finance Club, hit the greenhouse at the top. Leadership 101, how to inspire the world. We had Stephen Covey here, folks, a two-time New York Times best-selling author here. His book, Trust and Inspire. He was here for a couple hours hanging out with us. And, he had an endorsement from Tony Robbins. I mean, it's incredible, folks, the kind of people we had. Sharon Lecter popped in for a little bit, my mentor. And just look at the stage, folks. This is just typical week, every week on Clubhouse. So in the Finance Club, this is the place you got to be on Friday night. We're not, we don't do news or any of that stuff. And if you're interested in that, that's good too. But here we create a space where we can grow. And that's the whole idea behind this master class. I'm letting a few folks up the stage. I see some of our friends from the community here. Sorry, I wasn't. Got you. I got you. Okay, here we go. So I'm bringing up a few folks. I want to thank everyone. Definitely give everyone stage a follow that you resonate with and share out the room. We hit 225 shares. I want to thank the action takers. Danny Calafell's here. Welcome, Danny. Thank you, champ. Appreciate you being here. Thank you for sharing. Thank you, Darlene, for sharing. America's Supermom, Michael Feddick for sharing. Shafat shared. He said, wonderful room and an excellent topic. Thank you, Shafat. Thank you, Sadfa and Heidi, for sharing. Thank you, Nune's in the house. Thank you for sharing. And by the way, Nune went and took a picture of my book, my last book, The Survival of the Richest. We had a conversation about this. She actually did it. And this is what I admire about you, Nune. She took the book to in front of OWN, Oprah Winfrey Network's headquarters, and took a picture. I think that was pretty cool. Thank you, Nune. Thank you, Shaman, for sharing. Thank you, Amy, Marcella, and Joe Winkram for sharing. And Michelle and Sonia and Curtis Mitchell, fastest running guy in the world, for sharing. Thank you, Savannah. We got 226 shares. We got Mr. Larry shared. He's in the house. Thank you, Mr. Larry. Samara shared. Thank you. We got 229 shares. Craig Money and Michelle Wolfolk shared. Thank you. Savannah shared. Can we get 250 shares, folks? Come on, Friday night. These folks are dedicating their time for free. Think about that. We got people on stage right now who are making $1 million a month, who are making $10 million a month. Think about that, or more, right? They're here for free every single Friday night. Folks, we got billionaires, you name it. But more importantly, that doesn't impress me. It's the heart. We've got people with heart. This room is filled with good people. So if you want to go off the quote, be an example of the way the world of the way you want to see the world, be an example to the world of the way you want to see the world. This is it right here. We got great, very great minded business people with great hearts. If you can clone this room and multiply it by like 1,000, I think we can solve all the problems in this world. So let's build this room up. So thank you, folks, for sharing. We got Brad S. shared. Thank you, Brad. Heidi Wild, she's documenting Clubhouse. Thank you for her new book. Thank you for sharing. Diamond Diva shared. She's in the house. Karen Kerwin shared. So we got 232 shares. Deborah shared. EM shared. Brad S. shared. Thank you, guys. We're going to hit that 250 soon. I want to just real quickly test the abilities of my co-hosts here. So remember, co-hosts, please don't bring anyone up without checking with me at Diamond first. But I need your help with hot mics, the chat, pinging people in, all that great stuff. No trolls. I'm going to definitely need your help as I'm going to do a quick share here. So flash your mic if you guys can step up to the plate. We got Ken and Diamond, Judy, America's Supermom. All right, thank you so much, and David and Preston, Shafat. All right, so great. All right, great. We're gonna do a quick share. I'm gonna do a quick share, and then we'll have probably another 2.5 hours with this room. I also want to let you guys know we had some tech issues last week, so you're probably trying to figure out what happened to the room. It was split in two. Shadow banning. Welcome to Clubhouse. Right, you put a title in and that is completely legit, and somehow it disappears from the hallway. That's what happened. And a few weeks ago, when we had Ken Foster's amazing room on questions, oh my God, 1,500 people in that room. That doesn't count the recording. We would have had another 500, and it was lost. Okay, so welcome to hosting giant rooms on Clubhouse. Problems with that? This is not an easy task, folks. We're working the stage, diving us behind the scenes all week long to build this for you guys. So, with that said, I want to do a quick share. I want to make sure I get everybody up here first. Okay. All right. So thank you, co-host. I'm relying on you to run the background as I make this quick share. I want to ask you guys a question. So let's do a quick mic test here. All right. I want to ask you guys a question on stage. All right. It's our Gold Badge Mod Squad. All right. Everyone on stage, they've been hand selected. Here's the odd question for you. How many yous are there? All right. I want you to write that question in the chat, co-host, if you can. How many yous are there? So, folks, I want to hear your number. If you can answer that in the chat, let us know how many yous are there. Like how many you guys, each person in that one person, yourself. How many people are in there? Now, this is a really crazy question, right? So, two things are going through your head right now. You're saying this is an odd question. So, one or two, or both. Either Dr. Finance is delusional because he's been running the stage for 3.5 hours now, and I think he's cracking up. Or the second thing you're thinking is, he must be from Philly. I mean, use? Who says use, right? So you might be thinking one and or two at that point. So again, the question was, how many yous are there? So use is a plural term only in Philadelphia. I know you guys in New York say
No,
it a
we
little
use it in
different.
Boston too.
Oh, Boston, you say it? Okay,
Cindy
I didn't know
says
that.
use.
I say
Interesting.
use guys. No, I don't say use. No, no, no. I
That
don't
is
say
funny.
use guys, but that's a Boston word.
Wow.
It's
And you know, in
used more like
Pittsburgh, they
where
say
you's
yuns.
going.
Well,
But
thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that. So how many
let
yous are there, right? That's the question, right? How many
Doc, what
you?
does that mean? How many yous are there? Like how
Okay.
many people are standing in your shoes? How many people are like you out there? What does the question really mean?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's what I'm leading up to. So great question. And so when I ask you that question, what I'm asking you is how many people are in the one entity, our physical body? So the truth is we're constantly evolving as people, better or worse. We're one person, but are we really the same person all the time? So we're constantly changing. Actually, every day we're changing. So every day you are a student of life, and you're learning. You're going about through this process of learning how to be a better person, how to live in this world. And by doing that, we're learning to be, we're a student. We're learning constantly about different things. But never forget that even though you're a student of life, you are also your teacher for tomorrow. So we're also our own teachers. So think about this for a second. You today you are the student of life, and when you wake up tomorrow, you're going to be a different person. You're probably going to be smarter, a little bit, at least a little bit smarter, maybe a little tired, but a little bit different. We can probably agree at least a little bit different than the day before, right? So you're also your inspiration for tomorrow. You're not only your teacher for tomorrow, you're your inspiration for tomorrow. So the topic of this room is how to inspire the world. Well, what did Dr. Covey say first? He said, start with inspiring, start with teaching yourself, start with yourself, inspiring yourself. But who's the best inspiration for you? It's you. We are also our inspiration for ourselves for tomorrow. So when we wake up tomorrow, what we did today will impact who that person is. So the punches you took today, because there's going to be a lot of obstacles we have to face, especially in COVID. A lot of things have happened, right? The punches you took today will be appreciated by the future you tomorrow, because that person tomorrow will thank you for going through all that, all the obstacles and the challenges, the struggles that you did to make that person that much stronger, that much smarter. So if you light your candle today, let's look at it. Do you ever hear the expression light your can? You want to light other people's candle, light your own first. Well, if you light your candle today, you the person, right? You light your candle today, you can also light all the candles of your future self. So going back to this odd question, how many yous are there? And I'm just playing around with that term, right? How many people of yourself are there? When you look at it from a perspective of time, when you light your candle today, you're lighting the candles for every person of yourself every day going forward for the rest of your life. You're keeping that inspiration, that burning desire in yourself lit. Okay. Now I want to read from you something in just a moment, but first I want to tell you a story of something that happened earlier this week. I don't know if many of you ever had a problem going to sleep. You did something, you ate too much sugar or drank too much coffee or whatnot. Has anyone ever had that issue and you couldn't sleep at night? Anyone come up to stage say yes? More than
Yes,
likely,
I'll admit it.
Hell yeah.
right?
If you're staying up, you're overthinking what you did that day and what you can do different tomorrow, or you're
Yeah,
playing it like a massive video in your head.
right. And
It's not about
so,
coffee to me. It's about, okay, what did I achieve today? What I fall down on today that I got to pick up tomorrow? And then
yeah,
it's like a video camera.
Cindy, that's a great point to add. That sometimes it's about overthinking, right? So this week I actually had a combination of those. So I know better, but I did it anyway. I had way too much cappuccino. I was eating a meal, I ate later than I should have, and I had 3 coffees, a cappuccino, a double espresso, all after 5, 6 o'clock p.m. And what happened was I went home and I totally forgot that I did that. And by the way, ate some dessert, a lot of sugar, and I'm laying in bed, trying to go to bed to wake up for what I was doing the next day, and had a certain schedule that day. And I'm laying in bed for an hour and a half, and the weirdest thing starts happening. My eyes are closed now, and I'm staring at the darkness behind my eyelids, and I see dots like stars just flying around, like millions and millions and probably billions of dots. I'm going to call them stars, okay? And I said, this is I don't know what's going on, but I'm not going to be able to go to sleep. Something's happening. And finally it clicked to me. I'm like, oh my gosh, I drank all that coffee earlier. I'm doomed. So I remembered that, and I got up, I walked around, and I did what I had to do to calm myself down. And like Cindy was saying, stop thinking about things, do things to calm the mind. Long story short, I wake up the next day, I'm a little bit tired. I'm actually pretty tired, and I couldn't sleep much. It's too much caffeine. But here's the interesting thing: I was extremely grateful that night was over. So there was a lesson learned. And I've probably done this many times before, but this one really struck to me. And the lesson learned was to myself. The lesson learned was don't don't have that much coffee before you go to sleep. Very simple, right? Don't mix it up. Otherwise, you won't sleep and you'll be in pain. Now, why am I telling you this story? Because tying it back to what I said earlier, and remember that quote that I gave you before. You are also the teacher for tomorrow, right? So that day, the day that I drank all that coffee, I was actually, and I went through that experience. I was the teacher for myself the next day, because when I woke up, I learned from the guy, me, the day before, who did all that goofy stuff and realized I couldn't sleep. And now I'm one day smarter. Even though I'm tired, I know I won't do this again. That's a mistake. So this is simple little story that I told you. But the point here is that We are learning from ourselves every day. And how to inspire the world, as Stephen Covey said, it starts with yourself, because we are also the inspiration for ourselves for tomorrow. I want to read from you a quote from my third book called The Survival of the Richest, which will take us to a macro level. Okay, so real quick, this is a very important part. It was an important conclusion as well. And this is trying to find the page here. Okay, page 453. It was a 500 plus page book, folks. The Survival of the Richest. Check it out. The link at the above. I got 3 books, folks. If you want to check them out, this is what made me even started to speak. Didn't really care to speak. I was a professor for 10 plus years, but I have these books. Didn't get any support from universities, so had to learn how to master marketing. Well, anyway, getting to the page 453 of the Survival of the Richest. It says here, we're currently trying to squeeze through a tight bottleneck. Our prosperity has forced us to quickly solve too many serious problems. If we can emerge through these tough times, though, our future may be brighter than the brightest stars in the sky. Excuse the pun from what happened on Monday night. We may find out one day that these times were just the ideal training grounds necessary to unlock our fullest potential of who we were supposed to be, the ultimate universal managers. Now, folks, the reason I read that to you is because everything that we talked about tonight, how to inspire different groups of people, businesses, but at a macro level, a 30,000 view point, how to inspire, how do you inspire the world? And if you go through if you look at what we're doing right now as a whole, there's so many problems that are happening, so many more that potentially can come up. COVID's, it may, and this is not a political stage, but there's a lot of other things that might occur over the next 25 days, like diesel fuel shortage. This could be a very big problem. Okay, so there's a lot of potential issues that we have to face as a collective unity around the world. So, but what's happening here is we're being tested. We're being tested as a human species, and we'll pull through, because the person we are today will be the teacher for the person tomorrow. So every lesson that you learn today, just make note of it so that you can become better tomorrow. That's how you become better tomorrow. If you actually learn from your mistakes, they're all going to happen. We're going to make mistakes. We're going to have failures. It's part of the life process. But to be a great student tomorrow, we have to go through the process today to make us all teachers. This is coming from, I am an educator at first. I'm an educator before anything. I was a professor for 10 years, right? So we all can be educators. And every day we become smarter and smarter. So that's my share on that, folks. And I want to just end on this part. Who do you want to be tomorrow? So here's a question for you, your homework. Who do you want to be tomorrow? We are a person today, but who do you want to be tomorrow? Are you prepared to deal with the struggles required to get there? So, 2 questions to think about as we move through these times. If you want to inspire yourself, if you want to be your inspiration for tomorrow, think about a plan of attack. How are you going to get there? And how could you keep that fire lit? Remember Dr. John DeMartini from The Seeker when he was here? He said, Tony, inspiration comes from within, motivation comes from without. So once that fire is lit in your stomach, you are inspired. That's the difference between inspiration and motivation. So if you want to light that fire in you, you want to get that burning passion of whatever you want to do in life, right? Once you light it, you're there. I mean, it might not be forever. You might need some more inspiration later, new purpose or whatever, but it's a very strong, powerful thing. So with that said, folks, I appreciate everybody being here. I want to thank you all. If you want to learn more about myself or my books, here's the link right here. I don't even pitch barely on my stage here for 6 hours. I run it, but I run it for you guys. It's a free masterclass. I bring all this talent to here so we all can grow together. I'll wear my student hat too, folks. I was watching, I think it was, what's his name? John Maxwell on Instagram today. I saw one of his videos, and he had a 93-year-old man that was a friend of his sitting in the audience taking notes, and he shined the camera on the guy and he said, do you see what this guy's doing? He's 93. He's taking notes. Take that in for a second. Folks, he's still in the game. That was his point. He's still in the game. So we all could be students. We all should be students at some time. It's not always about, oh, I'm the thought leader. That's great. But the thought leaders who are not constantly learning are eventually going to be placed at the back of the line. It's a continuous process. And that's what many people say that make me different than many people. I want to learn. I want to always be a student. You have to be, folks. You got to constantly wear that student hat. There's a time to shine as a teacher. Don't get me wrong, but there's also a time to be a student. So thank you, folks. Appreciate you guys. Don't forget to click the link and share out the room and support the community any way, shape, or form. We've got a lot of main guest speakers coming up over the next few weeks that are superstars like Tim Story, Oprah's one of her best friends, and so many others. But we're also looking for other great speakers. If you know Elon Musk, I mean, or Tony Robbins or Brian Tracy, there are a few names we haven't got here yet. We're getting closer, folks. We're warming up. So, with that said, let's do a quick reset. Diamond, if you can, flash your mic, and we're going to do a quick reset. Then I'd love to hear from all you folks out there as well. We got a stage full of amazing entrepreneurs here and just all kinds of sorts of influencers. I want to hear from everybody. So, give everybody a chance. Thank you. Diamond, off to you. Dr. Finance.
This is Diamond. And before I go into this reset, Dr. Finance, I'd love it if everyone on stage could actually just unmic for your absolutely fabulous share as always. Can we just give a round of applause for Dr. Finance and all that he brings this
Let's
community?
go.
Woo!
Woohoo! Yeah, of
Good
course.
job, Dr. Finance.
Yeah,
Thank
boom.
you.
This
That
coffee
was
cup is for you.
amazing. Thank you, everyone. And I saw lots of love coming in the chat for you as well. And, I just have to say this, Dr. Finance, you deserve this and so much more. And as I was hearing this wonderful share today from our guest, Stephen M.R. Covey, and he talked about, that model trust and inspire framework. I just kept thinking about all the great things that you bring to this community every day. And I really believe that as a leader, you actually exemplify exactly what he was talking about with how you hold space in this room. And I just want everyone to understand the level of dedication and work that happens behind the scenes, not to mention the time that's actually spent in this room every single Friday, but the work that Dr. Finance performs behind the scenes on his podcast and the tireless hours to bring us this absolutely phenomenal content. You just have no idea how much effort he puts in. And I truly believe, Dr. Finance, that you are an example of exactly what Stephen Covey was talking about today of modeling and being that trustworthy person that inspires. So just want to say thank you for that as we go into this reset for the room today. And if you're just now joining us, welcome. You're in the right place at the right time. This is the Finance Club. Click on that greenhouse and become a member of the club today with literally members growing every single week, over 15,900 plus members. Become a member of the club. I tell you, you're going to receive not just wonderful advice on finance and education on that space, but so much more. And it's because of the work of Dr. Finance, the founder of the club and the curator of the space today. So make sure you're also taking the time to tap in with his beautiful link at the top. He has the drfinance.info website where you can learn more about all the great things that Dr. Finance is performing, as well as subscribing to his newsletter, which is extremely important. I'm a subscriber, and he keeps you up to date to all the great things that's happening, well, in the finance world. And today's conversation has been Leadership 101. How to Inspire the World with Stephen M.R. Covey, which it's just been really a record-breaking night tonight and had many legends come into the room. So thank goodness for the replays, because this is definitely one you're going to want to go back and listen to again. Also encourage you to take the time to connect with Dr. Finance and Dr. Finance's team profile with a follow here on Clubhouse. And make sure also connecting with his Instagram and his Twitter, his Facebook community, as well as his YouTube channel where you can subscribe to the Dr. Finance Live podcast as well, with literally millions of followers across platforms. When you join Dr. Finance's world, you will see why today. He's always over delivering on every single platform. Also encourage you to take the time to connect with our incredible Mod Squad. Oh my goodness. And Gold Badge Mod Squad from literally all around. These are the people who have been hand selected by Dr. Finance. So thank you so much to Ken, America's Supermom, David, Preston Weeks in the house, Deborah, Savannah, Terry, Kyle, Sandra, Tina, Laurie, Ella, Christopher, Allison, Consuelo, Heidi, I see you, Heidi, Stephen, Julia, Beverly, Kashura, Pamela, Sherry in the house, Michael, Lumen, Michelle, Tyrone Poole, Arthur, Claire, Chris, thank you, Arthur, for the heart, Olivia, Marco, Ellie, Cindy, Pauline, Shamaya, Amparo, Darlene, Danny Cara. We got Karen, Michael, Nettie, Michael, Michelle, Elizabeth, Kim, C Rock, Judy Foster in the house, Anna Ching, and Pal. A full, incredible panel. Amelia just joined us as well. People that you want to connect with today. And again, tap those profiles, set the bells to always when you follow, and connect on social medias here today. And one last thing on this reset before I pass the mic back to Dr. Finance. At the bottom of your screen, we have an absolutely amazing number of shares, 240 shares. You guys are rock stars. So take a moment to tap on that square with the 241 now. Thank you for the person who just shared. And continue to share this room on Clubhouse. Leave a nice note about what you've learned here. What are those great gems that you received from Stephen, from Dr. Finance, from this incredible panel, and actually document it here today. After you've taken the time to do that, thank you for the two people who just shared. Click on that square that now says 242 and actually invite some people into the room. I found both of these methods are highly effective to curate an amazing panel and conversation here today. And so I just want to thank you and welcome you to the Finance Club. This is Diamond, and I'm complete. Back to you, Dr. Finance.
Wow, thank you so much, Diamond. I appreciate that. Definitely gives me a breather after several hours on the stage. But I want to thank you for all your support. Definitely check out Diamond's room on Wednesday, folks. This is a great community. We got a whole bunch of options here, and if you want to dive into the mindset stuff, that's where Diamond excels. So thank you, Diamond. I want to welcome some folks to the stage. Appreciate definitely. We got let's see, Danny was here. Danny Calfill's here. Champ, what's up, Danny? How are you, sir? And
What's
then
going
Lisa,
on?
what's up, Danny? How are you?
Everything's good, man. How about you?
Good, man. Good. I appreciate you being here and supporting us as always. Love that profile picture. That's an incredible picture. Do you want to maybe chime in on the topic? How to inspire the world? How do you inspire the world from all the things you're doing, from real estate to the martial art world? You're doing a lot of stuff.
Well, I'm not in real estate, but in business and uh in sports, I mean, I setting an example. I think that's the best way to lead is to be the example that people can follow. And I think a lot of people want to be leaders, but they're not setting very good examples, or they're trying to guide people without being the one to set the example. Like you go into some companies and
Boom.
you have some people where they'll try to tell people what they need to do, and the first thing that the person is going to think about is, okay, well, you're asking me to do this, but have you ever done that? And if their answer is no, then you automatically lose confidence from a lot of people. Great leaders are the ones who set the example and do amazing things, so that way people, they're seeing the potential of what could actually be done. So even though Cindy says she's not a leader, I argue with that.
I agree with Danny 1,000% on that one. So what I was going to say, Doc, is this: you do lead by example, and not always talking about it, right? Action shows leadership. You can sit here all day, all night on Clubhouse and talk about you're a leader, but are you truly a leader? What is a leader? A leader is somebody that's done it, that's been doing it for years and years and years, and can lead by example, not just by saying, "Oh, I'm Cindy Stumpo, and I'm the leading female, blah, 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 in the construction development in Massachusetts of high end residential and commercial." I can sit there and say that all day, right? But if I'm really not doing it, then what am I? I'm a fraud. So I say you lead by example, stop talking about it. If you're doing it, people are going to recognize it. I don't have 99,000 followers on Instagram because I'm buying followers, because I would never do that. I'm just leading by example out there. I'm showcasing what we do out there. The good, the bad, the pretty, the ugly, it's just how it rolls. That's what a good leader does. They lead by example. They have a moral compass that goes north. Don't fraud people, don't take advantage of people. Have empathy, have a heart, and do things the right way. That's what a good leader does. But somebody that has something to show for the role that they've played or have paved the way for. Now that you've taken it off the world, I can kind of jump in here, okay? I'm not trying to lead the world, but I would like to lead other women or young men in my industry, because it's a great industry.
And what industry is that,
But
Cindy? You're in
I'm not
real
going
estate,
to say
right?
absolutely 35 years. Yep.
Okay.
And that goes back to when girls of 23 years old were not in real estate. They were not in development, and they definitely were not in the construction. So that's what I lead with.
Cindy,
Not words, actions.
that's brilliant, Cindy. If you want to talk about so how do you lead from perspective of an organization? What we can might zoom in instead of zooming out for a second and look at it from that perspective. How do you lead from a and then I love to hear C Rock's on stage, so I love to hear his thoughts afterwards as well. And Amelia Antonetti was, oh wow, Amelia, I didn't even recognize you. Look at that, that's a very cool picture. She updated her profile picture. Thank you, Amelia, for being here. So, yeah, Cindy, from a perspective of an organization, what's your thoughts on that? Maybe a minute or so.
Well, think about this. A girl slash turns into a woman has been leading men, not hundreds, thousands of men in her industry, right? I work, and I don't say people work for me because that's not the words I use, but hundreds of guys I work with every single day. I don't get their respect by telling them. I get their respect by them, showing how hard I work, showing them how we work as a team. It's a big difference out there. So, how many women have been leading men for all these decades? I can't tell you. You can't find a Cindy Stumpo in every street corner. Unfortunately, I wish you could, right? But somebody had to set the tone out there. Today, C Stumpo Development was the first female construction company in the United States, started by a girl. Father was in the business, husband, no brother, nobody ever in real estate or construction, okay, or development. Long term hold, short term hold, none of it. Today, C Stumpo Development is the only second generation female construction company, not only in the country, in the world. Go look it up. I didn't believe it either until HGTV came to me to do a TV show. So, and then I did my research on it. So, how do you lead again? I'm out there every day. But you said, who do you want to be when tomorrow? I want to be Cindy Stumpo tomorrow, and the next day, and the next day. Do I want to keep learning? Absolutely. Keep taking action? Absolutely. But you get to a point where you've learned about everything you can learn in your industry. And every day I'll pick up little snippets here and there. But the education, I think I'm fully educated. Really, not much more I can learn in my industry. I just have to pivot with the times, the downslides, the upslides, the good times, the middle times. There's an old saying, it's easy to get to the top, but can you sustain? That's the big one.
I could teach you a thing or
Sustaining
two
is the
about
hardest.
construction. I could teach you a thing or two.
You can't teach me anything, C Rock. I'm not listening to you.
C Rock. What's up, brother? I haven't heard from you in a while. Thank you, Cindy. That was brilliant, by the way.
C
C
Rock's
Rock,
gonna
what's
give you
what's up,
rocket
brother?
fuel.
Hey, a lot of people don't know I grew up in construction too. My dad's a mason. My grandfathers were stucco men. I grew up pouring concrete, laying brick. So I think I could teach you to maybe at one thing at least.
You're going to teach me masonry?
Something. I don't know, something. Probably how to stop, I think it's the mindset I could teach you.
You want to
Oh
go there,
God.
C Rock? It's a personal joke.
Hey, Cindy, I wanted you to, by the way, Amelia was here and I was with her in California this weekend and I told her about you and she said, no, I don't know Cindy. And I said, let me introduce you. So I sent you a DM connecting her and she's on stage right now. She's another powerhouse lady. And I think you guys would hit it off. So I just want to
Thank you
introduce you
very
to her.
much, Amelia. Pleasure to meet you.
Thank you, C Rock. Appreciate
Pleasure to
you
meet you
stopping
too.
by.
I come
Welcome,
out of
Amelia.
construction as well, which is a small world.
So you're in construction.
No, my first company was construction. I sold it to DeMay Builders back in 1990.
1990.
Yep.
And it was a construction company that you sold.
Yes, grew it and sold it. Yes, ma'am.
Good for you.
Yes, and we're back in servicing the trucking and fleet and construction right now as we speak, addressing with some serious
Uh, you
frontline
don't,
worker issues. Yep.
you don't have to tell me about it every day. I'm dealing with it. Go try to find a 400 or 600 amp service right now, right? It's every day is a problem out here.
Yeah, we're
Every day
working
is a
with the techs.
911 call.
Yeah, techs, mechanics, fleet, all of it. We're knee deep in it. So I'm sure you and I have lots to talk about.
Oh yeah.
So
Oh
I've
yeah.
been in the industry too, 35 years. Being a female, I know the struggle.
Now here's the best struggle. Now I have to, when I call new vendors, right? Here's the next one I have to do. Look at, I have to say, like, right after, okay, listen, buddy, I'm not a newbie here. Okay, been out here, be 36 years. Actually, it was last month. Don't talk to me like I'm some housewife that just came into the business. Now that's what I'm getting. Like, I've been taking hits out here for my whole career, but now it's like, oh well, how long is this your husband's business? Did you just get started? Dude, do you want $1 million check for your product or not? Because you're really aggravating me right now. Okay, like, stop. Like, just stop. So
I'm with you. I get it.
whatever.
I get it every day. Is it your dad? Is it your husband? Is it whatever? I'm like 53,000 employees, 9 companies, 6 exits. Check out the resume before they have to talk to me.
Crazy, isn't it?
Well, thank you, Cindy. Appreciate you. Thank you, C Rock, for being here and supporting. Amelia, how are you? Amelia, you want to tell us a little about yourself, what you're doing, and maybe your thoughts? We had a very special guest today. Amelia also was a major guest here at one point in time. Stephen Covey stopped by. So Stephen was our main guest speaker. We had Sharon Lecter popped in, and Ivan Meisner from BNI, the largest business networking organization in the world. It was just been one superstar after the other, and now we got 3 more. So the stage is full of superstars. So welcome, Amelia. How are you?
We're doing great. C Rock and I just were at the Think Billion event, and we really, I mean, talked about what some of the big players are doing out in the world. It was a great, behind the scene, elbow to elbow, industry across industry, really, really intense mastermind over at Howie Payne's mansion out there in Palm Desert. So it was a intense, fast paced 3 days, and it was great to be amongst colleagues. C Rock and I got to have some fun as well. But I mean, that's really what it takes. It really takes you to be able to sit with people who are going to push against your thinking, share tools that they're using, how they're solving problems. I mean, it is the people that you hang around with that determines the scale of how high you will climb. And so, very, very fortunate. Get ready to do their event again. Getting ready to do Secret Knock with something very, very similar to being able to just dig deep. And I'm just happy to be here. Right now, I mean, my other company is just getting ready to announce its public play, and the company that I just started literally not even 8 months ago is going to crack double digits. So I'm very, very, very excited. We'll turn our 10 million probably by the end of February. So very happy to be able to do that type of growth. But I always tell people, after you start doing it time after time after time after time, you kind of learn your own personal formula.
Amelia, that was brilliant. Amelia, by the way, folks, she holds a stage on Fridays between, I'm going to say 9 and 10, and then 11 and 12. I got your whole schedule down, Amelia. And David Meltzer's 10 to 11 in Breakfast with Champions. So
Good
check
for
them out at
you,
6
Dr.
a.m.
Finance. See, that's why I say you're the best host. You're the best rooms ever. You've got that memory. You got everything. You're just so cool. It's not even funny. Thank you, sir. I really appreciate you.
Thank you, Amelia. By the way, I'm going to. I got this scissors at the bottom of this room. I keep that open for moments like this. So maybe Amelia, with your permission, I'm going to scissors that. What do you call it here? Shear clip. Okay, shear clip, and I'm going to tag you on that, Amelia.
Thank you. I will push it along. No problem.
Okay. Well, appreciate you being here, Amelia. Appreciate your support. Always honored to have you here, folks. Amelia's doing incredible things. She actually you might have had the record. I'm not sure. You might have had the record for one of my longest interviews, over 3 hours. But it was an incredible interview. If you want to check it out, she's got an incredible story. So check out Amelia Antonetti on the Dr. Finance Live podcast, found anywhere. So thank you, Amelia. Appreciate you. All right, C Rock. C Rock, real quick, where'd you go, C Rock? I wanted to ask you the same
I'm
question,
here.
C Rock. How do you inspire the world? Because I know you're doing a lot of incredible things too. And by the way, the Phillies are winning, man. What do you think?
Yeah, it's they were down 5-0 and came back. It's pretty impressive. I'm hoping. I'm rooting. I'm listening to it on the radio right now as we speak. So, but yeah, look, I've had the opportunity to be around some powerhouses, and I continue to put myself in positions to be a lifetime learner, no matter what the success I achieve. But one of the things that this weekend, one of the biggest takeaways I got from Howie P, he calls himself. If you guys don't know Howie Paints, you should look him up. He skipped being a millionaire, went right to a billionaire. He had Logic e-cigarettes back in the day, and he sold that company to Japan Tobacco for billions. But one thing he told me was, C-Rock, I keep it simple. Like, I don't do things that I don't want to do, and I'm not good at. But I will do those things until I can find someone to handle those things, and then I keep it simple. I get other people to handle the complicated things. He said, because when things get complicated, chaos ensues, and it's possible to be successful when there's chaos. So as far as I'm concerned, a leader keeps things simple and steady. And that's the way I look at it. But of course, also, I'm an unstoppable guy too. So I believe in just understanding and accepting the fact that I'm unstoppable and so is everyone else.
Thank you, C-Rock. Appreciate that. And by the way, C-Rock was also a former guest. C-Rock, he's check out the interview with C-Rock as well. You'll hear his whole story on the Dr. Finance Live podcast, and he also holds an incredible podcast himself. So check that out. He's interviewed a lot of really, really big superstars, including Grant Cardone and so many other folks. So thank you, C-Rock, for your support as always. Appreciate you, man. We're going to go out to the Phillies game one of these days. Not this year, though, because I heard the tickets are like $2,000 each for the nosebleeds. I'm not sure if you can
Yeah,
get
yeah, yeah. That's all right. Hey, we'll be watching it from home, and that's
them.
okay. I'm rooting together, and go Phils, go Eagles, go all Philly teams.
Absolutely. I agree with you. Thank you, C-Rock. All right, folks. I just want to get everyone to say hello as we walk through the stage. We can keep it open for another 2 more hours. I'll probably be turning over in about a half hour or so. But I also want to thank everyone for being here. We got 248 shares. I want to thank the action takers for sharing the room. Thank you, Una, for sharing the room. Can we get 250 shares? I'm not sure what we're going to give for the 250 share. Maybe a prize, maybe something abstract. I don't know. We'll see.
You just
Amir,
need
thank you
one
for
more,
sharing.
Dr. Finance. You just need one more.
One more? What are we up to? 249?
249.
Oh, wow. Look at that. Who's going to be? Oh, look at that. Heidi wins every time. I'm serious. I don't know. Heidi Wild. Maybe it's a Boston thing, but she's really, really good at 250. And then Sherry Matthews here. Thank you, Sherry. All right, folks, we'll go off the mic and give Heidi a round of applause for being a 250th share. Come on now.
And
Yay!
again,
It's all
again,
about the timing. Thanks, Doc.
well done.
Hey, it's
Heidi, that's
sincere
incredible.
when I
Thank you so
share
much.
because this is a really, really good room. And
Heidi, what's your strategy though? I want to know because you consistently hit that bell
do you
every
think I'm
single
going
week.
to
It's kind of
share
like that
my
hammer bell.
strategies? Okay. So I don't know. It's an inspired action. And that's what you do. I saw it was 248. You're like, let's get it to 250. But I also wrote a little note like, come on in, whatever. And then I hit it. And then someone said, I think David Hill said, hey, it's 249. And then it went to 250. And then you called my name. So I don't know. I'm just doing my thing. And that's what happens.
That's incredible. Thank you
Hey,
so
can I?
much.
She's being a leader.
I am. Can I have the mic for a minute just to share a little bit about what I learned earlier?
Yeah, sure. Maybe about 1 to 2 minutes. We got a lot of
Yeah,
people on stage.
of
And we want
course.
to make it equal time for everybody. But yeah, sure. Go ahead, Heidi.
Yeah, so Stephen Covey, gosh, he dropped it. And there's replays, everyone. So click those three little dots and share the replay out and also listen to it because it's totally amazing. So a lot of things he shared, but one he talked about was, and this was already reiterated, to look inside ourselves, to be our own leader. And one thing that really got me was when he was working 26 hours a day. I mean, literally 21 hours, getting a couple hours sleep. And he'd set his alarm and he wouldn't go to the gym. He'd put his alarm back on for another hour and then he'd go back to sleep. And then that wasn't developing the trust in himself. And then he started setting the alarm, even though he had only 4 hours sleep. He got up and he went to the gym. And after he did that about 4 days, he really started developing the trust in himself. Like that's about, integrity within yourself, doing what you say you're going to do. And the other thing he talked about was making the bed. And we've heard about that, where all these best practices, and when you get up in the morning and you make your bed, as little of as it sounds, it's such a big deal because that starts your day. And it's all about starting these little habits. But I really love that he talked about setting the alarm and not shutting it off to go back to sleep, but to get your butt out of bed. He went and did the gym. This is Heidi Wild, and I yield the mic. And that was leadership.
Heidi, That's incredible, Heidi. I'm sorry, somebody want to speak? Go ahead.
No, I said that was leadership. That was starting the leadership within himself, because how can he lead others if he's not having trust within himself? And it's all in the subconscious. That's how he explained it. It was really good. This is Heidi. Back to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Heidi. Incredible, folks. And Heidi's actually documenting Clubhouse, um, one stage on Finance Club at a time. She's got her new book coming out pretty soon. Heidi, is that book almost done
It
for
is. I'm
Clubhouse?
meeting
Because
with
I
my
let you
editor,
quote
and it
me in
is.
there. So
It's definitely on the docs to get to Amazon and everybody. And if you want a copy, connect with me. And it's got some gems in there. Dr. Finance is quoted, and a bunch of others as well. Thank you, sir. Always appreciate Dr. Finance. You just lift everyone up all the time. You just have such a heart. Thank you. Back to you.
thank you. And it's not just me. It's the community. See, it's a community, it's a collective feeling, right? Like I stand on my own, there would be nothing. It's the energy from you guys that activate me to keep pushing to find these great speakers. I mean, just look at Michael Lozier the other day, like a few weeks ago. So Michael Lozier wrote The Law of Attraction before the movie Seeker came out. He had Oprah interview him 4 times and so many others. And he I would never have got to him, or I mean, I already was following him, but I wouldn't have gotten the idea to interview him that he was really who he was until you guys stepped up and let me know about him. So this is a community thing. I just happen to be the one that's has to run the
I
stage
know, but
and suffer through it sometimes.
But
But no, I'm
receive,
just kidding.
Dr.
I love
Finance,
doing this. If I didn't, I
receive,
wouldn't do it.
receive from all of us, because I know me and I know everyone just really appreciates your consistency here and what it takes, like Diamond said. So thank you. Back to you.
Thank you, Heidi. And by the way, folks, I want to just real quick tell you about what's going on. So next week we have Tim Story coming. We got a lineup of superstars. I mean, just real crazy superstars. I mean, just amazing. Tim Story will be here next week. I interviewed him a few weeks ago. He told me in the interview he's probably going to bring somebody that is off the charts. So I don't know what that means, but all I'm saying is who knows? He's Oprah's one of Oprah's best friends. He can bring anybody. I don't know. I don't know what that means. We're going to find out. But it's going to be in a great room. Even without anybody brings Tim Story, he's a legend. I mean, he was on stages of 80,000 or more in his 20s, following a lot of great leaders around. So he's coming next week. After that, we have 2 Hall of Fame speakers, and actually Joe Ingram was here earlier. He said he'll help out too. Jeffrey Gitomer, but the main speaker is a guy I interviewed this week. He's super cool. Steve Rizzo, Hall of Fame speaker. And he was a comedian that actually changed course in the middle of his life. He was roommates with Drew Carey and Eddie Murphy and all these other guys. They actually did they followed him on the comedies. He was the headliner and they opened up for him. That's how big of a comedian he could have been. But he stopped as soon as he was right there and became a Hall of Fame speaker. Wait to hear his story. He's a Hall of Fame speaker. There's only like 170 still alive, and we're gonna have 2 of them on stage. And I'm gonna invite probably I interviewed about 8 of them. I'm gonna see if I can get all 8 of them at the same time. Let's see if I can do it. So that's in 2 weeks from now. Then we got David Meltzer lined up, and then Mitzi Perdue. I mean, she came from 2 billionaire families. The Perdue, this chicken, and then her father was the founder of Sheraton Hotels. So that's the next 5 weeks, folks. Stay tuned. Oh, I'm sorry. And Shafat is Thanksgiving weekend. Shafat, who was here earlier, also multi a millionaire. I don't know if he might be a billionaire. I don't know, but he's running 50 companies around the world, including ones in Dubai as well. So, with that said, folks, just stay tuned and just keep coming back, and we're gonna hear it out. So, flash your mic, folks. If you want to say something, say hello. I want to pass the mic probably about a half hour, but I want to get everyone to speak. I see Stephanie flash your mic. Go ahead, Stephanie.
Yes. Hi, Doctor. I was just going to say hello and thank you for the room. This is my first time joining, and I was reading your bio. I didn't realize this was one of the oldest rooms um, I do on here that's monetized. It's always pay it forward. And so I was just grateful to run into your room and thank you for the value that you're bringing.
Thank you, Stephanie. Appreciate it. Yeah, this room is a continuation of the longest running room on Clubhouse. And actually, this weekend, it was actually the 30th of April, but this would be the last Friday in the month. So we'll say roughly a year and a half ago, the story was there was 12 people in a room, and I came in and took over from a different person, a different club, and 500 people in the room, tens of thousands of people over 10 hours later. We had two celebrities, stars come in here. Next thing you know, I came back the next day. The room was still running, and they wanted to beat the record for the longest running room, and it was 27 days or something like that. And they just kept going. 31 days, 50 days, 84 days straight. Million and a half people. They said roughly a million and a half, and my estimates these days is over 2 million. So yeah, it was crazy, and we just decided to keep it going, and we've been doing it ever since. So welcome to our community, Stephanie. I hope you're following the club. Are you following the club, Stephanie?
I've already joined and followed. Yeah, like we joined us for a specific nature, just to run a room to share value with people that were in a common industry as ourselves. But I still want to come tonight.
Okay, thank you, Stephanie. Appreciate it. You're bobbing in a little bit there, but we had a bad signal. But I heard most of what you said. Thank you, Stephanie. Appreciate you being here and welcome to the community. All right, folks. So let's hear. We got a lot of amazing folks still here on stage. 255 shares. Thank you, Alexis, for sharing. Thank you, Stephanie, for sharing. Kim Lee's in the house. Thank you, Kim, for being here. Kim, by the way, me and Ken and I, Ken Foster and I were talking this week. We might dedicate you as the official bell ringer in this community. I mean, Ken and I were, we were having a deep discussion today. Maybe the last half hour every session. So I don't
I
know,
would
Kim, if
love
you're up for it.
I would love to do that for you, Dr. Finance, because you've given so much value in this clubhouse. I'm grateful for you, Ken, Judy, uh, Diamond, and everybody on stage here. You are amazing, all of you. Thank you. Yeah, I would love to do that, Dr. Finance. Let me know when to ring the bell.
Okay, yeah, we'll keep you posted, Kim, and yeah, and absolutely, like I was saying in the DMs, I'll so I connect you to that person who runs that big music room, and I'll be happy to help co-host one of these days because you do have an amazing talent. And by the way, Kim, is that picture with you and Joe Vitale and the other guy from The Secret? I forget his name, Michael
Yeah,
Bensworth. Were you a main speaker?
Dr. Michael Backwards. I'm not the main speaker. There's an online event. There's many of us are speakers and scientists. And when they promote the whole event, they give me that picture. I'm so grateful, even though it's online event. I'm so grateful to stand among my, people I look up to. So anyway, I use this. It's just a little celebration in this picture. Thank you, Dr. Finance.
Oh, that's super cool. Yeah, because I believe that's the event that Sharon Lecter was here earlier. She was
Yes,
speaking at with, right?
yes,
Okay.
yeah. That was the Los Angeles Tribune put it on.
Yeah,
Sharon
Mo
Lecter,
Rock.
and
Yeah.
we have a lot of Dr. John Martini. There's a lot of big names, and I happen to be one of the healers big in the space because right now that within the science, what is it? Within science is catch up with spirituality. And one of the speakers that was sharing that what I love, I forgot his name, but he was saying at one point, science and spirituality, they have a divorce. Now we are come back together in marriage to really science study matter, spiritual we study invisible stuff, but it come together will serve well in this holistic model of physical spiritual are one. That's we cannot separate that. So anyway, I didn't say it eloquently the way he did, but anyhow, I'm happy to hear that spirituality being acknowledging by the scientists. Um, Thank you, Dr. Finance. I yield back the mic to you.
Thank you, Kim. Appreciate you, and welcome to the stage. Yeah, absolutely. We'll, as we get closer, I'll let you know. We got some time here though, but I want to just welcome. We've got a lot of amazing influencers who have been very quiet on the stage today, so I want to give them an opportunity to speak. Thank you, Dr. Roshanek, for hanging out with us today. I know you're doing a lot of amazing stuff on Clubhouse, particularly with Neil Donald Walsh. Interestingly, the guy I interviewed yesterday, folks, we're going to have him as the main guest speaker. So Neil Donald Walsh, if you ever read that book, Conversations with God, they made a movie on it. He's actually here on an app, and Dr. Roshanek runs a room with him, and Ken Foster actually is helping with that event that Neil puts on. He, as he told earlier, about 600,000 registrants. Well, anyway, and Ken, you'll like this. The guy I interviewed yesterday, the Hall of Fame speaker Steve Rizzo, his new book's called Conversations with Bob. So he's a funny guy, right? He's a comedian, but he's also a speaker. And his book is called Conversations with Bob, kind of playing off that a little bit. But there is a serious side to it. So wait till you hear that. I think you guys are gonna love him when he comes here. He does a lot of great impersonations too. And the reason he became a Hall of Fame speaker because he was a celebrity comedian. They invited him when they found out he wanted to be a speaker instead. They invited him to introduce the subject to 200 of the top speakers in the world and make a speech about how to introduce humor into speaking, and he just wiled him away. And from that, he got so many gigs, and they inducted him into the Hall of Fame for speaking. I mean, it's just an incredible story. So stay tuned for that. Let's hear from Dr. Roshnik. If you're here, flash your mic. Love to hear from you. Okay, there you go. Dr. Roshnik, welcome.
Hi, thank you so much. Good to be here. You always have the best guests. I really appreciate it. And it's interesting that Kim was talking about marrying science and spirituality because those are the actual two legs of my company, Access to the Path, and my work, especially for those of you who know me. I am a hardcore scientist. I'm a computational clinical and behavioral neuroscientist with a PhD, who has done quite a lot of work in different areas of neuroscience, and ultimately in 2012 published a paper on the basis of tick genesis and Tourette syndrome. So pretty hardcore scientist, and yet I've been very spiritually inclined and have gone on religious pilgrimages since I was a child. And this marriage of science and spirituality is in fact a coming back together after a separation. And I think it's really important to understand, and you were talking earlier with Stephen Covey about how you inspire the world. And I was, explaining that, well, you live your best life. But I think what really helps people is at this point, and because we have so much information available and because we've all become quite clever, people want to understand how things work. And that's what science does. It brings that undefinable and beautiful and what has us awestruck. It helps us to understand nature and bring that into the intractable, into the tractable. It brings the divine into beingness. And on the flip side of that, of course, is art, which is how we bring forth from within us externally, in that exchange back and forth is a beautiful intersection, like science and spirituality. Is that because we're quite, we bring forth our true selves when we're bringing forth whatever it is. So I'll say art, but whatever you create is an art. You're living life well is an art. So combining these two, I think, is really beautifully the intersection of our humanity and our divinity. And when we're talking about inspiring the world, it's not about because so many people, they try to bypass being human, and if I could just be really spiritual and enlightened, then I'd be okay, or I'd be good enough, or I'd be great, or life would be great, or just fill in the blanks. And there's that spiritual bypass, but oftentimes we're just trying to bypass our humanity, cover up our quote unquote flaws. We talk about failure all the time, fail fast, this and that. And yet to be an inspiration, I think, is to just be human and understanding how our bodies work and how they're engineered to connect to our spirit that drives that body forward in order to accomplish the life that we want to accomplish, to make that impact, to live that purpose, to engage. And somebody said earlier, and I often hear this, oh, life doesn't happen to you, it happens for you. Life doesn't happen to you, it doesn't happen for you, it happens through you. You are the expression of life. What else is a better explanation of the intersection and the interwoven fabric truth of science and spirituality, and how knowing that, living that, being that is the greatest inspiration of all for yourself and for others.
Dr. Roshnik, that is awesome. 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 Folks, let us know what you think about what Dr. Oshik said, or what also you've learned from the stage from any of the great speakers that have been here in the chats. We have a chat open. I didn't always do this. I probably about April or May, I opened it up to everyone. I saw Diamond was having a lot of success with it, and people enjoyed it. So if you're in the audience and you're not on stage, obviously you don't have a voice. So by opening up the chats, I give everyone on stage, everyone in the room, a voice. So what do you think about Dr. Roshnik's share, and any other made speakers? Also, let us know where you're from as well. Let us know. We're trying to find someone from Antarctica to come on Clubhouse and let us say that we spoke in 7 continents. Right now, it's only 6. The stage has got about 6 people, 6 continents on just on this stage alone. Yeah, but we're looking for the continent of Antarctica. So, any ideas? Let us know. All right, who else wants to speak? Flash your mic, or anyone we haven't heard from already. Just come on in. I see Kim flashing.
Yes,
Oh,
yes,
okay.
yes,
Kim,
I'm
you're just
here. I just want to say, wow, thank you, Dr. Roshana. I'm grateful for how eloquently you express spirituality and science, because it's beautiful the way you described it. I cannot really repeat that, because for me, the true being within me is the beingness. So I love what you said. It's not just happen for you, happen through you. That is accurate, because when we truly stay in our presence of oneness within ourselves, heart mind unity in that higher consciousness, we become this empty channel for that grace. The information flowed around us. When we dial in the right frequency, boom, the answer come to us. It's just like all the big Albert Einstein and all the big scientists in the past. They normally go into their outer state of meditation, whatever they do, taking a nap, and the inspiration, the wisdom will come through from the higher, from the, I use the power of grace, from the divine. And some of us will dial into that frequency. We receive the answer. So I'm just speaking on myself in terms of master heart healer, because when I hold the space in stillness, I show up with present, 1000% heart mind unity, just emptiness in that space. Whoever in front of me, whatever they share, I look into the heart, I see the heart of the problem. Boom. When I identify that, and my students, my clients recognize that, and then we can have the power of choice. We can choose to release the victim identity and be able to embody the divine identity, the powerful creator within us. So I just want to say thank you. You said it eloquently. I cannot really say the way you did, but it happened through you. I agree 1000%. In that place of oneness, we become the beingness that channel the divine essence within all of us for the higher good of ourselves and mankind. Thank you, Doctor. I appreciate you. I'm just so passionately about this, and I'm run out of breath. Thank you, everyone. Back to you, Dr. Finance.
Kim. That's awesome, Kim. Thank you, Kim. Appreciate that. Great share. And I saw a couple mics flash, and I apologize. Just scrolling down to the screen. Um,
May I
if you guys
respond to
want
that
to
for a moment?
just, yeah, absolutely. Go ahead, Dr. Rocha.
Thank you. Kim, that was actually very beautiful and eloquent. I so enjoyed listening to you. Thank you so much for sharing that. I would just submit this one last thing um, in agreement and conjunction to what you said, and that is Michelangelo, for whom the label Renaissance man was invented, was obviously quite talented in many things, but he most identified himself as a sculptor, so much so that, fun fact, when he signed the receipt for the Sistine Chapel, he signed it Michelangelo Sculptor. And people would ask him because he'd created some of the most iconic, beautiful, well recognized, well loved, enduring sculptures known to humans. And they would ask him, Michelangelo, you're a genius, you're amazing. How do you create such masterpieces? And he would say, I don't. I don't create anything. I simply see the sculpture trapped in marble and I set it free. So he had the vision to see the masterpiece that was created by the master. And I would submit that every single one of us is that masterpiece created by the master, unique, iconic, beautiful, perfect. And yet the experiences that we've had, I'll say it this way, the events of our lives and the way we've interpreted them, those we call our experiences. And those experiences, by the way, change, and our memories change all the time. Every time you remember something, you change that memory a little bit, if not a lot. And as our perspectives and our beliefs change, so to change our experience of whatever events. But all of those are like those layers of marble that we get trapped within. We get trapped within these layers and layers. And I personally, I use that science and spirituality where Michelangelo used a chisel and a hammer, because all we need to do is to be released from these stories, these narratives that we've adopted, these bugs in our programming that have gone unexamined, that we develop starting as children with underdeveloped brains, because our brains are developing for well over 2 decades after we're born, and certainly in the first 17 years. So here we are creating a raft to go across a river. And then after we've crossed, carrying that raft over our heads on dry land for ages, not thinking, I don't really need this raft anymore. But it was so hard to build it. And I knew it worked when I needed it. I'm just going to keep carrying it around with me. There's such a burden and such a weight. Whereas if we released and we just came into our own being, boy, then we could just show our passions and all our gifts and our blessings. And that intersection of that humanity and divinity becomes very clear in the design. By the way, who is his contemporary? Leonardo da Vinci. Just saying.
Dr. Roshanek, Dr. Finance here. I just want to interject for a moment. And first of all, that was brilliant. And as a scientist, I don't want to go too deep because there's folks in the audience that may not really appreciate this. But I used to live in Florence, actually, in Firenze, in Italy, and I lived right amongst all those things that you're talking about with Leonardo da Vinci and Michelangelo, all the sculptures, the David, all that stuff, and lived there for 6 months and got to see all that art and that beauty. And I've heard that story what you told just now about Michelangelo so many times, and it's such a beautiful one. He didn't create it. He already saw it in there and just set it free. It's just a brilliant thing. I mean, when you're talking about how to inspire the world, maybe there's a metaphor there, like how to inspire the world. The world's already inspired. We just got to set it free, right? So, Dr. Roshik, I love to just pause for a moment because you're doing a lot of incredible things, and I want the community to learn about yourself. Can you tell us a little about yourself, like where you're from and all that? Because that was beautiful stuff. I want everyone to know a little bit about you. Welcome, Dr. Roshik.
Oh, thank you so much. So, I'm an Iranian American. I have always been super excited about the way things work. I was very fortunate because I asked a lot of questions and my parents didn't get exhausted helping me find the answers. And yet, at a very young age, I had that sort of spiritual connection. And it makes sense when you think about it. At 4 years old, I wanted to be a nuclear physicist. Why? Because I had learned that atoms were, at that time, 100 years ago, that atoms were the smallest indivisible unit of the universe. And so the fabric of the universe was made up of atoms. Now, my little 4-year-old brain was completely blown when I found out you could split atoms. And I wanted to do that. I wanted to see what is reality. How am I changing the fabric of the universe? So early on, you could see how that science and spirituality comes together in us always trying to understand ourselves, our world, reality. What does it all mean? And for me, it was always just so exciting. And I find that we are born with so many innate truths and so much curiosity that gets sort of, we become disabused of it. And what was very important for me was to be able to find a way to bring that forth to people. I used to say that I wanted to help people have an excuse to be able to be spiritual or believe in God. Not that I think everybody has to, but I feel that so many people get held back from whatever it is, starting from this highest level all the way down, from expressing their truth. And I see Renee on the stage, and she's all about, having her voice heard. So I'm so excited that she's up here with me. But we need each other. In the United States, there's this hyper individualism, and yeah, it's great to be an individual and it's great to be free, but we're not precocial entities. We aren't born like sharks ready to hunt and eat. We need to be nurtured. We need to be taken care of. And it's not just food, water, and shelter. Research that was done in the UK and the US shows that babies, children in orphanages, if they get food and water and shelter but don't get the love and the attention, it's mortally dangerous for them. They can die, up to 100% mortality. So, and we see that from, heart surgeries, that post-op, you could have a great surgery, but if the patient is denied seeing their family, is always used to be in the ICU, they go into depression, then, again, there's a high mortality rate. On the other hand, if the surgery wasn't perfect and then they have an opportunity to be surrounded with love, with affection, with connection, then they did well. So what I've come to realize as I've gone through my very messy life, because it sounds like I got it all together, but I don't, is that we really come back to the truth of being, as opposed to just seeking for that dopamine hit, that reward, that feel good, because we don't feel so good when it's just being feel good, feel good. We get that emptiness and we don't know why. We have everything, but we're not happy. The biggest search on Google is happiness. How am I happy? And people, you ask them, what do you want out of life? And they go, I just want to be happy. And okay, well, what does it look like? What does it smell like? What does it mean to you? And I think we've just all been lulled out of the beauty, the gorgeousness of who we are, because every single one of us are as unique as our fingerprints and have that to bring to the world. I may say something that somebody else says. I may say something you already know, and I'm just reminding you. That's okay, because that's still so valuable. Every single one of us have a different resonance, and others need that. So when you're worried that what you have is not enough, you better remember that there's someone else whose destiny may depend upon what you have filling their cup. So these are the kinds of things that I go through, that I believe in, that I work through, that light me up, and that I want to bring into the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Oshnik. And Dr. Forbes Riley came. I want to introduce her a little bit. I'll let her get comfortable with the stage. But if you don't mind, Dr. Oshnik, we try to connect offline, but I think this is a great opportunity because you have a lot of wisdom to offer the community. And I just, do you mind if we do a quick micro interview? I mean, I'd be happy to expand it out for 5 minutes or so and highlight you, if you, because I think the audience would like to know about yourself as well. You got about 5 minutes? You want to do a quick micro interview?
Sure. I mean, if others want that, I don't want to take up too much time.
No, no, no. I
Yeah.
think you could add a lot of value to it. So let's hear about your story. So you are here in United States now. You originally were from Iran, and then you moved over to New York. Is that correct?
Yeah, when I was a little girl. So I'm a hardcore New Yorker, it's true. But I also spent 8 years living overseas in Europe. So I've lived on 3 continents. And that's been very helpful to break some of those beliefs and biases that we don't even know that we have, because they become so fundamental for us, right? So when we're born, we're crying because that's authentic. We're in pain. We're uncomfortable. But the brain learns through association within a given time limit. So we get our needs met all day long without ever crying. Our parents, our family will take care of us. They'll feed us. They'll clothe us. They'll love us. And but what happens is, when we cry, they will specifically come over to see what's going on, and then we realize, when I cry, I get my needs met. So we learn to cry to get our needs met. And our family, who gives us love, is giving us attention when we cry. So we immediately confound attention and love. That's one of the first bugs and most fundamental bugs in our programming. So we think that we have to do something to get love. We think we have to do all the time in order to be okay or to be safe, whereas we were always taken care of. And what happens is, as we're doing all of this and we start to develop behaviors that we find allow us to survive, that is us constructing an identity for ourselves. And typically that's the persona that you put out into the world. And that's great as long as you know that this is your outward facing self and not your self, capital S. And so what we do is we create a model of the world and a construct of self, and we have beliefs that connect to the identity of self, of course, right? Because what does that mean? If I say to you, you know, scientist, construction worker, physician, artist, you know, whatever I say, you'll immediately conjure up associations for what that means to you, right? You believe certain people will act a certain way. So then those ways that we believe, those beliefs that we have lead to our behaviors, right? All behavior is coming from your brain, right? And that's actually my first degree. My bachelor's is in behavioral neuroscience, which is the biological basis of behavior. So you can't have any behavior without your brain. You can't even lift a finger. So we have beliefs and we have behaviors that come from those beliefs because we stay in integrity, right? Otherwise we're having a psychotic break. So strong is the need for us to stay in integrity with our beliefs that when we don't, we must rationalize why we didn't, and that's called cognitive dissonance. So we behave a certain way, and we of course will have those behaviors over and over again, and those become our habits. And most people think of habits as outcome based habits. This is what you want to do, this is your goal, and now you'll become that. But what there's another type of habit which is called an identity based habit, and that is basically the way people describe you or how you describe yourself, because you've done something over and over again, and those are your habitual behaviors, and they are how people and you yourself define you. So now you've got identity. It's turning into a loop: identity, beliefs, behavior, habits. And what happens when you have these habitual behaviors? You'll have certain outcomes. That'll be your destiny, and that confirms your identity. And this is the loop in which we get stuck. So having some influence anywhere in that loop can help to shift you into having new beliefs, into having new behaviors, into being able to adjust your identity. So in January, when everybody goes out there and says, I'm going to get into shape, this is the year I'm going to do it, and the gym is full. And then in March, there's like one person still there. And it's because we keep rolling the rock up the hill against our identity, as opposed to shifting. If I say, well, I think of myself, my identity is someone who's out of shape, who's overweight, who's whatever, fill in the blanks, then I'm going to have to put so much energy out there to um, eat right, to move right, to go to the gym. It's an effort. That this is Sisyphusian, right? You roll the rock up the hill and it rolls right back down on your head. But if you change your identity, I'm a healthy person. That's all you have to think. I am a healthy person. All your behaviors will change with that. That's how the brain works. So you'll change the way that you buy your food. You'll change the way that you eat. You'll feel good about going. You'll be driven to go to the gym. You're rolling the rock down the hill. This is effortless because it's in integrity with your identity. So having that opportunity to break some of those different things that are fundamental to who I thought I was and the narratives that I learned, it was very helpful to be, you know, from two basically diametrically opposed cultures, being Iranian and American, and then also having that middle ground in Europe. So I think it's really important for us to either intentionally or, you know, by design, whether it's direct or indirect, give ourselves the opportunities to engage with life differently, because then we can choose more actively and intentionally what we want, and then we'll see what truly lights us up.
Dr. Roshnik, thank you so much for spending the time with us. And real quick, Dr. Roshnik, just for the audience, to let them know about yourself. Where did you go to get your PhD from? Was it a college here in the United States?
Yeah,
And the second
yeah,
question, do you have any books for?
yeah. All my
Okay,
schooling
go
was
ahead.
here. So I went to Carnegie Mellon in undergrad, and then University of Pittsburgh. I got my degree in behavioral neuroscience. Then went on and got my PhD in physiology and biophysics at a medical school called Hahnemann, which is now Drexel. And my work was as a computational neuroscientist. And then I worked in social neuroscience and then in clinical neuroscience in the operating room with neuropsychiatric patients doing deep brain stimulation therapy.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Something really odd just happened. Um, my other account, that's very weird. The microphone actually came off and I didn't touch the button. Whoa.
There's way too much power and
What?
energy flowing through this room.
Did you see that? Maybe I'm staring too long. That's
Well,
very
it's
odd.
validate. It's validate spirituality, Dr. Finance.
Oh my gosh, I'm getting goosebumps. All right, all right. Well, Dr. Roshek, thank you so much. I appreciate that. And do you have any books about your subject or anything that you'd like to tell us about? And we're going to move on to Dr. Forbes. I want to
Well,
introduce
I'm
her as
actually
well.
writing 2 books right now. One is going to be called Access to the Path, which is how I inform and transform. It's all about information and transformation. And the other one is called Ideal You. So they'll be coming out.
Thank you, Dr. Roshek. And one other thing, where can we find out more information about you on social media? Because I couldn't find any information about a lot of the works you're doing. I know you're doing amazing stuff.
Everything is under Access to the Path, including my handle here on Clubhouse.
Okay, check it out, folks. Access to the Path. Check out Dr. Roshnik. Give her a follow. Appreciate you, Dr. Roshnik. And you actually add a lot of value by coming at it from a neuroscientific standpoint, because we have a lot of people here that are that study the mindset from a different perspective. The mind in general from a different perspective, mostly stemming from the Think and Grow Rich Napoleon Hill lineage, which is it's incredible. Well, I mean, see, the guy's changed the world with that book, but it's nice to have a different perspective, a more scientific perspective. That is a science, and I'm new to this whole Napoleon Hill thing. I came at it from the science of finance, but the the science of success is basically what I would boil his knowledge down to. You're coming at it from a truly mind science, from psychology and so neuroscience. So I appreciate you, Dr. Roshanek. We're love having you as a value to this community. So thank you so much. All right, I love to introduce real quick Dr. Forbes Riley,
Doctor.
folks. Yes.
I was going to just add that thing that wasn't coincidence that we all understood what that looked like is what Albert Einstein would call spooky action from a distance. That quantum entanglement, where your mic comes off on the other side, you had nothing to do with that, but because we were all in frequency, and that it was an extension of you, even if it's from a distance. I thought that was really powerful.
Yeah, Arthur. You know what, guys? Let me pause for a second because that is kind of freaking me out a little bit. Did anyone ever experience that before, where one of your profile microphones came off and you didn't touch it? Has anyone had that experience here before, or seen that on any of these stages?
Nope.
Yeah,
Yes,
I have Dr. Finance.
I have too.
Savannah? Okay, could be a glitch. I mean, Clubhouse is full of glitches. We experienced that last week, but this was an odd one. Okay. All right. Well, thank you guys. We'll as my grandfather used to say, chalk it up to experience. I'm not sure what that was, but welcome Dr. Forbes Riley. Dr. Forbes, Hall of Fame fitness. She's a Hall of Famer in fitness, folks. A fitness Hall of Fame. Let me explain that real quick. Remember we talked about Hall of Fame speakers. There's only about 200, less than 300. Well, the Fitness Hall of Fame, and I didn't even notice until well after I interviewed her. Uh, there, Arnold Schwarzenegger's on there. There's only like 200 people or so that's on this list, including Jack LaLanne and Dr. Forbes Riley is on that. Now, all the other incredible things she did, but she also has this Fitness Hall of Fame, um, which is really incredible. She's a Hall of Famer. So, welcome, Dr. Forbes.
I love that you love that so much, my darling. McKenna and I are in Reno, Nevada tonight. How's everybody doing? Are you enjoying the stage,
Yeah, I'm
Tony?
enjoying it. How about you guys? Come off your mics,
Yes,
folks. Let us know if
yes,
What?
you're enjoying the stage.
yes.
Say yes.
Welcome,
Yeah.
Forbes.
Yes.
Oh, well, you know what?
Forbes,
I
you got
love the
energy
title
for
of
us?
your room. On a Friday night, this is definitely where you want to be. I love the Leadership 101, how to inspire the world with Stephen and all of us. McKenna and I were both at an event this weekend. And for those of you who have met McKenna, which is how we met Dr. Finance about a year and a half ago, she got on stage. And I got to tell you, the reaction to her speaking has been extraordinary. Talk about being a proud mother. We are launching a new book, Tony, which I'm teasing a little bit. It's not going to happen until January, and we're doing the perfect pitch party. And I got to tell you, all the when you plant seeds and you water them and you tend to them very carefully, it's extraordinary how big the oak trees can grow. You know, so that's just what this year has been. Um, Building students, loving on people, discovering what our core values are, the mission of propelling other people forward, the value of your pitching, your communication skills. And that's what this app is all about. And then being able to pass it on to my next generation and have her like outshine me. Um, Life is good. And that's pretty much all I want to share, unless you got a question or two, Mr. Tony.
Oh, well, Dr. Forbes, no, we had a great night today. We had actually Stephen Covey was here, obviously, and then Sharon Lecter stopped by. We had Ivan Meisner, who was a speaker here. It's been before that we recorded, made these recordings on Clubhouse. He was a speaker, and he showed up tonight. I was surprised. So the head of BNI, and we just had tons of other like really. It was a really good night. And next week Tim Story's coming. We got a whole lineup coming up. So. Yeah, look at that. Mike Alden pops in. He saw his former co-host buddy, Dr. Forbes here, and Mike came back. So welcome, Mike. How are you, sir?
I'm fabulous, man. I never left. I mean, kind of, but I'm always trying to be here and support you. And I say it all the time, man. Your rooms are just fantastic, and you're one of the main reasons why I stay on Clubhouse. So keep doing what you're doing, brother. I really appreciate you.
Thanks, man. Appreciate you, and yeah, appreciate you being here. Appreciate your support, Dr. Forbes. I don't have a question per se for you, but how do you inspire the world? So you've done a lot of amazing things. I mean, you've been on the biggest stage, Clubhouse. Like myself, I think we both can agree. We've talked about this before. Has changed both of our lives.
I don't think you can hear
And
me.
yeah, can you hear me, Dr. Forbes?
Well, I can hear you. I just see the circles going round and round. I don't see anybody's faces yet, so I don't know if the signal's good enough.
Oh no,
Yeah,
we can hear
We
you.
can hear
By the
you.
way, you can hear him too. Okay,
I
can
can hear
everyone
you
hear
good.
Forbes?
So the question about leadership, I love this question though. What is a leader? Why do people follow other people? And how do you gain that in your own life? Is that what you guys are focused on?
No, how do you inspire the world? Like, how are you inspiring as many
The
people as
same
you
way.
possibly can?
You know how you inspire the world? The same way you eat an elephant, one bite at a time. You inspire one person at a time. I've been very fortunate to be on television, and all of a sudden now it's one to many. We're talking about possibly building a talk around infomercials, which many of you watched. I happened to be there the day they were born and pretty much watched them die after about 18 years, but grossed over $2.5 billion in sales. And you think about it, why would you wake up in the middle of the night, which is where a lot of our time was bought, and buy a sham wow or a chia pet or a snuggie? What was it that we did that was so compelling that you take out your credit card and literally make millions on shows that on items that you would walk by at a garage sale? And I think that has to do with touching the hearts and minds of people. And I will tell you, the way that you do this is you create your own core value.
Forbes, we lost you for a second.
Oh boy.
Forbes, are you there? All right, Forbes, you got a bad reception. Whenever you get that corrected, definitely. Maybe you got to just pop in or pop out, pop in. Some one of those things. All right. So while Forbes getting the microphone checked out, I want to thank everyone for being here. We're gonna do a quick reset. Let's see, Ken or Judy, if you guys
A
are here, if
roll
you want to.
there.
Oh, there you go. There you
I
go.
know
Welcome,
this is
Forbes.
crazy. I have to keep reconnecting. I'm so sorry. Yes?
Is it like the TV back in the day where you had to have somebody stand there the whole time to be the antenna?
Forbes, you
Yes,
need a
except
magic jack.
uh really? Oh, that's very funny. Touche, who said
Who,
that?
who do you
Was
think?
that
Who do you
Ken?
think
That's
said it?
your
Come
buddy
on.
Mike.
Oh, Mike, there you are. Oh, that's very funny. For those of us who remember Magic Jack. All right, so here's the deal. My take on this is, if you want to, I have a really powerful thought about this because my buttons have been pushed this weekend. And as a leader, as a person in this world, you do need to decide, what are your core values? What are you not willing to waver on? What is important to you? And if somebody does something that totally offends you, You have to believe at some point that you're not going to tolerate, because you get what you tolerate, what you move your values down to, and let people walk on you or not stand up for you. And I found myself pushed a lot this weekend from people who worked in the hotel to other people. Who was like, you guys are not quite aligned with my values. And I'm pretty strict about how I serve people first, how the goal is you never lie, cheat, or steal. There's just no value to that. The other thing that I've really come to grips with, and Dr. Finance or Mike or Ken or Diamond, anyone on the stage that feels free to chime in with this, I'd love to hear your thoughts. But when someone goes against everything that's right, what do you do? Do you take a stand? Do you stand up to them? Do you confront them? Do you walk away? And not, by the way, and not that your beliefs have to be right, but I'm talking about some pretty universal ways to treat other people. I have even witnessed in this hotel just people not being human to each other. And it's like, if we allow this, it's going to keep getting worse. One of my favorites, I'm just going to rant for a second. If anyone wants to chime in, I went downstairs to get something for my daughter, a little teeny parfait, a little thing of pineapples, right? Each tiny little cup was $4.25. I know we're in a casino, I get it. Then I looked over and the soda, also, which I know is, a nickel for a can, was $4.25. So things are very, very inflated. I go up to the register with these cups, and the woman behind the register who's going to check me out looks at me and she says, "Do you want to leave a tip?" Now, I don't know about you. It's not about the money. I said, "I'm giving you a tip to press a button on a register to ask me if I want to give you a tip. What do you think you did to deserve that? Why are we having this conversation?" And apparently, at every station all around this hotel, they've instructed people. I went to Starbucks. "Do you want to leave a tip?" I'm like, well, you feel like a cheapskate if you don't, but why am I tipping you? Don't you get paid to do that job if you did it over and above? So did I miss something, Dr. Finance, about the world?
Oh, Forbes, I so love that you just said this because it is one of my biggest pet peeves. I believe that, tips are earned and it's amazing, when I think about the merchant processing side of things and I'm like, man, the merchant processing must have gone up significantly over COVID. The move that I love is they flip over the iPad. And then when they flip it over or whatever, it usually looks like an iPad and and it shows you 15, 20, 22%. I'm like, well, hold on a second here. I just came here just to pick up food. I'm not. I'm like,
Right.
what's going on here? And you're right. And then you feel like you are a cheapskate, or you feel like you're doing like the wrong thing. It's really bizarre, what's going on. But I guess kudos to them because people are paying it every day.
Well, that and this other
I'll
thing.
chime in on that, Forbes.
Go
This
ahead.
is Ken. Yeah, a couple thoughts, right? Nobody can make us feel guilty unless we have that, unless there's something going on inside of us, right? Okay. We know that it's a system, right? And we don't have to like the system, but if the system's upsetting us, I think we have to look and go, why is this pressing my button? Why can't I just go, no tip and next? And I've been right where you are. I get it, right? I mean, I've been that place going, oh yeah, I think I need to leave 10% or 20% or 5%. And then I go, well, let me just leave nothing and see if I can just feel really good about that. And I can, right? Because I agree with you. It's like, well, you haven't earned it, but I don't look at and I don't think you do either. I don't look at the cashier and get upset with them because I know they're running a system and they've been trained and they've been programmed. And so, if anything, I have compassion for them because I'm sure they get a lot of crap from a lot of people that just get upset. So that's just my
Well,
take on that.
But was that
right,
the
but
question though? It wasn't necessarily how we feel about it, right? It was
right.
Forbes.
It,
You were saying just like what's going on in society in general, not
what
necessarily how
is
you
going on?
Wait,
feel.
wait,
What
wait.
what?
Then I have to jump in here. This is Michael.
Go ahead.
This is Michael in Vancouver. How you doing, Forbes? Dr.
I'm
Forbes.
good.
Okay, so I'll just say this. I'm not defending any side, but what I gather is they feel there's a societal obligation and expectation because they went out of their way to risk their lives, and that's why they're doing the tip thing. That was my understanding from the pandemic. So they put it in because they felt it was kind of this thing they deserve. This is just my observation, so it could be a little off, but I don't think so. My intuition says it's pretty good. So they implemented this system wide on all these POS systems to kind of have that tip option because they were risking their lives, like especially when you're buying takeout and all the restaurants were closed. So like every POS almost has this tip thing that you're talking about, be it the person may or may not deserve it. Do I feel guilty too? Sure I do. Do I tip if someone deserves it? Absolutely. But to me, that's what it was. It was these people were working hard, risking their lives while we were isolated, not knowing what the hell was going on, some of us anyway, about the pandemic. So the apparent perception was they were risking their lives and they could die from their job. And that's why they put the tip in. That's my
And I, you know,
societal understanding. Yeah.
actually, that's a fascinating conversation because here's the problem with that. While that may have been true, we are now all walking around without masks. And one of the problems is when you give society or you give bureaucrats an inch, they never give it back to you. This happened because I travel a lot. This happened with TSA. We allowed them to start yelling and screaming at us. And I understand the taking off the shoes. I also understand there's a real phenomenon. Every time I personally go through the scanning machine, I don't know why that little yellow box is right over my crotch. And this is getting to be old. I literally look at them going, "You're kidding me. That's where you got to pat me down." There's nothing there. And then sometimes I scream at the top of my lungs, and I'm not even wearing underwear just because I don't like how the how it feels. Now you can laugh or think that's funny or not, but we keep giving over freedoms and taxes that keep going up every time we go to the airport. We have a security into this tax into that tax now, and then you'll come to your hotel. Now explain this one to me. In the hotel, I expect there should be Wi-Fi and there is a pool. Every hotel now, because somebody started it, has a resort fee that is mandatory. So now you can publish your price of your room at $200, but when you get there, it is $270 because the resort fee. When what if you said, "I'm look, it's 1 o'clock in the morning. I'm leaving in the morning. I'm not going to turn the Wi-Fi or swim." I'm sorry, ma'am. It's mandatory. Well, why isn't that on the price of the room? Oh, well, it's not. It's a resort fee. And do you see the problem when we
Yeah.
continue to give away these?
You know what it is? Before it was even more than that. It's not my fault, it's the system. And when they say that, that just drives me nuts because actually they can do something, but they have to override it, and it's a hassle. But we as society, because I traveled a lot this year too, and I stayed in a lot of hotels, and it's like a lot of times I came in at 1 in the morning, and I didn't use anything. They didn't in Canada. We didn't really have like the Wi-Fi fee was most of it was all inclusive now, and some places had breakfast, believe it or not. So some, I think Marriott had breakfast in the morning, so that was kind of nice. But in any case, like they are adding a lot of fees no matter how you buy your hotel. Like you buy it through a website, you buy it directly from the hotel, you buy it through Expedia, you buy it through Priceline, whatever way you buy, they're adding all these fees somehow. Like Airbnb, it's a cleaning fee, and it just totally raises the price. So it's the system. What they're doing is they're nickel and diming you somehow, and that's one of the things that we don't know how to fight back or push back that well. Maybe it's because we don't have our system as consumers ready to push back. But exactly right. But some people do get those off if they're a VIP elite status. Sometimes they get some of
Oh,
that
no,
stuff
no, no.
taken
And
off.
actually, I want to throw this over to Michael. I more want to know why it's legal to do that. Why you can share, you can advertise a price, but when you get there, there is no way with that fee, which is mandatory in most cases, because I'm sure they don't want to take it off. Their managers will get all over them. I've never had anyone take it off,
Here,
and it's not about the money. It's about it's the
it's
deception
worse.
that I
It's
don't
worse. You
like.
want to know what I experienced? This is the worst thing you're ever gonna like freak out about. It's not even within our control sometimes when we buy something. Okay, I wasn't even buying yet. I was at the reservation stage, and they took money off the card. It was actual money taken out. It wasn't like the limit thing, like we're going to reserve the limit. They actually charged the card. So on my statement, it says I was charged. They put it back 5 or 10 minutes later. But the
They
scary
authorized they,
thing
they
was,
authorized your card. It's a little different.
even though it's on my statement that says they actually charged the card. then
Yeah,
they put a refund on it 10 minutes later. What's that? Is that an authorization, or is that actually taking your money beyond your control when they said they were only going to they only wanted the number, but I hadn't purchased anything yet. They were checking to see if the room was available and it was sold out. Can you explain that?
yeah,
Thanks.
and that's in that scenario, you're right. So they would have charged it. Restaurants do this all the time too, especially with a tip. So if your bill is $100, you'll see if you pay attention to your card, you might see a charge for 120, and because they're actually seeing if there's enough available for the tip. So I'd have to look at the actual credit card statement. But 9 times out of 10, they're just authorizing the card, and what that does is it actually holds the money, and you could see it depending on your credit card statement as if it were a charge, but it wasn't really a charge. They were just authorizing it and securing that money so that if in fact it was a charge, it would go through. So it's basically almost like an intermediate in the beginning stages of actually processing the credit
But
card.
Michael, let's
To
go
me, it
back
Wait,
to
sounds like
no,
it's
no, wait,
advertising.
wait.
authorization.
I just got to finish though. No,
Yeah.
because within those 10 minutes, I couldn't. The
Yeah,
balance.
you can't use
You
it.
can't buy
You can't
something,
use it. It's
right?
authorizing the card. It's
Right. So it's
authorizing the card.
actually so technically it's still taking out the money even for that 10
No,
minutes.
it's
So
not. It's not taking it
no,
out. It's actually no. It's not actually. It's
because
not
it
taking it
says
out.
purchase. It says
I've
purchase on
processed
the
hundreds
statement.
of millions with credit cards.
Yeah,
But I mean, so I'm not exactly sure what this in this
it
specific
said
scenario.
purchase.
Yeah, but 9 times
It
out
says
of 10,
transaction. Didn't say authorization. It said transaction on the
it
statement.
doesn't actually say authorization on your card anyway. It never says authorization.
Yeah.
The card gets authorized, and then the funds are essentially set aside and they're
No, I
held.
get that. I
Right.
get that.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
it says transaction number, everything. To me, that is a transaction, a purchase. Even if they put it back 10 minutes later, to me that's
Oh,
unethical.
I
Even
agree with
your
you. I
explaining
agree
of
with
it.
you 1,000%.
Yeah,
If that happened, that in fact bank fraud. So,
exactly. That
I
point.
mean,
That's my point. And that's what they're
and let me tell you why. Because so what happens is in the credit card processing world, and Forbes knows this too, is we have chargeback ratios, and they changes every few years. The chargeback ratio here in the United States is you usually don't want to be over 1% of all of your collective transactions. And so what could happen is that if you're running into a scenario where you're running hot basically, you're not your people are charging back, they're not liking your service. What you can do is, which is again bank fraud, credit card fraud, you can do exactly what you just described, process a transaction, and then issue a refund. So now your rate can actually go down, even though it wasn't a real charge. So to me, I mean, or that could have just been a mistake too, for them. But yeah, it can get really really sketchy. And Forbes, to answer your question, yeah, you know what? It is unfair and deceptive. I mean, if you buy something for $100 and you show up and it's 170, and there's nowhere it doesn't a lot of these sites, a lot of these companies, and it drives me crazy as an attorney. They get away with this stuff because they put it within their terms and conditions, and you do check off a little box. Nobody ever reads that stuff, and there are class action lawsuits that happen all the time. And the Federal Trade Commission could easily go after a lot of these companies, but one, they're understaffed, which is fine by me because I think the Federal Trade Commission is just a big giant shakedown organization anyway. But there are certain circumstances where they should, in fact, protect the consumers when it's a pervasive continued thing like that. And it does happen when you see huge companies that are doing it all the time. Like you've seen it before, Target and TJ Maxx and Walmart. They've all been hit with class action lawsuits and AG lawsuits, and of course lawsuits by the FTC for doing the very stuff that you're talking about.
And thank you. I guess it's just a good rant. I guess it's just a little challenging lately as we're all watching all these inflations roll up. And when you realize you look at the dollar bill that you got paid, whether it's 100 or 10,000, and give your part to the government, give your part to everything that you pay for and the taxes that you pay. And I'm going, I'm nervous for all of us. I really am.
So when you were describing this, just imagine this, right? In the world that we live in. Oh, looks like we lost. Oh no, in the world we live in a card not present environment. Especially if you're talking to a customer over the phone, so you're talking to the customer, you tell them, okay, yeah, the product and service that you bought is $100. Okay, cool. Shipping and handling is $10. All right, so it's 110. Oh, and hey, by the way, we're going to charge you a convenience fee. What the fuck is that? What are you talking about? Convenience fee? What do you mean? Oh, and then we're
Hey,
also,
somebody's broken the
you know,
rule here. No
and
profanity.
hey, listen, it's almost over. It's 11:39.
That's a profanity fee that you're going to
Yeah,
be
yeah, you can
charged.
charge me. I'll give you my credit card. So imagine, so now imagine if we did that in the direct response infomercial world and how quickly the government would come and shut it down, right? Like, oh, sorry, we're just going to charge you a convenience fee, and those are the things that are just absolutely insane. And to answer your question too, Forbes is like, yeah, so how do you stop it? What do you do? Well, that's an instance where class action lawyers actually serve a purpose, or the Federal Trade Commission actually serve a purpose, where they're like, well, wait a minute, enough is enough. And this whole thing recently over the past where people are charging a 3% fee over and above because of you're spending less than a certain amount of money, right? It started with convenience stores, and there was actually a huge lawsuit that where this whole thing was originated out of. And I remember when a guy was pitching it to me, saying, "Oh, hey, you can just charge more." I'm like, "What do you mean? You could just charge a 3% fee?" And I'm like, "I don't understand. Like, you don't need to pay credit card processing fees anymore. Me as the merchant." I'm like, so what do you mean I don't need to pay him anymore? Well, so I just pass it on to the consumer, and that's all. Forbes, what you're describing, that's all that's happening. Inflation just figures it out, right? So okay, so if everything is more expensive, well, people are just going to start charging more. They're going to start cutting corners. They're going to start charging weird fees, and it all works out the same. And who gets hurt? It's the classic middle class, lower middle class, because they don't
Well,
know what to
I
do. They
guess,
don't know how to handle it.
All right, thank you
well,
guys.
I
So
guess I just
for
wonder at the
Dr.
time.
Forbes and Mike, this is an incredible discussion. I actually agree with you. I've experienced this recently myself several times between restaurants and hotels. I don't know what they're doing, but yeah, they're passing back the fee to us. I agree with you, Mike. But let's get back on track, though. We kind of got derailed from our main conversation. Forbes, I appreciate you being here. Forbes, love to hear your thoughts on how to inspire the world. What's your thoughts on that?
Okay, number one, learn how to speak and get yourself up on a stage. Decide what your message is, as I'm working on crafting a concept for a TED Talk right now. And I've been a speaker for a while, but I remember a moment when I wasn't a speaker. What do you stand for? What's important to you? And I think the big conclusion I just got out of talking with Mike is just how do you take a stand for change when you feel so small? And I'm going to say that one of the ways to change the world is you've got to talk to people, and you can't be afraid of public speaking. You want to work on your languaging. You want to maybe create a product or an ebook. I spent a lot of time this weekend coaching people. One of my women here, she's a cancer survivor, and she was telling a story about how she was feeling put upon for a lot of different reasons in the medical industry, but she survived. And she gave me some title for her book was like, how to live like a butterfly. I don't know. Here's the new title for her book. I beat cancer and so can you. As a 56-year-old Black woman who survived ovarian cancer, I've got shortcuts and help for you. Do you think that makes her a leader? Do you think that's going to inspire a whole lot of people who feel lost? Yes. People who just listened to Mike and said, maybe I could talk about what does it mean to have a class action lawsuit because one at a time is too expensive. Maybe you could have a room like Dr. Finance does and over time build it and build it. Here's another way. Share this room. That's one way that you affect if you like what you're hearing and you want your friends to be in here. The thing that I've learned well, from people like Dr. Finance and Michael and a lot of my other friends in Diamond is community. We serve each other and a rising tide lifts all boats. So don't make it so much about you, but why are you speaking? What do you do with your knowledge and who can you help? And then start sharing it to more people than just your family. Dr. Finance?
That was beautifully said. Thank you so much, Dr. Forbes. Appreciate that. And by the way, folks, definitely give Forbes a follow. And folks, don't just follow us here, follow us on other platforms too, like Instagram. By the way, Forbes, I am following you on other platforms and you have not followed back. And I'm sorry to call you out publicly, but you're my
That's not
friend.
true.
So
Okay, that's not true. That's so not true. Now, number one, I'm going to go right to Instagram. I follow you on everything that I can. So I will go, and now that he's called me out, like all of you are doing right now, we're going to go follow Instagram and here. But I'll make sure that I do because otherwise I can't find where you are, and I want to be in your room. So I love getting your messages.
okay,
So it's nothing personal. I think you're adorable.
I know, I know.
I
Just
Thank you
like the
guys. I
post you're
non-follow
appreciate
putting
fee.
you.
out
Put
on
it
your
on the
Instagram posts.
in the system, please.
All right,
No, I'm
let's get
kidding.
back on track, please.
Hey, I like this part.
Can I
Oh, now,
chime in about
wait a minute.
leadership?
Now he's receiving, right, Dr.
Forget about
Finance?
leadership.
Now you're
What were we talking about?
Got to take back. Got to talk about the
Yeah.
leadership, not these fees anymore. I mean, I think we have to take personal leadership. Like we have to like just we have to take the bull by the horns in order to be a leader and learn from all the other leaders, like all you guys who are leaders on this stage. Like I'm learning from you. I'm absorbing that energy. I'm implementing, and I may not have all the qualities, like you guys do, but I have my own qualities, and I can like assess those strengths, keep learning what works for me, and adjust, make corrections, make adjustments, keep improving. And you got to take leadership. You got to be proactive. You have to be basically proactive and have clear cut goals every day and do stuff. And I just wanted to go back to I mean, I remember Kim was here talking about being. When you take action, like if you throw a stone in a pond and there's ripples, that's why some things come back to you at a different energy level, because you've done some of the work and some of those actions. And then at the oddest, strangest time when you could be on a Zoom call, you could get a business call that could change your life. That's from all those previous actions you were doing and from the person you're being, like who you be, what you do, and then you can get what you have, more stuff. But I'm always consistently learning, and that's what I love about my parents who are in their 90s. They take notes when they want to learn. And I learn from all of you. A lot of times I take notes, and sometimes it just depends, because I can also learn by hearing. This is a great app because you can hear everything. If you want to do lazy notes, you can use the Otter app, and you could also see everybody, at least their photos. So I really appreciate this room every time. And you just gotta, a leader is like I'll tell you one small thing as an example for self leadership. These little things add up. Yeah, so go back to Forbes for a sec and her hotel fees and restaurant fee thing. Well, I did learn that you can also push back and nickel and dime the hotels, and you can negotiate a rate sometimes. You can get free stuff from them, like, oh, I forgot my toothbrush, and can you give me some toothpaste and all this other stuff, toiletries, that, extra things that you may not have in the hotel room, or you can take some more and ask them, and they might give it to you. They might give you free parking if they try to charge you parking. They might give you the free Wi-Fi if they try. You can knock some of these things off sometimes by just asking, and that's what I did learn, even if they say it's a system. So anyway, the thing is, just do something. Do something that carries every day. It carries you towards whatever goal you have. And if you don't know what that goal is, keep just being you, and your goals, you'll figure them out. But that's the last thing I'll say. A lot of us need to figure out who we are in order to have goals that come to us. And I think that a lot of us, we're not educated, and it's up to us to educate ourselves about how to get those goals. Like, what do we do? What are those steps? What are we doing to improve ourselves? Like, Forbes questions are right on. Anyway, thank you. Love you all.
Thank you, Michael. Appreciate that. Great response. All right, folks, I just want to just steer the course of this real quick, because I'm going to keep it open for probably another 45 minutes or so. We started a little bit earlier today because I wanted to, Stephen had a 7 to 9, like hard start, hard stop. So I did everything I can to accommodate, and we had a great room tonight. But I'm going to pass it to Ken Foster. We're going to do a quick reset in just a moment. I want to let everyone know, so Ken's going to take over for about a half hour. Thank you. Appreciate that. Was great shares, by the way, by Michael, Dr. Forbes, and Mike Alden as well. Michael Feddick and Mike Alden. So that was great shares. But I want to stay on topic, but I want to also let you guys know, don't forget to follow so I have the newsletter here. Definitely subscribe to the newsletter if you haven't already, and confirm to make sure you get all the updates for all the amazing rooms we got scheduled in the future. With that said, folks, we're going to do a quick reset. Welcome to the Finance Club. Ken, actually, can you do the reset for me? And I'll be right back in just a few minutes. And then, Ken, I'll turn it over to you. Ken, let's try your reset. Thanks, Ken.
Yeah. Sure. I'm gonna have Judy do the reset. She's gonna reset the room real quick. So Judy, go ahead.
Okay, hi everyone, and welcome to anyone new that's in the room. This room has been going, oh my gosh, all night since 3:30, I think, or 3:45 Pacific Standard Time anyway, and it's been fabulous. Oh, Stephen Covey was amazing, and I think Ken's going to share more about that. But if you're here for the first time, please be sure to check out the link at the very top, Dr. Finance's link, and connect with him, his two profile pages here. Give him a follow. because you don't want to miss his rooms. They're every week and with amazing speakers. And if you click on his club at the very top left, a little green Monopoly house, or click on the Finance Club, you'll see his calendar and you can see the speakers that he's going to be having here for a few weeks. He's always got them up there in advance. So click on the bell of those rooms so you don't miss them. And better yet, click on the titles of each of those rooms that has there already, and you can save it to your Google or Apple Calendar so you don't miss these fabulous rooms. So be sure to give Dr. Finance a follow and connect with him on his social media links. Check out his amazing profile and his book. He's an international best-selling finance author and has an amazing book that came out this beginning of the year. So you can find out more about his book. And he's got Twitter and LinkedIn in his profile, so give him a follow there. You can DM him and Instagram and get to know him more. So that also, we always want to help give back. So you can share the room by clicking on that arrow at the bottom left. And when it opens up, you can see where it says share on Clubhouse. So let's do that if you haven't. And you can invite some people into the room and let them know about it so they can join the club and join these amazing rooms every Friday with Dr. Finance, his guest speakers, Diamond, who most of you all know is amazing and here always helping. They do this room together, and she has a room on Wednesday. They're a great team, just growing this club and her club, sharing so much value to everyone every week. So thank them as well, and I will pass the mic back to Ken. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Judy. Hey, one last thing. Can you tell people how they can share the room right now so we can start to build it back up a little bit?
Okay, yes, just click on that arrow at the bottom left corner. And when you open it up, you can share on Clubhouse and you can ping your friends in. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Judy. That was a great reset. I really appreciate that. Thanks so much. You know, it's been an incredible room tonight. We have some amazing superstars on stage right now. We've got Forbes Riley on stage. You've got Diamond on stage. You've got Renee, Kyle, Tennant, Ella, Christopher, and on it goes. We've got some really amazing people on stage. So I'm so glad you're here. And you know, the Stephen Covey and I go back quite a few years. In fact, Stephen was in a mastermind group years ago with me when I was bringing out one of my books. I decided to put together a mastermind where I invited Stephen Covey and Tim Ferriss, 4 Week Work Week, Greg Scott Reed, Secret Knock, he's known for now, John Assaraf, myself, Debbie Ford. She was alive at the time. She'd been on Oprah several times, and Ariel Ford. So Stephen came in and inspired us. Why am I even telling you about this? Because this man inspires greatness in all of us. We all stuck together. Stephen didn't stay with us for the whole length of the mastermind, but I want to say this: we came together for one reason: to collaborate for each one, so each person would sell 1 million or more copies of their book. Out of that group of seven, I think five hit sold over 1 million copies of their book. Collaboration is the name of the game, and of course, Stephen talked a lot about that today. One of the things Stephen talked about, which I'd like to open the floor up about, is he talked about humility and trust. Humility and trust. You know, humility. In fact, you know, for a lot of you, when you think of humility, I wonder what's going through your mind. And when I say the word humility, I looked it up once, and what humility is seeing reality clearly. That's one of the definitions of humility: seeing reality clearly. And you combine that with trust. I think that's the key right there, because as we start to trust ourselves and trust others in a deeper space, we do get to see reality clearly. So when Stephen was saying create empathy or bring empathy in to your organization along with trust, and what'll happen is it'll increase productivity and it'll increase um, inspiration and courage and a whole bunch of pieces there that all fall into place because you've been able to see things in a much clearer light. I think it's really easy for us to fall back into our human nature of looking at what's wrong or what why it didn't work out for us, or and I'm not saying we shouldn't do that. We should do that. We should be able to critically think. But I've been life coaching for over business coaching and life coaching and speaking for 26 years now. And what I found is, and maybe you found this in your own life, when we focus on the solutions, we get a lot further along than we look in just focusing on the problems. So we start to focus on the solutions. We start to look at what we need to focus, what we need to change, develop, grow, evolve in our organizations or in our lives. And what happens then is where the mind starts to open up. We start to ask new questions. We start to see things in a different light. So that's my take on that. That's where I'd like to go with the room right now. So if somebody'd like to share on humility and trust, or any other topic related to the room here on how to inspire the world, how to inspire greatness in yourself, I'd love to hear you. So if I'll open the floor right now if somebody'd like to share. Who'd like to share?
This is
Jude,
America's Supermom. And I
go ahead.
love what you said about humility, because I think, to me, that just reminds us of the fact that we are human. And one of the things to consider when you think about humanity is the fact that we are. We have greatness because we're able to rise above our obstacles. So, regardless of how we have the challenges in life, we have the choice and the belief, if we choose to rise above those. And so, it is when we demonstrate the fact that we rise above the obstacles that we really inspire people. Because I think in many cases, we look at celebrities or people that are very successful, and there's this illusion or fantasy that they don't have the obstacles that we have, which allows us to stay stuck in that problem way of thinking. It's like, oh, of course they're successful because they have these resources or they know people that help them. And the minute that other people share the challenges that they've overcome, then it eliminates the excuses for the people that are spectators. And it calls them to the carpet and helps them to take accountability and responsibility for the decisions that they choose or do not choose to make. And so when we're exhibiting humility, it's just the ability to be vulnerable and transparent and help others people see that if we could do it, or someone else can do it in spite of the challenges that they face, that there are no excuses for them, and what they are believing is stopping them from being great. So that's my thoughts.
That's a great share. That's a wonderful share. Thank you for that. I see Heidi's flashing her mic.
Uh,
Heidi, go
I'm
ahead.
clapping at what I was just hearing from Americans. So thank you. And I'll add on to that about humility. It's being happy for others who are doing well, and to be humble. I just spent 6 days in Utah around the national parks, driving thousands of miles, hundreds of miles. And man, I was so humble just being around that beauty. It's like an appreciation. I also I was reminded 10 years ago I was in AT&T for 33 years, and for 7 of those years I led a sales team. And I'd be first thing in the morning, first one there and last one to leave. I didn't have to do that. However, I didn't want to do anything I didn't I wanted to do what I expected my team to do. So if I would stroll in at 9, 10 in the morning, but I expected them to put in an 8-hour day, that wasn't an integrity. That wasn't a leadership. And I wasn't being in a place of a good role model. So, and although I didn't have to do that, like I was just looking up the definition of humility. And sometimes, it's having ability or power that other people don't have, but not taking advantage of that. So that's what I wanted to share for the moment. That was in my heart. This is Heidi Wild, and I yield the mic. Thank you.
I love that, Heidi. Thank you so much. That's a great share. By the way, I'm hoping everybody will take just a minute or two to go down to that arrow at the bottom left and go ahead and click on that arrow. You can share via Twitter, Facebook, or Messenger. You can copy the link and post it on some of your social media. You can invite people in the room. You can share on Clubhouse. It'd be wonderful to bring some more people into the room. We still got a ways to go. This room is tonight about trust and in inspiring, and we're taking some of the concepts that Stephen Covey has given to us earlier in the evening, and talking about it. We talked a lot about leadership. He talked about stepping into personal trust. He said, if you want to step up your own trust, he said, make a commitment to yourself and step into that commitment. I love that, because I was thinking to myself, what is that I need to do? What is that personal commitment that I'm going to commit to stepping into? And every time I do that, I don't know about all of you, but every time I do that, it changes things for me. I'm really goal driven, and maybe you are. So, for instance, I have a group that I teach, and all of us decided, okay, we're turning the TV off at 10 o'clock. That was the deal. Everybody agreed to it, right? And, with the power of the group, with power of collaboration, wow, all of us did it. It was cool. We turned it off for a month, right? 10 o'clock. And, another thing we did was everybody decided we wanted to commit to exercising and every day, right? So everybody did it. So, but it was just, it's that commitment along with the collaboration today. We've moved from this, at least a lot of us have, right? We've moved from this all about me.com mentality into a collaboration mentality, and we're starting to collaborate more and more. So I'd like to open it back up. Who'd like to share on or comment on what I'm sharing here? Anybody out there?
Hi guys, it's Tara. I'm way down here at the bottom.
Hi, Tara.
How
Great
are
to
you,
have
Kat?
you. Great to have you in the room here. It's awesome.
Aw,
Hi,
thanks.
Sarah.
Hi, sweetie. So, what a great conversation. I've been sitting here quietly. I love the topic of humility, and I know I've probably missed a quite deal. But I think practicing humility for me is one of the greatest things. I mean, being egotistical is never a great quality to have. We all know that, no matter what some people believe. But humility, on the other hand, is so admirable. It's one of those, it's a very admirable quality for me personally, and it trumps ego every day. And I think the biggest challenge that I see in my clients is they have a hard time taming their ego, right? And so I always give them tools or exercises, little certain things they can do to practice humility, because I love humble people. And I think our culture really has placed so much value on all these crazy external accomplishments and appearances, and all the things that, even the small display of like quiet little virtue can make really somebody feel like they're drowning and coming up for air constantly. And so I think it's really, really challenging for us to express humility, because we often kind of misinterpret the active demonstration to be kind of like a sign of weakness, when in actuality, I think it's actually one of the greatest indications of tremendous inner strength. And I know that there's been a lot of research done on this. I sit in a lane of kind of the intersection of spirituality and neuroscience. And I dabble in emotions, and humility for me, like when I meet somebody who radiates humility, I'm automatically, my shoulders relax, my heart beats just a little bit quieter. There's just something inside of me that kind of lets go of everything. And I think it's because when we meet people who that radiate that humility, we know that we're fully being seen, we're heard, we're accepted for exactly who we are. And I think it's a rare and precious gift that really allows us to let our walls come down and be exactly who we are in all of our vulnerability, in all of our transparency. So I love this topic. I'm just going to sit back quietly and learn from you all. But thanks for letting me share, Ken.
That's a great share. I just love that. That was really good. It's there's a piece there too. It's humility combined with courage, right? It takes courage to be humble. It takes courage to look at ourselves clearly. It takes courage to ask more of ourselves. It takes trust and courage to step into your brilliance, right? You have to learn how to trust yourself in greater ways to step into that. It takes trust and courage to create your own legacy, or to take the tough road when you don't want to take the tough road, right? But humility helps us to see. I'll tell you how I use it. I ask myself daily what worked, what did not work, and where do I need to improve. And that's just a practice I've had over many years now. What worked, what didn't work, and what do I need to improve. I just those ask those three questions because it takes me into a place of realizing that within me I have the power to overcome, but I can't overcome anything if I'm not humble enough to really look at what's not working. On the flip side, if I'm not humble enough to look at what is working and realize that I've stepped into um, whatever I needed to create uh, whatever I'm creating that day, then that also it is a form of humility. We really need to see both sides of ourselves and all sides of ourselves in clear reality. So Stephen talked about one other piece I want to bring up to here. He talked about what we can do to inspire the world. What is it? How can we inspire the world? And I think Forbes said it, or as some other people said it in the room tonight. You got to inspire the world. You start with yourself. Start inspiring yourself, and when you start feeling inspired, it's contagious. It'll rub off. You'll create a different energy field. For instance, when you go to the store, you see somebody and they're in a downstate, you smile at them, and boy, all of a sudden you see them smile, right? So I'd like to just throw that out there. Anybody want to comment on that? How do we inspire greatness, maybe more in ourselves, or inspire the world in a greater way? Who'd like to share that?
I would love to share.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Ken,
Hi,
Dr.
Karen. Well,
Finance.
welcome to the stage, Karen. It's great to have you here.
Thank you so much. I'm going to get ready to go to bed to maintain my own standards of rest, but I wanted to say um, humility to me is going back to your pre trauma identity. Too often
Mm,
things happen to us in our lives, and then we post trauma we start to take on this identity which is not us. And I believe that divine made us, and going back to that as opposed to accepting what what was said to us often by unhealthy people that had the same narrative passed down to them. So I believe it's very important because often we think we're supposed to be so good to everyone else, and we can't do that if our cup is empty. So I would say that those are some things that would be humble to me, and also where you um, really take a look and say, you know, am I being humble in the essence that am I willing to listen to who I am? Um, the the doctor talked about cognitive dissonance before, where you are in a situation where you don't believe something, and you have to convince yourself that you're doing this, you don't really believe it, and to be honest with yourself, especially when the cultures around you are telling you different. I would say that that is a wonderful definition of humility. And thank you so much, guys. This has been an amazing conversation.
That was a really wonderful share. Another great share. I what I loved about that where you started is that place where you talked about the pre-trauma us, right? The self that is not traumatized. So in my mind, most children come on. All of us have genius within us. All of us does. We have genius potentiality within us, And yet sometimes that genius does get shut down through traumas and dramas and in negative words, negative energy, negative people, that we take on, and we bring it into us and personalize it and make it all about us. But that place where we go, right, we can get back to that place. We can do, and when we do, through rooms like this, we reconnect to ourselves. We reconnect to a higher a higher self, a higher vibration or energy of our own self, right? You start to feel it. When words of truth, encourage, and inspiration and hope are spoken, when those words land, we start to feel that inside of us. It starts to inspire us to step into greater things ourselves. You know, as a coach, I'm always inspiring my clients to stretch themselves just a little bit. You don't have to go crazy with it, I tell them. Just a little bit. Stretch yourself every day a little bit. And what happens is that when you make the choice to change, and then you look back over time, and all of a sudden you've stepped into this place that you never thought you'd possibly get. I shared earlier in the room where there was a quantum breakthrough in my life this year. I went from the largest summit that I've ever put together had 6,000 people in it, and that's a big summit. That's awesome, right? We had, I think, about 40 speakers in that. 6,000 people. That's awesome. But this year, I stepped into a place where I allowed myself to expand my own possibilities of what's possible. I allowed myself to just be in a space of being really still, getting clear with what I really wanted. And then what happened is, and I set my intention to do a large summit, a very large summit. Well, what happened is I got involved with this Global Oneness Summit, right? I was asked to be a co-producer of this summit. And we have had myself and my co-producer, Adam Hall, and along with Steve Farrell and Neil Donald Walsh, this thing produced over 6,000 views in the summit this year, right? It just ended this week. And by the way, there are replays for that summit this weekend. You can get the whole summit for free. Just Google Global Oneness Summit at this point in time. Yeah, I put a link in the chat, but I'm not sure I can do that. Maybe Judy can do that for me. Anyway, it's the point is that when we start to trust ourselves greater, we step into humility and seeing things clearly. What happens is, and we set our intention, when we have the we're aligned with truth and courage and power, things happen exponentially for us, just like they did for me. I went from 6,000 to 600,000. That's an exponential growth, right? That's a quantum leap in anybody's eyes. And we all have the capacity to do that if we allow ourselves to get out of our own way and start to dream bigger dreams and step in. When Stephen talks about trust, Stephen Covey talks about trust. A lot of us are thinking about it on a kind of a superficial level, but he's thinking that not on the superficial, but on many levels. There's so many levels of trust. And as we go deeper and deeper and we trust ourselves more and more, there's no uncertainty, there's no doubt. With trust, you don't bring uncertainty and doubt in, right? Now, if I'm talking about trusting others, most of the time, most of the time, people have this model. You can earn their trust. I have a different model. You get my trust until you break my trust. It's a different way of going through life. And what happens for me, 99 out of 100 times, I have these amazing, trustworthy people around there because I believe when you give trust, you expect trust through, that people step into that. So that's what I've seen. All right. Who'd like to share a little bit more about our subject, how to inspire the world, step into trust and inspiration? Who's there? We got a lot of amazing people on stage. Who'd like to share?
Hello, Ken. This is Kim. I just finished.
Hello. Oh, Kim. Hi, Kim.
Hi, yeah. I'm so excited with this conversation where it landed at the moment. It's beautiful, by the way. So the issue with trust, the trust, courage, I just look up the definition of humility is the freedom of pride and arrogance. So within that definition, it defines the ego characteristic. In the pride and arrogance, we lost our power because the identity of the ego took over. So therefore, we lost the identity of the bigger self, the higher self. So the trust here is it come back to trusting oneself. I have the same core value as you can. Normally, I give trust. I give love, I give trust. When people break that trust, I give them 3 chances. And then after 3 chances, I'll keep them distance away. So the trust here to build within oneself, I want to look at the deeper level in terms of all of us. We have shadow, we have light. So when we give ourselves grace and be able to accept both aspects of us, the shadow aspect of us, that part of us might not be integrated. They're part of us that we are brilliant. So we are looking 2 different identity here, the ego and the soul, whatever you called it. When we expand our consciousness in the higher being in terms of heart-mind unity, heart-mind coherence. So therefore, the ego integrate into our aspect of us. We become oneness. The summit that you share the name of it, I resonate with it well because when heart, mind, and unity, we become one. So therefore, that the love, the trust, the humility, everything in that aspect of our true core value. Because in the true essence of love, of trust, of faith, that when we can walk as the, well, as long we live with this human body, we step into the wholeness. And then we step into the shadow, into the light. We kind of zigzag our way in our own evolutions. So for me, the trust here, I invite us to explore the trust within ourselves, or different level, physical, emotional, mental, spiritual. So when that trust take over, we feel a sense of safety. Safety within our body, within our environment, within our relationship that we connect with. And I feel this in this room with Dr. Finance and everybody in this space. I can feel the love, the trust, the faith. We all strive for one thing, which is to be contributions, to be the leadership. How can we inspire the world? We inspire the world by living in harmony within oneself to tame the inner chaos within us, by loving ourselves, give ourselves grace, and be able to own up to our shadow, our light, whatever that is, be in the present moment. That is a magical practice. We always step in and out of shadow and light. So it's normal. We make mistakes, but be humble enough to ask for help if we need to, because together we lean on each other in love, in light, in collaborations. That's how we can inspire each other to move into this new evolution of a usual love economy. Because right now we're in this fear economy, so that's why everybody got into fear. So if we collaborate together, exchange our gift with each other, exchange our money, whatever that is. And I love this teaching from Honda. What is his name?
Ken Honda.
Yes, is the invisible asset. The invisible asset is powerful in that the trust, the faith, the love we share with one another, the collaboration. When we look after each other in that invisible asset, you support others when we fell down. other people were supporting us. So the invisible asset here, if we invest in relationship, like authentically, really care for each other, because in this we are going this together in the shift of the economy, whatever that is. So in the economy, I'm looking in terms of relationship currency, energy currency, trust, faith. They are energy. If you add the word currency into it, it will make sense how we can manage our own well-being so we can be the example to inspire ourselves, inspire each other, inspire the world in oneness, in wholeness, in the love economy. That's what I want to land. Thank you very much, Ken. I yield the
Oh
mic.
yeah, Kimberly, thank you for that amazing share. And everybody can just click on her picture or click on your picture and give her a heart. That was a beautiful share. Thank you so much for that, Kimberly. Just amazing. You said about the invisible the invisible currency, was it, Kim? The invisible, what was it?
The invisible asset.
The invisible assets. Yeah, I love that. We I have a good friend of mine. He's written a book, and his name is Colonel Chris Ritchie. He was a colonel down here in the military base down in San Diego at Camp Pendleton when I met him, in charge of 20,000 men. And Chris has since he's become a teacher at Auburn University, I believe. And Chris talks about the invisible medal that we give ourselves. The military's, loves medals, right? We all love, I'm a triathlete. I love getting my medals, right? But the invisible medal, what is that? Well, that's what we give ourselves. We acknowledge ourselves. We bring that truth and courage and love into our own hearts as we set our intentions, we keep our commitments, we step into our integrity. You know, that's how we grow. That's how we grow. And I love what you said, relationship currency. Yeah, we all need that relationship currency right now especially in our world right now. Right now, this room and rooms like this are helping us to hold a very high intention for the world so that things can start to change in greater and greater ways for all of us. Kim, when you were talking about what was coming to me was Dr. David Hawkins' work, Power versus Force, right? When we're talking about pride, you looked up humility, the word humility, and the opposite of humility is pride and ego, right? Humility is really seeing reality clearly. And so it's either are we trying to force our way through life, or are we trying to tap into authentic power, which we all have within us. So just love that share. That was really great. Anyone else like to share? Judy, you want to do a quick reset of the room here? We've got some amazing people on stage. Judy, if you're there, flash your mic, and if we can do a reset. Are you there, Judy? Oh, there you go.
Yes,
All right.
I'm here. Hi. Just welcome anyone new into the room. This room is every week, and I just want to acknowledge Dr. Finance, who's just an amazing author and speaker, and he has a radio show podcast where he's interviewing amazing authors, speakers, influencers, and every week. So be sure to give Dr. Finance a follow, and he has a link right above his head there where you can click on that, and you can subscribe to his newsletter, his free newsletter, and get any updates on the rooms here. And also, when you go to that link, you'll see his books. He has some amazing books: The Survival of the Richest, The Most Important Lessons in Economics and Finance is his other book. Oh my gosh, there's so many. The Necessity of Finance. So, and then he's got some videos. So please be sure to click on that link, Dr. Finance link right above him there, and join the Finance Club by clicking on that green Monopoly house as well. And check out the calendar. Click on the bells and save them to your calendar so you don't miss these wonderful events he hosts every week. and he partners up with Diamond, and they host a room every Wednesday. That's her room, and they're a great team, supporting each other in these amazing rooms every week that they do. So thank you for being here. And Ken, I remember that Dr. Finance was had posted the link for Stephen Covey's book. I forgot the title of it, but would like you to, if you remember, to share about his new book that he had, and then the book that most people know him about. Do you have those at hand, Ken?
Yeah, I sure do. Yeah, his original book that he his first book out that sold almost 3 million copies now is called The Speed of Trust, and his other book, the new one that just came out, is called Trust and Inspire. And as you might note, Stephen believes that trust is the number one element that we need to bring into our homes, into our organizations, and into the world in much greater ways. It's the foundation of everything, as Stephen would say, because what everything springs from trust. You know, if you don't have trust, do you have a relationship? Not really. If you don't have trust in your company, are you going to stay at that company very long? Probably not. So trust is becoming much more important, I believe, in this next few generations this has ever been. You know, we went from a society that's we're really focused on making the dollar. That's really important. Okay, but what's more important is integrity. And where does integrity come from? It comes from trust, trusting ourselves and trusting others. So Stephen talked a lot about that. Thank you so much for that amazing reset, Judy. I really appreciate it. I hope everybody will share the room right now. If you can go down to that little arrow at the bottom left there and click on share on Clubhouse, that would be wonderful, or invite some people into the room. We still got a little ways to go here. And you know what happens in the end of these rooms? Every single time, brilliant shares happen, and it may be just the exact thing you've been waiting to hear. You're here, and all of a sudden you hear that one thing that your mind connects to, your heart connects to, and all of a sudden you decide to take a new direction in your life. That's what this room is about. That's what Dr. Finance has been doing. He's been bringing the most sought after, incredible speakers on the planet into this room, into this community. And, we are a community here. That's why, first thing I do when I come into his room is I share on my social media, I share on Clubhouse, and I share with my friends. I want them to hear this also. So I hope you'll take just a few minutes to share the room with everybody that you know. Yeah, we're getting up. I can see our numbers are going up again right now. That's awesome. I'm really happy about that. So, Dr. Finance, I'm seeing you clicking, loving in there. Are you back? You want me to keep running, or you want to take over again? It's up to you.
Oh, Ken, thank you, man. Yeah, you're doing a great job. I don't know. You want to run it for maybe 2 more minutes, or
Yeah, sure.
make
I'll run
concluding
it for a little.
remarks, and then I'll take over after that.
Yeah, sure. I'll run it for a little while longer. We're having some fun. We got some great shares going. Don't know if you've been able to hear anybody, but we just had Kim Lee do a great share. Judy just did a great reset, and we've got a lot of amazing people on stage. Okay, so let me turn it back over to our audience. And listen, this is your time. My book is called my latest book is called The Courage to Change Everything. Daily strategies and essential wisdom to awaken your inner genius. Well, now is the time. Maybe you're sitting there on stage right now and you've been going, well, what am I going to share? Well, it does take some courage, right? It takes some courage to step in and share your truth on stage. So I want to encourage maybe somebody that hasn't shared before. If you'd like to share, we'd like to hear. So we want to keep it around, what we're talking about: trust, inspire, humility, power versus force, control and command. Let's do that. Okay, room's open. Who'd like to share?
Hey, Ken, I'm going to bring something that's Hetty Wild. I'm just going to bring something
Hi,
up for a
Hetty.
moment about what hasn't been talked about in trust and leadership, and that's parenting. And as
Mhm.
I was listening, I was remembering my kids are in their 30s now, and my daughter just had a new baby. And, as I was rearing my children,
there's no book, and you just you figure it out as you go. And one of the things that my mom specifically did was consistency. And she said what she did what she said. She had really strong values. And as I was parenting growing up, I didn't always follow through with what I said. You know, if I said something or I put boundaries, and I learned along the way, because my kids learned to listen to me and to trust me or to not trust me and my former husband based on our words, right? So I just wanted to bring that up because that's how our children are learning about trust and about leadership, is the modeling of the parent. So this is Heidi Wild. That's what I wanted to share. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for sharing that, Hetty. And trust and consistency go so hand in hand, don't they? Right? If I'll tell you a quick story. I met a leader in the personal development field, and him and I sat down. I'm not going to mention his name right now, but he was a West Point grad, and he said, I got on the subject of self-esteem, right? And we're talking about how to build self-esteem, how to tear down self-esteem. And what he said was really profound. I thought he said at one point in time, somebody wanted to offer him a speaking gig, right? And it was a friend of his, and so he decided to do the speaking gig for his friend. He committed to it, and then a date and time, and then another fella came by and said, "I'd like to pay you 25,000 to do this speaking gig on the exact same date and time," right? Well, what did he do? He decided to go with the fellow that he made the commitment to first. And I asked him, "Why did you do that?" And his answer was a little different than you might expect. He said, "Ken, if I would have told my brain if I would have broken my commitment and went with where the money was and just and done that," he said, "the next time I wanted to manifest something in my life, it would be wishy-washy, and if it wasn't that time, it'd be the next time." He said, "But when," he said, "because I have developed trust." He's developed trust. He trusts himself 100%. When he makes that commitment, it's done. And that always stuck with me, because how many of us make a commitment and then maybe don't keep it, right? To ourselves mostly. Most of us are pretty good with keeping commitments to others, but about ourselves. And over the years that I've been coaching people, what I've found is that those that make commitments and keep them have high self-esteem. Those that make commitments to themselves and don't keep them, it chips away at their self-esteem a little bit. So thank you for bringing that up, Eddie. I love that piece of trust and consistency. So consistently making commitments to ourselves and or others, and consistently keeping them. All righty. Who else like to share? That was a great share. Who'd like to share here? Who's there? Who's ready? Step into your courage.
Ken, it's Tara. I've been up for
Tara. Hi,
almost
Tara.
24 hours. I actually, just before I bounce off here, my soul is compelled to share this with you. First and foremost, I love your shares. I want your book because I run courage courses for the youth and CEOs called Cognitive Courage. And I just want to piggyback on something you said because I hope nobody missed it. So, we are all energy. That is scientifically backed. We know this by science now. And I think a lot of people get stuck, right? And this is for anybody in the Garden of Excellence below. I hope you get value from this. If we are stuck in emotions like shame or guilt, apathy, grief, fear, these are all suffering frequencies, right? And they're actually energy and they get stuck inside of your organs. And I know this isn't advice, this is actually from experience in my life. I won't get into my long story here, but I come from a long history of abuse. I was trafficked when I was really, really young. You can find videos of me all over YouTube and podcasts everywhere. Once I learned that this was energy that was stuck inside of me, I moved from these frequencies up into pride, which is about 175 megahertz into our body. But I moved past that pride and into courage. And courage, guys, is the key that really unlocks flow, and it unlocks your true authentic self. And then from there, guys, once you lean into courage, and I'm talking cognitive courage, so it's really the ability to rely on your intuition and not just your binary basic gut intuition, because we actually have 4 levels of intuition. It's assessing a situation, then taking that decisive action, like that commitment that you're talking about, Ken, to really face fear and make sure that it's in line with your core values. And this ability is not only like imperative against like, things like bullying or self-defense, but it's really helpful in all aspects of life, like from feeling comfortable to sit here and speak on stage in front of people without worrying about people judging you, asking your boss for a raise because you know you deserve it, or being courageous enough to walk away from a relationship that's really not serving you. And I'm telling you, it's courage that's the key that unlocks all of that stuff. And from courage, guys, that's when you start to like vibrate at frequencies of like love and joy and gratitude. And I can tell you, this is not something that just happens overnight. It takes a lot of determination, a lot of self love, a lot of forgiveness, a lot of that stuff. But you learn the power of boundaries, you learn the power of no. And then this frequency, this energy that you're talking about, Ken, when you are at that kind of frequency as a human being, the universe, Diamond knows this, I've shared this in her room a million times. Our universe is very subservient, it's very loyal, but it's neutral. So it only responds to the energy and frequency that you are emitting. That's why if you have people in your life that are negative, or the negative Nancy's, or the people that are abusing you, it's because you're emitting that frequency. So the goal is to move courage and above, and then the universe delivers. So if you're having a hard time in life and you keep wondering why me, it's because the universe is saying, oh, you like that, I'm going to give you more. So what we want to do is we just want to go back to remembering who we were as kids. We were courageous as kids. I was the kid who was climbing school walls and trees. My parents were having heart attacks all the time. And you really need to let go of all of the exterior chaos and really just listen within, because you actually, that intuition knows all the right ways to go, the right people to invite into your space. Like, it's super, super important that we lean into this. It's called woo woo. I've heard it a million times on Clubhouse. It's not woo woo, guys. It's magic, and we're all magic. Like, everybody that's here in the Garden of Excellence below, you have a 1 in 400 trillion chance of being here on this planet. You all have genius in you. You all have a wheelhouse of genius. You all have gifts that we can share with each other. And so take the courage to just step in, do it scared. Can't see the next chapter. That's okay. Just lean into it anyways. That's my share before I leave, Ken, because I don't want to leave. What an amazing topic, but I had to speak. My soul was just screaming.
Oh, Tara, thank you, Tara.
Woohoo!
Woohoo!
Wonderful. Woohoo!
Yeah, that was a great share, and thank you for that. And
Wonderful.
I just love that. And I'm never gonna forget what you said, the Garden of Excellence. I'm gonna call every room I'm in is the Garden of Excellence,
Yeah.
because that's who we are. That's we're starlight. We are infinite beings, and it's good to remember that. The Garden of Excellence. That's great. Thanks, Tara. All righty. Well, I will just plus one thing with the topic of courage, because that's my topic also. And courage it's a force. It's innate to us. We're all born with it, and some of us are born with a lot of courage, and some of us aren't. And some of us are born with a lot of courage, and over the years, with the traumas and the dramas and the experiences we've gone through, all of a sudden the courage goes away. But I'm here to tell you that courage is a force. It's an energy. It's a power within us. And even if you've lost your courage, you can find your courage by doing this one thing every day. Try it. Just try it for 10 days. I'll just give you an exercise to do. Do one thing you've never done before for 10 days. Do something you've never done before. It can be, I'm going to go try a new fruit. I'm going to go try I'm going to go make a phone call that haven't been made that make that I've been wanting to make that phone call, but I haven't. I'm going to go and maybe look people in the eyes. I'm going to wait. I'm not going to break eye contact until they break eye contact. I'm going to really connect with them, soul to soul, and look at people. A lot of different ways you can do this. I'm going to take the courage to do 10 days in a row with an exercise for 10 days in a row. I don't know how I'm going to do it. I'm just going to do it. All right. So we can refine and rebuild our courage. And when we do, what happens is we start to resonate at higher levels. We start to wake up in a more courageous attitude, and our creativity opens up, our productivity opens up. Um, and again, the universe conspires with courage. The people, the places, the things, you become like a magnet to what you are choosing to have in your life. It's really brilliant. So I encourage everybody to do that. All right, back to the
Wait, wait,
room.
wait. I have
Go
a
ahead.
question. I have a
Yes,
question about that exercise.
yes,
Is
sure. Go
that
ahead.
10? This is Michael here, by the way.
Hi, Michael.
Hi, Ken. Great. Everything you've been talking about is just absolutely brilliant. First of all, I just want to thank you for that. This exercise for the 10 things, is it 10 days, like one different thing
One
every day
one
or
one
one?
thing one thing a day that you've never done before.
So one different thing
One different
each
thing a
day.
day for 10 days.
Exactly. So day
Okay.
one, I do one different thing. Day two, I do
Right.
another different thing, and so on.
Yeah. So,
Thanks.
like any exercise like this, make sure you're 100% committed, because remember, if we make commitments to ourselves and then we break them, it chips away at our self-esteem, right? You don't want to do that. It's just like, okay, listen, I'm going to do this. It might be the most difficult thing I've ever done. The mind might go, well, you've done everything. There's nothing new to do. Well, I guarantee there is. Maybe you make a list of 25 things you've not done before that you're going to step into over the next 10 days, or do 10 things, but make a list first, so that you don't wake up one day and go, oh, I can't think what that is. I won't do it today. Put it on your calendar, make it real. All right. Schedule it and step into it. See how you feel in 10 days. By the way, listen, if it doesn't work for you, throw it out. That's what I tell all my clients. If it doesn't work, throw it out. But you're probably going to change and develop and transmute some of your limitations as you step into courage in greater and greater ways. And by the way, my book you can get at kendfoster.com, kendfoster.com. Just go in my store, and I think it's the first item in the store right now, kendfoster.com. Don't forget the D as in Donald. All righty. Let's see. What else? Where are we?
All right,
Who
Ken,
else
can
would
you
Ken.
like to?
link
Ken.
that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you link that? Put a link up at the top to that,
Oh,
Ken?
Judy, I don't know. Judy's still in the room. Maybe Judy can put a
Ken,
link up.
Ken,
Right
we're
here.
gonna wind down the room in just a little bit. Ken, if you want to, maybe 30 seconds, you want to wrap up any last minute thoughts or anything?
Yeah, I'm wondering if Kim Lee is still around, if she could do a little bowl clearing, a little bowl closing for us. I don't know if she's available. She left
Yes, I'm
already.
here. I'm
Oh,
here. The room
uh,
is it's amazing. I cannot leave.
Oh,
okay, awesome. Well, if Dr. Finance, is that okay with you?
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I just want to conclude first, Ken. So thank you, Ken. I appreciate your help with all this. This has been an incredible room, and thanks again for your support, Ken and Judy. Stephen Covey, this is amazing. What an amazing day we had. We had 1,500 people in here, and not just the numbers, the who the people were, just the We have quality people all over the stage, still going to almost 1 in the morning. I want to thank everyone for being here. And also, for those who celebrate, happy Halloween coming up 2 days from now. So if you got little ones, definitely be safe for trick or treating for the holidays. I want to just real quickly just say thank you to Ken and Judy again, and Diamond Diva for helping out. Dr. Roshnik for also helping out the co-host tonight. We had Mike Alden's here today. Thank you, Mike, for your support, and America's Supermom for also supporting as a co-host tonight. Appreciate you guys. Couldn't do it without you. It's really hard to run these stages, especially when they get as big as they got tonight. And wait till you see next week with Tim's story. So it makes my life a lot easier when I got the support of an amazing team. So, and then we have, of course, everyone on stage that's part of the whether they're leaders or whatnot, it's still the Gold Badge Mod Squad helping out. We got an incredible community, and I rotate, folks. I rotate different co-hosts every week to keep everyone active. We got Kyle in the house. Thank you, Kyle, and Tina Laurie and Ella for your support, and Christopher. And folks, we got folks from all over the world, different time zones. So I know a lot of you guys are, either full of energy or could be one eye open, but you're still here no matter what. And thank you, Desiree and Consuelo and Heidi for being here as well, and Julia. Thank you, Robbie, and Pamela. Pamela, I love that new picture. That's a beautiful picture. And Noah, appreciate you being here, Noah. Thank you for your support. I got Marco in the house and Shima and Darlene and Michael. Michael Fedek, thank you. Great shares tonight, Michael. And Kim. Kim, yes, absolutely. You're going to, as we talked about, we're going to do these bells, folks. We'll try it out tonight. We'll see what happens. We've been doing it the past month or so with the relaxing Tibetan bowls to conclude tonight. But we'll do that in just a moment. I want to thank Anna as well for being here, and Ching and Mir and Tara. Great shares, Tara. I actually followed you on Instagram. And by the way, folks, I'm just getting together my Instagram stuff. I know after a year and a half, a lot of you guys were following me, and I wasn't following back. I just really wasn't playing around with that platform. If you look at my other platforms, you'll see the numbers there, and but I'm getting on it. So check us out on different platforms if it interests you. Follow us and whatnot. So thank you, Tara. Thank you, Maze. Thank you, Shamiko. Appreciate you, Christine, Camille, and everyone else in the audience. I see Vinny is down there hanging out, and Scott, and we got Scott Flansburgh, folks. He was on Oprah several times, I believe. The Human Calculator. He's been listening all night. Thank you, Scott. Appreciate you, man. We want to get you up there. I really do want to build you a stage. I listen to all your stuff. I'm fascinated with that because mathematics is a part of finance, and this guy can count numbers in his head at rates it's unheard of. It's amazing. So check out Scott and what he's doing. I want to thank out everyone else that's here, and bringing a few folks up the stage, but we're basically closing out. So I want to thank you all for your support. We got Wednesday room and Diamond Divas room next Wednesday, so stay tuned for that, 4 p.m. Eastern time. And then this room starts at about 6:30 p.m. Eastern time, goes for about 6 hours every Friday. Today was marking basically the year and a half mark. So I'm glad that you guys are here to celebrate this milestone for us, for our community. And
Dr. Finance,
yes, Ken.
can I say one
Sure.
last thing? First of all, I want to thank you for allowing me to host this room tonight. It was just brilliant. Just appreciate you in so many ways and the collaborations that we're doing together. And also, I want to mention that I have the Voices of Courage room. We're reigniting it this Thursday at 4 p.m. Pacific time. So look for Voices of Courage room. Dr. Finance, I know, will be there. I got some very special guests in there. Judy Foster will be there. And so I hope you can make it. Mark it. Go to Voices of Courage and on my profile and click down there to follow me there. That'd be great. Thank you so much, Dr. Finance.
Okay, thank you, Ken. Appreciate that. All right, folks. So stay tuned. We'll check that out this Thursday in Ken's room. And all right. So well, with that said, folks, we're gonna do something real quick where we do these relaxing bells just to calm everybody down. Especially it works great after running the stage for a long time here. It helps out a lot. But I think you guys will like it too. And Kim does an amazing job. It's all about healing and whatnot. So with that said, again, don't forget this. I'll see you guys in Diamond's room. But next week, remember Tim's story. Mark it on your calendar. We got like 4 or 5 superstars lined up back to back. Every week's a superstar, but this particular month is just off the hook. So stay tuned. Tim is huge. Like I really want to impress Tim because the kind of caliber that of the guests that Tim can help to bring to this community is just off the charts. So I need your support in that. Tell 10 friends to come, each of you. I mean, I want to have 20,000 people in this room if I could, or more. So with that said, yes, Ken, Kim, are you there?
Yes, I'm
Kim,
here, Dr.
all right.
Finance.
Okay, Kim, we'll do it for about 5 minutes, and then we'll close up. Okay.
Okay, yes, yes.
Thank you, Kim.
Actually, tonight we were talking about trust, and I want to read the poem from my teacher, Dr. Barbara Brennan, as I ring the bell. Would that be okay?
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead, Kim. The floor is yours. However you want to
Yeah.
do it.
So, yeah, take a deep breath in, everyone. As you're breathing in deeply, bring your energy back home in your heart, in yourself. This poem from Dr. Barbara Brennan. The title is Trust. Surrendering to what is will gain you the trust of the divinely penetrate word, the word that has no separation between divinity and physical. You will gain trust not only of that word, but of yourself. For ultimately, it is not the word that you don't trust. The distrust is really of yourself. It is only a small portion of your being that lacks trust in the self. But deep within you, you know that ultimately your choice will be for the divine within you, all around you, above, below, and in all directions. Ultimately, your choice will be for your soul's growth. Ultimately, your choice will be for your essence because this is your ground of being. This is the basic natural state. This is what comes naturally. All the rest is the struggle. Let's take a deep breath in. Within the poem invited us to trust ourselves because at the natural state of our beingness, from a place of trust, we can open our heart to love ourselves first and foremost. We can extend our love from deep within to share with each other. As you breathe in deeply, allow every cell in your body to be awakening to this frequency of love, of light, of trust, of faith, of abundance, of oneness. Keep breathing. I want to thank you, Dr. Finance, and everyone here in this space. I'm very, very grateful for you to allow me to share this medicines of sound, of frequency. This is the medicine that will heal our heart and our soul. This is the future medicine, I believed. So let's take a deep breath in. We are grounding back in our heart, in our body, in the space of oneness. I'm grateful. Thank you, Dr. Finance. Thank you, Ken. Thank you, Judy. Thank you, everyone here on this space. I love you all very much. May you have a magical evening, weekend. So take a deep breath in again. If you want, put your hand in your prayer so you can ground yourself back in the body and rub them together like you are cold. After your hand getting warm, touch your heart. That's how you can come back to your body in the present, right here, right now. Thank you. Back to you, Dr. Finance.
Thank you, Kim.
Thank you so much, Kim. Appreciate that. Now I'm about to fall asleep. It was perfect timing. All right. Well,
Thank you. Yes.
thank you, folks. Folks, can we come off the mic and just give a round of applause for Kim
Oh,
and for
thank
Ken for helping out earlier as well. Thank you so much.
Woo,
Thank you.
Kim.
beautiful. What a way to what a wrap the night.
Yeah.
All
Thank you,
right.
everyone.
Incredible. You guys, let's give a round of applause for you guys, for everyone here, because you guys were incredible tonight. This was an incredible room. So much.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Dr.
Dr.
Thank you,
Finance.
Finance.
Dr.
Thank
Finance.
you,
Woo.
Dr. Finance,
And do
Ken,
make the time,
Thank you
guys.
guys.
Andrea, Judy, everybody.
Thank you.
And
Thank you.
do make the time,
All right,
guys, to come
folks.
back for Tim's story because I just spent an hour with him. And Dr. Finance, the fact that you have him in this room, I hope everybody schedules that in their calendar because he is one of the most remarkable human beings I've ever been blessed to meet. So do make the time, bring all your friends, and let's help Dr. Finance hit that 20,000 people mark. That would be incredible. So mark it down.
Done.
Tara, would did you interview him or something? Where did you spend an hour with him?
So
At?
he's on my, everybody has a bucket list. He's on my bucket list.
Oh, okay.
And so through Sally, a very good friend of mine here on this app, I'm a mod at Breakfast with Champions. He's been on Breakfast with Champions a million times. And I just cultivated a relationship with him and I spent an hour with him. And it was probably the most life-changing experience I've had. Like, and I've had a lot of coaches, mentors in my life. He's phenomenal, guys. So mark it on your calendar.
Thank you, Tara. I concur with you 100%. He has that kind of influence. He's got a very cool spirit to him, where that when he talks and he speaks, you just he commands attention and without trying. You know,
Humble.
he's just a
And he's
very
humble.
humble. Yes.
Oh my God, humble.
Yeah. So we're talking about Tim's story, folks. He's our main guest speaker next week. So stay tuned. Oprah's best friend. He's one of Oprah's best friends. We've been interviewed about 38 times by him. But he's a mentor to celebrities. So you think of all the big celebrities out there. He mentors so many of them, and he's a pastor of a church for almost all the major superstars in Hollywood. He lives around here. So you'll hear from him. Just stay tuned next week. It's gonna be big. So thank you, Tara. Thank you, everyone. Let's count the room down from 10 to 0, and then we're going to conclude tonight. We'll have a great weekend. Happy Halloween, and we'll see you in Diamond's room on Wednesday. So let's get it started with a 10,
10,
9,
9,
8,
8,
7,
7.
7,
Everyone, come off mic.
6,
6,
6,
6,
5,
4,
5,
5,
3,
4,
2,
4,
4,
1.
3,
3,
3,
2,
2,
2,
1.
1.
1.
1.
Good night, guys.
Namaste,
By the way, I think the
everyone. See
Phillies
you
Good
won last
night.
night.
tomorrow.
That was incredible. Love the Phillies. We're going to win the World Series. I'll see you guys. Thank you.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
everyone. Great night now.